So now that the FIFA World Cup is over and has come to an end, and Spain has taken the victory, and Argentina coming in as second, and all the conspiracies and all the problems that Argentina has brought to the fans' attention with the World Cup and all the drama coming around it, it's time to go into the next World Cup. Instead of FIFA, we are having an alcohol World Cup for alcoholics. And now we're going to have a drinking competition. Instead of soccer, instead of football, or instead of hockey or whatever other sport, now we're getting into the tournament of drinking. And countries will be ranked by a few categories. So I'm going to leave it to four main categories. So the first one is going to be the performance of drinking. What is the total alcoholic consumption per adult as far as stats go? And what is the drinking participation of adults in the country, like how much they drink? And the second one is going to be domestic production. So how many liters of alcohol does a country produce? So, and like how much do they export to the rest of the world? And things like I'll give you examples, Guinness, right? Irish has a huge drinking culture, but not only does it have a high drinking culture, but it also exports it and exports that culture and spreads that culture to the rest of the world with products like Guinness, which creates more drinking culture in other parts of the world. So giving like Ireland extra points for that, like spreading their love around the world. Japan also has this with sake, bringing sake to the West and stuff and popularizing it. The third category is going to be home team loyalty. So the home team loyalty is like kind of like the nationalism, like how prideful are people of drinking, the Czechs, for example. The Czechs are like super passionate, like, oh, our beer is the fucking best. Like nobody else has beer like Czechoslovakia. Or I guess it's just Czechia now. There's no Czechoslovakia was thing of the past. Anyways, so if a country has a lot of pride in their drink and wants to push their product that they're better than other countries, that gives them extra points. And then the fourth category is going to be the alcohol culture and identity. So this is going to be like the historical concept, like the Americas is very historical for whiskey, and like there's a lot of social aspects around drinking. The prohibition created a lot of different historical uh, movements and events, and another country might be South Korea with soju. There's a lot of history there, and there's a lot of social integration. Like every celebration and family meal, like they just drink every weekend whenever anything happens. So it's like this is kind of like the cultural identity behind the drinking. And then basically the four things. So just to sum those up again, the four things are I'm gonna write them down just as a reference here. So we have drinking performance, we have domestic production, we have home team loyalty, production and exports, yeah. And then we have alcohol nationalism. And then we have the cultural identity. How much do people drink? How often? It's said how many people. How much does it produce? How much does its product export to other countries? How much ego and pride do they have? or their own nation's products. How much is alcohol involved in their cultural traditions, activities, and how much influence does it have on the rest of the world? And as we get started, I am drinking a Lucky Buddha. Cheers. And as we get started, I'm going to do a ranking system. So it's going to be DP for drinking performance and DE for domestic exports, and AP for alcoholic patriotism, and CI for cultural identity. And then OVR is going to be the overall score. So I'm going to be listing these all out of 10. And then I'm going to ratio it to be like out of 100, basically. So this is going to be... Alright, I'm going to split them into quarters, and then that way I can rate the overall score. So out of 25, let's start off with Afghanistan. So Afghanistan, it's like, you know, they got Taliban rule, is Islamic, alcohol is prohibited, and they have like no commercial production of alcohol. And basically, all around them, the borders, like who borders Afghanistan? You have Uzbekistan, maybe Tajikistan, Pakistan, Iraq, and I think maybe Turkmenistan. I can't really remember. I'm not looking at the map. So they're surrounded by Islamic countries. They don't really drink. And basically, because of that, their cultural identity around drinking is zero. Like, nobody is drinking. There's zero patriotism. And how much does it produce? I feel like there's probably someone somewhere in Afghanistan making something out of like some fermented fruits or something. So like I don't want to say it's absolutely zero, but it's so low that it's basically like you know, probably a 2 on DE and a 2 on DP. You know, the overall score is going to be like a 4. So I'm going to put Afghanistan in with the designated drivers. Next we have Albania. So Albania is also Muslim majority, but it is in Europe and it's bordered with all of the Balkan countries. Like that's where the wine belt is and all the rakia, which is like a grape liqueur kind of thing, almost like what's that stuff they make in France? You know, the Hennessy stuff, cognac. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like that, maybe. Um, yeah, so they have a lot of tourism. They have beaches. They got all the Europeans coming in. The proletarian class that has been priced out of the Amalfi Coast. You know, they'll go to Albania now to have a more affordable vacation getaway. So they're still going to be drinking quite a bit. So the drinking performance, you know, there's still a lot of Islam, so probably not a lot of people locally are drinking. I think, you know, probably a lot of the younger dudes are drinking, and it could be more like the secularism of their practice of Islam. So I don't even want to rank it at a 15. Maybe I'll put it at a 12. I don't have the stats on me. This is just my ranking off the top of my head of like what I think. The domestic exports, is like they probably produce a lot of wine being in that area, but I don't think they export a lot. I've never seen anything from Albania, so I'm just gonna put it in at 6 because it's like it's not nothing, but it's something, and it's not enough to make like a impact. So, alcohol patriotism. I mean, I don't think Albania really has that like, oh, we're the alcohol country, like the same way that but also at the same time, they probably do talk about the Iraqi a lot. I've heard about it, so there's a little bit. I'll put it at an 8. The cultural identity, alcohol is normally going to be involved in tourism with some special traditions here and there. So, I'll put it at, they do have beaches, so I'll be generous and give them a 10. So they got a score of 36. So they make it right barely into the C minor drinking. So I guess I'll start keeping tracks. Afghanistan was what, 4? Albania was 36. Next we go to Algeria. Algeria is also a excellent climate for growing wine, but it's Muslim majority, so I feel like it's they have that French colonial culture to them. I'm sure that they have a lot of wine. It's still Muslim, so there's probably not a lot of wine. So drinking performance, it's still probably going to be like less than half. I'll maybe give them a 9. The domestic exports and production, they probably produce a lot, but I don't see them exporting a lot. I've never seen an Algerian wine in my life. Maybe they do. Maybe I'll put it in a 6. The patriotism, again, they don't really have that alcoholic pride that some of the other countries do, so maybe I'll put it at a 4. Cultural identity, probably tourists will drink it around the beach areas, maybe around the vineyards, but like maybe on special occasions, maybe I'll give it a 5. So that'll put them into the designated drivers, but slightly above Afghanistan. So next up we have Andorra. And Andorra is a tiny country that's just like a little micro state in Europe. And it's just like a ski resort town. It has a few mountains. I've been there once in my life, and I remember seeing a microbrewery somewhere. So I know for a fact they do produce their own alcohol. They drink a lot because it's mostly all the rich European people or rich Arabs who will come over, or like just rich people from anywhere. They go there to go do their skiing, and they import a lot of alcohol. Like they get all the alcohols from France, Italy, like all the nice stuff. So they definitely are drinking a lot. Like I'm probably gonna bump this up to like an 18. Like most people there are drinking. Um, as far as exports go, they have a few places that make wine and beer, but it's such a tiny place, and it probably doesn't get exported as it's just like a little boutique places that get served in the local restaurants. So for that, I'm just gonna leave it at, I guess, a 3. The alcohol patriotism, probably, I don't really hear of a lot of people that are from there that are like patriotic about it, and they don't really have national products. I guess there's going to be a few restaurants that really advocate for their local makes. So I'll give it a 2. The cultural identity, it's not really part of the cultural identity. People do drink a lot, so it's probably like, people go there to celebrate things anyways. So maybe I'll give it like a 7, but it's not really. You know what? Yeah, maybe I'll give it like a 15 just because there are so many people who are drinking there and people just go there to like go skiing and get drunk. So we've got a score of 38, which puts us above Albania by 2. The next country is Angola, our African savanna and farmland and coastline kind of country. They have this Kisinga or Kisana, Kisini. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. It's made out of maize. Oh, Kisangua. Yeah, it's made out of corn. Yeah, they make it like this. I've never had it before. I would actually be pretty keen to try it. I think the bottle looks really nice. But I've never actually seen it anywhere. I don't know how much these people drink. Um, Probably there is nothing to really do there other than drink and do a lot of hard labor jobs. Like they have a lot of plantations and farmland. So if I would imagine most places that farm a lot and aren't Muslim will have a lot of drinking. So I would probably rank this up at, I don't know, 14. Um, the production, they probably make a lot of this stuff, but I doubt they export a lot of it because I've never personally seen it anywhere. So I'm gonna have it down at like a 9. The alcoholic patriotism. I mean, I guess they have their palm wine, they have their maize. Maybe they import to other people in Africa, but I just don't really know. And because of that, I'm gonna rank it at an 8. The cultural identity. How much influence does it have on the rest of the world? How much does it involve their activities and traditions? They probably are pretty average with it, so I'll give them like an 8. They probably drink on Christmas and people's birthdays and stuff and like after work. So overall, yeah, after work, actually I'm gonna bump that up to maybe even a 13 then. So this would give him a rank of 44. And that sticks them above Andorra in our minor drinking league. The next country we have is in Antigua and Barbuda. And now Antigua's got a lot of rum. Like they make a lot of different, they make the English Harbor Bay rum. It kind of looks like the El Dorado bottle. Um, I don't know how many people drink there. I mean, probably quite a bit. It is a rum state. It's probably gonna be mostly the tourists that are gonna be drinking a lot of drinks. Like all the tourists and stuff. So it's gonna be kind of more up there competing with Andorra because it has that tourism drinking. Although it isn't like one of the most popular places to go to drink, like such as, Barbados or Jamaica or Cuba. Um, the domestic exports, how much does it produce? How much does it export? I know we have English Harbor and we probably have a couple other more well-known rums that I'm not thinking about right now. So it's enough for like me to see their alcohol in the stores, but it doesn't have like a massive footprint. So I'll put it at like a 12. The alcoholic patriotism, they don't. It's not really that high. I mean, they're not one of the more prevalent ones on the market, and I don't ever really hear about how much of a aura that they have when it comes to drinking. The cultural identity of involved with drinking is probably all tourism, and it doesn't have a lot of influence on the rest of the world, really. It's just people going there to drink. So I'll also rate that at about a 10. So that gives them about a 47. So that puts us above Angola. All right, next up we have Argentina. Argentina is a major wine country. They have their own type of wine. It's Malbec, and they also have Fernet, and they also make a lot of beer. And so they have a lot of people who are really passionate about that. And I've been to Argentina, and I remember I took a taxi in between a couple places in Buenos Aires when I was there, and I tipped the taxi driver $5. And the taxi driver got out of the car, opened his trunk, and hands me a bottle of wine just for tipping him. And that, to me, I was like, oh, okay. I guess if you tip someone some money in Argentina, they might give you some wine. And when you go to coffee shops, they have wine along with coffee. It's like they just have wine everywhere. So I feel like these people in Argentina, they fucking drink. So I'm gonna put it up at 20. Like everywhere you go, people are drinking. It's got a drinking culture. Domestic exports, Argentina wine, I think, is everywhere. And I'm gonna put this at like, I'm gonna put it at like 20. I'm not gonna max it out because Argentina wine is not the forefront of the liquor stores. It's like you still kind of have to find the section for it. So I'm gonna put it at a 20. The alcohol patriotism, I think, yeah, I think that's about like an 18, maybe 18 to 20. You know what though? It's not like their main identity though. Their main identity is gonna be steak, football, FIFA, being a cowboy, stuff like this. Like it's not really the so I'm not gonna max that out either. So I'm because it's not like the forefront of their like nationality. And the identity of how much alcohol is involved in their traditions and activities and how much influence they have on the rest of the world, I'm going to put it up to like a 22 as well. So, because they eat it with like every meal, every time anyone comes over, you ride in someone's car, they just celebrate if you give them like $5. So that's pretty high up there, right? Um, I would almost want to max this out. But I guess the reason why I'm not maxing it out is because in order to max it out, you also have to influence a lot of other cultures and countries around the world to drink way more. And I'll give you an example before I even get there. I think Ireland is a 25 because Ireland literally has a holiday of St. Patrick's Day that gets other countries to drink. Ireland has marked a holiday on the map of the world, and other countries will fucking drink to Ireland on that day. Like that's how big it is. So like it's Argentina doesn't have it that big, and that's why it's going to be 22 instead of 25. So the overall score of this is going to be 80. So Argentina is in our A tier wizard drinkers. And I'm going to take a drink to that one. Next up, we have Armenia. And Armenia, I gotta pull up the pomegranate wine. Yeah, this bottle is really cool, but this isn't what I'm looking for. They're like, what are they, clay bottles? Yeah, they'll have like these real interesting. This isn't really what I'm looking for, anyways. Am I thinking of Georgia? It was Georgia. That's what I was thinking about. Oh, sorry, I mixed up Georgia with Armenia. We'll get to Georgia later. Yeah, these are freaking sweet. Like, Georgia makes some really cool alcohol bottles. Anyways, okay, going back to Armenia, not Georgia. Um, yeah, so Armenia has their pomegranate wine. They have their fruit, other fruit wines. They have a lot of brandy. Being part of the Soviet Union, they have their vodkas. Um, they have a lot of traditions. Apparently, either Armenia or Georgia was one of the first countries that ever made wine. This is their drinking performance. I think probably everybody drinks there. Like, I'm gonna put them up to 23. Even their tourism, because a lot of people go to Armenia for the tourism for the wine. So like, not only do the tourists drink there, but everybody there also drinks, and it's just a big part of their culture. So the drinking performance, people drink all the time, and going into brandy, countries that have a lot of brandy. I'm from one of them, Hungary. We know that brandy brings with it a different type of alcoholics. It's like moonshine. So the exports, they produce a lot of wine, but honestly, I don't see a lot of exports. I'm gonna put it at a 10. They're really lacking in the export section. I look for Armenian wine a lot actually because I want to drink more pomegranate wine, and I never find it. I've only seen it at like two liquor stores across America, and I've been to a lot of cities. Like, I travel a lot around North America and Europe, and I just never see I've only seen Armenian wine like a couple times. Alcoholic patriotism, how much ego and pride. They pretty much say that they invented wine, and they're super cocky about that. Um, you know what? I'm gonna put them at a 25 because of that. They own it. They're like, we fucking invented wine. Fuck you guys. They probably argue with Georgia about it, and I don't know which one invented it, but yeah, they're up there. 25. Cultural identity. Yeah, they're Soviet drinkers, and they're drinking all the time, but again, they don't have the influence, right? I mean, I guess they influence the whole world to drink wine. Does that max them out? But you know what? They did it in a way where the world doesn't know it was them. So for that reason, I can't give them a max score. For that reason, I'm going to give them a 21. And that puts them at a 79, which is 1 point under Argentina. So they go into the A tier wizard drinkers. Good job, Armenia. So next we're going to Australia. Australia is also a pretty big wine exporting country. They have a lot of beer. The kangaroo one, what is it called? Foster's. And they probably make some weird stuff in the desert. But their main thing is wine, I think, with the Shiraz and some of their lagers and this and that. They probably have a lot of tourism for that. Most of the tourism is not oriented around drinking. It's probably more around like going exploring the outback, seeing kangaroos, going to the beaches, doing surfing and stuff like that. So the performance is probably pretty high, but it's not the highest. So, but it's definitely more than half. So I'll put it at an 18. Um, the domestic exports, you see Foster's all around the world. Shiraz is all around the world, but it's not ever at the front of the stores. You gotta really look for it, and not everywhere has it, so it's still pretty good. I'm gonna put it up at like yeah, I'll give him a 17. I'll give him a 17. Um, the patriotism, it's not really what Australians kind of thrive to be. Their main things are being like outback kind of adventurers. They do a lot of surfing. They do a lot of production, hospitality. Like they do. I just feel like that's not really. They're not really known to be the country that is so egotistical and prideful. Like, oh, Shiraz is the best, and like no one else can beat us in the thing that we do. So, uh, I'm gonna put him at a 14 on that. How much is alcohol involved in their cultural traditions and activities? It's probably like average with like Canada and other Western nations. They probably drink it. Birthdays, Christmases, Easter, probably like, on weekends out at a bar. Um, and they don't really have a big influence on the rest of the world. And Shiraz is usually one of the wines that you kind of have to dig for at liquor stores. So they don't really have that big of an influence. I'm gonna put it at like 13 because I'm sure they drink a lot at the beach. You know what? Beach drinking can bring them up to a 16. Now that I really think about it, there's a lot of drinking on the beach. So this brings him to a total of 65, which puts him right into the B tier tavern veterans category. The next country on our list is Austria. Austria they have a lot of wine production. They have beer, they have schnapps. They got a lot of taverns in the countryside, especially near Innsbruck, where I was in the mountains. They make their own. They got all their own microbreweries and stuff. They have their own distinctive wine thing. It's Herrenberg or something. Austria wine. Oh, Huriger? I don't know how to pronounce this. Yeah, it's like, these like freaking Bavarian style houses, and they have their own kind of wine thing going on. So it's similar, but like, no one's really heard about it unless if you've been to Austria and spent a bit of time drinking there. It's like not something that a lot of people really know about. Um, that being said, their wine is really good. It competes with German and French wines, even though it's overshadowed. It just doesn't have the prestige. The drinking performance, I mean, everyone's drinking a beer with their schnitzel and stuff. It still has that German kind of beer and tourism kind of thing. I would say a lot of people probably drink there. I'm gonna give it like a 19 probably. Domestic exports. Yeah, you can find Austrian wine. I'll be honest, I've never seen Austrian beer anywhere. I guess they have their schnapps, but it's not something that you really see around. So I'm gonna give it like a 14 because you do see Austrian wine a lot all over the place, even in America and Canada, and even in Greece. I've seen it a couple times. but it's just not so prevalent and at the front rows. So the alcoholic patriotism, I guess they talk about their schnapps, they talk about their Hernig, whatever wine. I guess I can give them a 16. The cultural identity, they probably eat with their dinners, they eat with their festivals and their traditions and stuff like that. They don't really have a big influence on the rest of the world. Like I said, their wines are overshadowed by some of their neighbors. Unfortunately, they're kind of overlooked by a lot of people. And that's probably because they don't have a lot of patriotism, which I guess comes back, and I can kind of lower the score on that. Maybe their influence is because they're not so patriotist as the French are, or patriotic, I mean. So the cultural identity, I guess I'll give him like an 11, which puts him at about a 57. So Austria gets a 57, which puts them under Australia in the B tier in our tavern veteran nations. Next country, we have Azerbaijan, a Muslim country, but it is secular, coming from being an ex-Soviet nation. They probably have a lot of vodka, and being beside Armenia and Georgia, two of the biggest like wine countries in the world. Less popular than France, but still some of the biggest wine countries. They probably have a lot of wine, brandy, beer, and a lot of like these fruit spirits and stuff that the local farmers make. But they share the same trait that Austria does in the fact that they're overshadowed by their neighboring giants in the industries. So that doesn't mean they don't drink a lot. They probably drink a lot. Being Muslim, they probably drink a lot less than Georgia and Armenia. So I'm going to put them at like probably a 16. Probably half the country drinks. The domestic production and exports, they probably produce a lot of moonshine and they're like their own little farms and stuff, but I don't think maybe I've seen Azerbaijan wine like at one or two stores, like at these massive Wine and Beyond specialty stores I've seen them at, but besides that, they're pretty hard to come by, so they're not exporting a lot. I'll put them at 11. And a big part of this 11 is like homemade moonshine that's not really like recorded and stuff by the country. How much patriotism do they have? I think Armenia and Georgia are always arguing about they invented wine. But Azerbaijan doesn't often get into that argument, and they kind of, I think maybe they know it wasn't them. Maybe some of them do. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like a very alcoholic, patriotic country. I think they probably have a lot of pride over their own farms and fruits and stuff. It's a good climate, so I'll put them at an 8. How much is alcohol involved in their traditions? They're Muslims, so not a lot. They probably drink on holidays. The farmers probably drink during work, and they don't really have an influence on the rest of the world. I'm going to put it at like a 6, I guess, for the farmers and tourism, which puts them at 41. Right in between Angola and Andorra in our minor drinking league nations. Now we're moving on to the Bahamas. The Bahamas they produce a lot of beer. I went to the Bahamas, I was 14 with my mom after my parents got divorced, and she got a bit of settlement from it, and she used the money to take me to the Bahamas, and it was just money well spent. It was pretty sweet for me, and I remember being 14, and I would go to the bar, and I remember asking for orange juice, and they poured like half rum and half orange juice. And from there on out, like no matter what I ordered for drinks, they would just give me alcohol. They would give me all kinds of things. I remember they had some of their own rum. They had the rum punch. They had the pina coladas and they had all sorts of things. I think they make their own domestic beer as well. I think it was called like Calic or something. I don't remember. Bahamas. Calic beer. Yeah, this one. Yeah, it looks like I don't know, just a lager, just any kind of beer. It's probably nothing fancy. So, how many people drink there? I mean, considering that even kids drink there and they give alcohol to kids, I would say, and everyone goes there to drink, and you know what? I'm gonna give it like a 24. There's probably like a couple people in the Bahamas that don't drink. And how much does it produce? They probably produce a bit, but most of it's probably just gonna be like tourist. Do you like cocktails? So how much do they export? Do they even have their own rum? Like what's their own rums? Ricardo? Tommy Bahama? Is Tommy Bahama even made in the Bahamas? No, it's not. It's made in America. Okay, so they don't. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna give him like a 5. So they probably make a couple things here and there, but like nothing ever gets seen. It's mostly like imported stuff or cocktails or just like whatever. How much ego and pride do they have for their own nation's product? I never heard anyone in the Bahamas when I was there talking about, oh, this rum is the best because it's the Bahamas rum. It's not like that. Jamaica has that with their Appleton Estate and their Mount Gay and stuff, but Bahamas doesn't really have that. I'm gonna give it like a 2 because they have the beer. They talk about the beer a little bit, like very little bit, and even there they'd rather drink Coronas. So how much cultural identity is involved with their traditions? I mean, their traditions are just surfing, sailing, and tourism, and they don't have any influence on the rest of the world on their alcohol products. So that's, I guess 11 if we factor in sailing and stuff. Or if you say golf courses, I guess I'll give it a 12. I guess a hesitant 12. So overall, that gives them a 43, putting them right above Azerbaijan. Next, we have Bahrain. Bahrain is a Muslim country surrounded by Muslim countries in like the heart of Muslim world, Arab world. But also Bahrain is like completely tourists based. They have I think they have an island like Manaus and Manas. I can't remember what it's called, but there's a U.S. military base there, so they still have people going there to visit like their American families working for that military base. And they also have all the rich sheikhs and stuff who drink anyways because apparently if you are a very wealthy Arab, then you're like exempt from Sharia law or something like that, and they can just like live as infidels and still adhere and be blessed by Allah. I don't know how it works, but every time I see like the super rich sheikhs, like they're still drinking and like doing all sorts of haram anyway. So, anyways, they're probably drinking as well, but it's still mostly Muslim and it's frowned upon. So, and you can get in trouble in certain parts. I'm sure if you're like a local Muslim, it's like looked down. I'm gonna give it like a 7 because it's not obsolete, but it's not really a thing. The exports 0. Like I don't think they even grow anything there or produce anything there. I'm gonna give it a 0. The patriotism is gonna be a 1. And the reason why it's not a 0 is because there's Americans that exist there and a lot of tourists come in to experience like the high life and luxury life, and some of that comes with the alcohol and restaurants that are there. The cultural identity and how much influence does it have? It's only for the tourism again, which I guess I'll give it a 1. So this is a 9. Bahrain is at a 9. And that puts them above Afghanistan, so they're not last, into the designated drivers. So this is the guy who's going to drive you home from the bar when you're sloshed. Now we have Bangladesh. So Bangladesh is, I think they're mostly Hindu. I could be wrong, but I think a lot of Hindus also don't drink. That being said, I had 3 Indian roommates from Hyderabad once, and they drank a lot of whiskey. They loved whiskey. They drink a lot. So I think there's a lot of Hindus who do drink, but there's a lot that don't. So I don't really know how it is. And maybe it's like different secular sections, or maybe Bengals have some Islam. I'm sure they do. That part of the world has a lot of Islam too. I don't know. So I feel like not a lot of people drink there, probably less than half. I'm going to put it at a 9. Domestic exports, I don't think they make. They probably, like in India, they have what's called Desi Daru, which is like a moonshine. Bangladesh probably has like their own version of Desi Daru. Maybe some people are making it like prison wine or whatever. It probably exists in like some of the countryside plantations and farms, and probably happens a little bit. How much ego and pride do they have for their own nation's products? As far as alcohol goes, probably maybe a 1. Maybe there's someone in Bangladesh who's like, oh, our moonshine is the best. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. So, cultural identity, how much is it involved in the traditions, and how much does it influence the rest of the world? 0. So this gives them a score of 12. So that puts them above Bahrain into our designated drivers. Next we have Barbados. Barbados has, actually this is where Mount Gay is. Sorry. That's Mount Gay's Barbados. Right? Or is it Jamaica? It is. Okay. Sorry. Earlier I said it was Jamaica, but it is from Barbados, actually. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Barbados is definitely. And isn't that the place where they first started making rum? Isn't Barbados the first country? I think it might be the Philippines, no? It is Barbados, yeah. Okay. So Barbados, they probably have a lot of tourism where they drink a lot of rum. So going back to like Bahamas, Bahamas had a huge score on this. Probably everyone, except for like one person, is drinking in Barbados, right? Um, their exports, they have Mount Gay, which is like one of the most famous rums. They've been producing rum since like the beginning of time. I'll give them. Yeah, I'll give like who's more popular than Mount Gay? Maybe we have Appleton Estate, which is Jamaica. We have Plantation. We have I don't even really consider Captain Moore's or Bacardi or St. Jerry's or the Kraken or Lambs or there's a couple other ones I can't remember the names of, Myers or something, or started with an M. I don't know. There's all these like cheap mainstream rums that you see at the grocery store or at every rum section that is like basically like this spiced rum mix that's not really that good. But when you think of good rum, like actual rum that's not dog shit, like Captain Morgan's or Bacardi. Sorry, Captain Morgan's private stock is pretty good. But the other stuff is dog shit. I'm sorry. When you think of good rum, is Dorley Barbados? Where's Dorley from? Yeah. Yeah, this is Barbados too. This rum. Yeah. Okay, I'm telling you. Is Plantery also Barbados? This is a nice time to show off this bottle. I have the Plantation rum. Mine is made in Trinidad. Product of Trinidad. But it looks like it's been renamed to Planteray for some political reasons. However, they say that this brand did originate in Barbados. So here we have this beautiful bottle. And I'm going to have a little drink or two of that. So cheers. Yeah. Yeah. Barbados. For the alcohol patriotism, 25, buddy. You guys fucking invented rum. Was rum made in the Philippines first? Right. So no. Why rum did not start in the Philippines, it started in the Caribbean. But they might have had sugarcane cultivation starting in the Philippines. So no, man. Barbados, they are patriotic, which brings me to cultural influence. Buddy, the rum culture that came into Trader Vic's and Don the Beachcomber, the tiki culture that engulfed America for decades, or even almost a century now, making a comeback. I have this book called Smuggler's Cove. Yeah, the other one is I've read through this book, The Smuggler's Cove. Excellent book if you're into the tiki culture or rum history. Their culture influence, 25. They are so influential that they actually made even the Philippines compete with them. The Philippines came out with Don Papa. I've bought 2 bottles of Don Papa and finished both of them. If you don't know what Don Papa rum is, the Philippines started making rum to compete with the Caribbean. And let me tell you, this bottle is incredible. This is one of my favorite bottles of rum, and it's priced very affordably. Absolutely amazing. And it wouldn't be a thing. I don't think the Philippines would have ever started making rum the way the Caribbeans do if it wasn't for the Caribbean rum, which started with Barbados. So for me, Barbados is a 99. Only one score away, and that's just because not everybody drinks in the country. I don't think there's no one that's going to get a perfect score on this list. But Barbados is the alcoholic superpower. So next up we have Belarus, ex-Soviet country, you know, a lot of tradition around the vodkas, the Soviet. They also have the brandy, the big brandy culture. They probably make a lot of homemade shit out there. Like they're growing the apricots, the pears, the plums, the peaches, and maybe not peaches, but all the other stuff. And you know, being from Hungary and Transylvanian area, I know that area pretty well, and you know, being ex-Soviet country and all the alcoholism that goes around there, they are also cut off from trade from a lot of the West because a lot of people hate Russia, hate all the alliances with Russia and all this nonsense bullshit. I love Russia. I love Belarus. I also love Ukraine. Okay, so I love them all. It's not like that. I just political bullshit. Everyone. Anyways, so I feel like a lot of people drink here. All the homemade stuff, you know. How much do they export? They probably export a lot to Russia and to other ex-Soviet countries, maybe even to China. I don't know. But I've never seen it in the West. I've never seen anything from Belarus in Canada or in Western Europe. Even in Hungary, I've never seen anything from Belarus before. So I'm sure they make it, but I've never seen it. For that reason, but I can't really blame them because it's probably because of the trade stuff around the Russia and NATO war, right? I could put it at an 11. I wish I could put it higher, but that's how it is. The patriotism, they, you know, they have some very nice bottles. You know, like you see nice bottles like this. What about brandy? Yeah, they, you know, I've only spoken with a few Belarusians, but yeah, they say their brandy's the best, their moonshine's the best, this and that. I think they are gonna be pretty patriotic about their alcohols and the cultural identity. They don't have any influence really on the world outside of the Slavic countries. On the rest of the world, no one really knows. A lot of people don't even know they exist. But they do have a lot of alcohol involved in their traditions and activities. So I guess I can give him like a 15. And that puts them at a 69. So Belarus is at a 69, right above Australia and the Tavern Veterans. Next we have Belgium. Belgium has a massive beer culture. Like they have a different glass for like every beer. Like this beer will have this glass. Like look at this. They're gonna have a different glassware for every kind of beer. You know, I think Belgium is the only country that really gets that hardcore with all of their beer glasses. Like every time I went to a couple Belgian bars in Toronto, and when I went to South Korea, Seoul, there was a Belgian beer bar, and they had all the glass in South Korea. Come on, man. That's how you know. I think everybody in Belgium drinks beer. There's probably a few people that don't. So, you know what? 23. Domestic exports, buddy, 25. Okay, maybe 24. I'm going to put it at 24 because there's still a lot of stores in Canada that don't have Belgian beer. If you believe it or not, there's quite a. Sometimes I go out looking for Belgian beer, and there's some stores that don't have it. and because of that, it's 24. But other than that, they produce and export a fucking beer ton. The Patriotism, it's probably 25. Like, let's be honest. They're probably like, we make the best beer, we make best beer. You know, we are the EU. Everybody has our beer. We make sure Belarus cannot trade their alcohol because then maybe they would win. I don't know. Anyways, we could say all kind of bad things about the EU, but in this case, buddy, they slay the beer industry. But yeah, I think 25 is fair. Yeah. The cultural identity, how much influence does it have, and how much is it? It has so much influence that Korea had Belgian beer bars. That's a lot of influence. That's a lot. And they definitely I don't know if they started, but they definitely popularized having different glasses for each type of beer. And then they have the Belgian sour. Did Belgium invent the sour? They didn't? Alright. I don't know who invented the sour. Since they didn't, I don't know. Should I give them a 25? I think they get a 25, man. That's huge. They have a huge reach. So that gives them a 97. Belgium is at 97 under Barbados. Good job, Belgium. Let's head over to Belize. So Belize is... I have no idea what Belize make. Probably they make a couple rums, and maybe they have like some local beer or like something, but you don't really hear about Belize when it comes to it. And I've never seen anything made from Belize. And I look at the rum section quite a bit. I've read a lot about rum. I love to explore rum, and I've never seen a store that would have a rum made by Belize. So if they probably make it, but it's just not really out there. You know, probably a lot of tourists go to Belize who will drink a lot of alcohol, but it's not really that big. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it at a 15 of DP score. Domestic exports, I've never seen anything. They probably produce a bit, but not a lot. It's probably like all local stuff, so I'll give it a 6. And probably when people go to Belize, maybe I'm wrong, but they're probably going to be drinking Barbados and Jamaican rum more than they're going to be drinking Belize rum. I'm just guessing. I don't know. Alcoholic patriotism, I don't know, probably like an 8, 7. I can't imagine it's that high. The cultural identity is all around, you know, going to the beach and tourism and probably like at concerts and stuff and like, you know, beach parties and stuff like that. They don't really have any influence on the world. So it's all just going to be beach and tourism, which is, I guess I'll put it at a 9. Maybe they drink it around like Christmas and stuff, so I'll bump it up to 11 for like birthdays and whatever else. So that puts Belize at a 39. Right under Azerbaijan. Right above Andorra. Next we're going to Benin. Benin is... They make a lot of palm wine. I forget what it's called. It's, yeah, look at these things. Yeah, what do they call it? A tan? Or sodabi? Oh yeah, that looks like an actual nice bottle. This is palm wine? Spiced? This looks like a nice rum. Yeah, when it's marketed like this actually looks pretty good. Huh, okay. And palm wine kind of just started in that Western African area. Okay, so benign, right? They make a lot of palm wine, right? Probably it's probably like brandy in Belarus, right? It's probably everybody's drinking it. Um, I'm gonna guess. I don't know if it's 23 because there's probably so many poor people there that just can't even afford the wine. So probably not everyone's drinking, right? I don't know how many people are drinking there. So voodoo celebrations. Not everyone drinks it. It's just like a traditional thing. Yeah, okay. And oh yeah, there's also the religious factor. Yeah, I would say 18 is fine then because probably a lot of people are drinking it. Probably some people are too poor to even drink it. Maybe some people are religious, some people maybe it's just not something they could drink all the time anyways. I think 18 is pretty fair. How much does it produce? I mean, those bottles look pretty nice. So they're exporting something, but I've never personally seen it. I've never seen it before, ever. So, but it looks like they're producing quite a bit. So I'm gonna give them a 9. Alcoholic patriotism. I mean, with bottles like that, I'm gonna give them a 10. That's pretty. 13 bonus points for like such good marketing and packaging on that one palm wine bottle. The cultural identity, how much is it traditional activities and influence? Like I said, it's all the voodoo stuff. I don't know what they do with voodoo. That's not my thing. I've never looked into voodoo before. So they don't have any influence on the rest of the world, so I'll do a 14. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'll assume that they drink a lot of alcohol in their voodoo rituals. So overall, 54, putting them underneath Austria in the tavern veterans. Next we have Bhutan. Bhutan, nestled in between China and India in the northeast above Kolkata, sort of by Bangladesh. I think they make something called ara. Yeah, this like weird rice thing. It's almost like sake. This bottle is like really cool. I think that's really interesting. Yeah, 7 things to do in Bhutan. One of them is to drink this stuff. So obviously some people they'll go to Bhutan as tourists to drink. Apparently not a lot of people drink in Bhutan. Like I've met some people from Bhutan who told me they don't drink. Apparently it's like a religious and cultural thing. Like not a lot of people do it. Sometimes it's just for like certain ceremonies or traditional stuff, but it's not like a big thing there. So I guess I'll give him an 8 for that. Domestic exports. I don't think they export a raw. Like I've never seen that before in other countries. And yeah, I've never seen anything from Bhutan in any liquor store before. They probably make it on a small scale just for like local environments and economies. So I guess I'll give it a 6. Just maybe even a 7 to factor in like some people are undocumentedly making like their own homemade brews and stuff. How much patriotism do they have? If they're doing it and the tourists come and they start doing these like posts and stuff and tours, they're probably like, oh yeah, come drink our wine, we have good wine, this and that. So there's probably a little bit of pride around it. I'll give them a 9. Cultural identity, it's going around like the traditions, but there's not really much influence. They don't do it all the time, so maybe I'll give them like a 6, which gives them a 30. putting them above Algeria on the designated drivers. Next, we have Bolivia. Bolivia is somewhat ish famous for making wine. They have a higher altitude, which cultivates like a specific kind of flavor profile for the wines, and then they make some of the wine type of spirit, like the grape spirits. They have a name for it. I don't know what it is. I guess it's like their own cognac or whatever. Um, but they're definitely overshadowed by Argentina in the wine culture, and I've seen a couple Bolivia wines here and there, but it's not like a huge thing. Uh, I don't think they're like a huge alcohol drinking place. I'm gonna give them like a 12. They don't have like that same Argentina culture of like, oh, we're gonna drink every day, every day. Oh, you ride in my taxi, you get wine. You come to McDonald's, you get wine. Like it's not like Argentina like that. The exports again, like I've seen a couple bottles here and there, so they're definitely exporting a bit. They're definitely producing a bit, but it's not like on a big scale. But it's enough to get out there in the world, so that's something. I'll give them an 11 for that. How much ego and pride do they have? I don't think they have enough, honestly. Maybe that like probably a couple of them are like, oh, our cognac is way better than France's, so that's good, and maybe they need more of that, but I just don't see it enough. The cultural identity, they don't have any influence pretty much, and there's not a lot of alcohol involved, but they still probably drink on average. So it's just like, average kind of on Christmas or birthday or something like that. So I'll give them a 39 for that, putting them above Bhutan and above Andorra, tied with Belize in our minor drinking league. Next, we have Bosnia and Herzegovina. They also have that Rakia or whatever that they have in Albania. I think they're also that Muslim kind of country, but they're kind of like secular, so they don't really follow the no drinking rule. They still drink a lot of beer, and they make that like a lot of vineyards and stuff with that rakia or whatever it's called, like the grape liqueur or whatever it is. They probably have a bit of tourism. I've seen their wines around. They are still predominantly Muslim, so I don't think they're gonna be drinking that much. It's not really a big tourist place to be drinking. I guess they probably have a lot of brandy too, so I'll meet them halfway at a 16. Or yeah, I'll do a 16, I guess, to be generous. It's a iffy 16. Domestic exports. I've seen one or two wines from in nearby. I think in Hungary I seen a couple at a liquor store. I think I seen one in Spain once. In Canada I seen one at Wine and Beyond. So they get out there, but it's like it's like less than Bolivia. So I'll give them like a 10? No, 9. Do they have a lot of pride for their own nation's products? I'd say like a 4. Like probably the people that are making the wine there, like the local farmers and stuff, they're probably like, my wine's the best. My wine's the best. But it's like the nation as a whole doesn't really have this patriotism with alcohol or their products. Their cultural identity has no influence pretty much on the rest of the world, and because it's Muslim, the traditions are pretty low. I would say 8. And that puts Bosnia at 37, one below Andorra, and one above Albania. All right, I don't know how accurate that is. Anyways, I would say that's pretty, Albania and Bosnia probably pretty close. But I think actually Bosnia would be a 36 And Albania, I think Albania is gonna win slightly, just because it has that beach tourism culture where tourists come in and drink more, and Bosnia just doesn't really have that. Which, yeah, Albania's not winning a lot over the other ones, but it's still a bit more than Bosnia. So I think that makes a little bit more sense. All right, next going to Botswana. Um, I was looking into going to Botswana to see the safaris, and I was reading a lot about their diamond industry, about how kind of like strong their economy got over the diamond. Then they moved some tech companies in there and they started their economy, and it's becoming like a pretty nice country. And they started making a lot of their own beer, and they got some commercial beers coming out of there actually. I think one of them is like Sogi or something, or starts sorghum. Yeah, I'll be honest, I've never had it before. It kind of looks like chai, like masala chai. So, anyways, they got their own thing going on there. I don't really know what the culture is like. Probably it's like some farmers and tourists that are drinking. I don't think it's like as big of a thing as like in Europe or something. So I would put it at like an 11, I guess, for the tourists and for a lot of locals that are maybe more well off and more social with like corporate environments. They probably drink a lot more. The domestic exports, I've personally never seen these on the shelves, even though they do make commercial exports for their own kind of beer. I'm gonna put it at a 7. I don't think it's really that massive of a thing. The patriotism is definitely pretty low on the list. I mean, their patriotism is definitely a lot more in their African identity rather than like the alcohol that they produce. They don't really have any influence, and maybe their traditions are just like, I don't know, like a iffy 5, like a very generous 5. Putting Botswana at a 31. Right above Bhutan in our designated drivers, Botswana is definitely driving home Barbados from the bar. Next up, we have Brazil. So Brazil is a massive producer of chakacha. I don't know how to pronounce it. Kachaka, Brazil, kachaka. Yeah, whatever this is, it's like I don't even know what it's made out of. What is it made out of? Sugarcane. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so they make this, and it's like, I guess, their own type of rum or whatever. Speaking of rum, I gotta have another little drinky. They also have a massive party culture. Man, Brazilians like to party. I went to Argentina and Uruguay, and a lot of the bars and clubs that I went to when I was in Argentina and Uruguay, most of them were full of Brazilians who came over to party. They're like, "Oh, we're from Brazil. We're here to fucking party," and it's like the Argentinians and the Uruguayans, they're a lot more conservative and they kind of tend to themselves. So I would say Brazilians drink a lot more than the Argentinians do. I'm gonna put him up to like 23. Um, it's not 25 because a lot of Brazil is very into fitness, and like there's a lot of health and gym culture. So a lot of those people aren't drinking either. So I'm gonna keep it. It's not a perfect score because not everyone's drinking. The exports, even though they make a lot of cachaça, I don't know how to pronounce it. Whatever. They make a lot of it, but they don't really export a lot of it, and I never see it on the shelves of stores. So I don't think it really makes it out of Brazil and if it does, it's very minor. So I'll put him at 13 because the quantity is probably big, but not a lot gets out. The patriotism, they probably, I don't think they have a lot of ego and pride in it, because when I was in Argentina, they were drinking like Johnny Walker, uh, the Fernets, the wines. They were drinking like Bacardi and Corona. Like, they weren't even drinking like their own stuff, and they were never talking about their own stuff. So even though they make a lot of their own spirits and stuff, they don't talk about it. Like, they're not like, oh, we have to drink our own stuff. So for how much they produce and for how much they drink and for how little they talk about their own products, I would say they need a lot more ego and pride. They don't have enough patriotism, so for that I'm going to rank them low, as kind of like a little bully poke to like, hey, Brazil, you should maybe be a bit more arrogant about your liquors to shove it in our face so we know what you're all about. Cultural identity. How much is alcohol involved in their cultural traditions? A lot. But they don't have influence in the rest of the world, right? So I'm gonna give them a 16 because they have a lot of festivals and they drink a lot. So this puts them at a 60. 60 right above Austria. Next up is Brunei. Brunei is a small, tiny Muslim country nestled in between like a few like party giants like Thailand and Indonesia and Singapore. And they're this little country that is very Muslim, and I'm pretty sure alcohol is illegal, and they have like a curfew system, so they don't really have nightclubs and parties. Even tourists are like apparently supposed to abide by the tourism rules and stuff like that. So how much do people drink? I would say like one, because maybe someone's drinking behind closed doors and stuff like that. How much do they produce? There's probably some farmer out there making palm wine in some bush somewhere. But other than that, like, the country's not doing anything like that. There is zero patriotism for their own alcohol. And the cultural identity is also zero. So this is a 2 under Afghanistan. So Afghanistan is no longer last place. So Brunei is a 2. These guys are your alpha omega designated drivers. So if you're from Barbados or you're from Belgium and you need a dependable designated driver, you're going to be calling Brunei. Next up, we have Bulgaria. Bulgaria, a Balkan country, lots of brandy, lots of wine. They make lots of homemade moonshine. That means, you have your Palinka, your Slovivets, whatever they call it there, or Rakia or whatever it is. The wine spirit, Bulgarian, the type of guy who, this is a picture from a Bulgarian apartment. And if you see on the balcony, they're hanging their freaking blood sausages. So, they're making the blood sausages, and a country like that, they're drinking their freaking moonshine. And being Bulgaria, one of the Balkan countries, there's also this other joke where it's like, if something is made in Germany, there'll be a sign on it that says made in Germany, or if something's made in Switzerland, or made in Switzerland, made in France. But if something's made in Bulgaria, it'll say made in Europe. Like, it's like they don't want to talk about Bulgaria. So yeah, they drink a lot. I'm gonna give them a 24. How much do they produce and how much do they export? I don't think they export a lot, because most of it is gonna be homemade shit from the farms and the countrysides. Like, they're not exporting a lot, but they're making a lot. So I'm going to put him at 11. Patriotism, probably like a 23. Because everybody's making moonshine. They're probably like, we're the best country for moonshine. Cultural identity, they don't have a lot of influence on the rest of the world. I don't think they do at all. How much is alcohol involved in their traditions? A lot. I'm going to put them at a 16. Putting them at a 74. 74 right under Armenia. Next we have Burkina Faso. So Burkina Faso has their drink called doyo or doro or something. Burkina Faso doyo. Was it doyo? Dolo. Yeah, what is this? It's from millet. It's like a milk. Oh, it's like a beer then. Oh yeah, they drink it like soup. Yeah, it's like breakfast for kids. Is this even alcoholic or is this just a meal? Yeah, 3%. Okay, so it's not. Yeah, they're not getting drunk off this. It's just like I was reading some history of like back in the day, like people would just drink like this fermented oatmeal porridge thing that was kind of like a beer mash, but they would eat it because that's like it was like really cheap, and it would kind of have some bit of alcohol in it, but it wasn't like you weren't drinking like freaking imperial stouts or anything like that. So how many people drink, how often, how many people? I guess probably everybody's drinking then. It's just not to get drunk. I don't know. Does that even really count as drinking? If it's just 3% and they're just drinking it as meals, I'll put it at 17. Maybe I'll just 8. Yeah, if they're eating it as like freaking cereal, you know what? Yeah, 21. If you're eating alcohol like it's freaking cereal for breakfast, it's not 25 though because I guess they're not drinking it like it's whiskey. But it's just yeah, whatever. How much does it produce? Probably a lot if everyone's eating it, but they're not exporting it. So if they're not exporting it, I'll put in like a 16. Because like if the whole country's like eating it, then I guess 15, 16, yeah, maybe I'll put it to 15. The patriotism, how much pride do they have for their products? They probably have a lot of pride for this if they're eating it all the time. I don't know, 14? You don't really hear about it a lot, but they're probably pretty prideful of their their alcoholic cereal. How much is alcohol involved in their traditions and activities? Well, they eat it for breakfast, so I'm going to put it in a 12, but they don't have a lot of influence on the rest of the world. And they're probably not drinking like spirits and stuff the same way we do as it's social. It's probably more like a nutritious thing. Um, yeah, maybe I'll do like I mean that's quite a cultural identity to be eating it for breakfast. I'll give him a 19. I'll give him a 19. I don't know what to do with this. That's quite the production too. They got the wood-fired ovens going. They got their own like it looks like a Coca-Cola. I feel like I'm not really being fair with the patriotism. I feel like they got a lot of patriotism going. I'm gonna give him a 19 on that actually. You know what? I'm gonna give him a 20. I'll give him a 20. This puts them into 75. Burkina Faso 75, one above Bulgaria in the A tier wizard drinkers. The next one we have is Burundi. Burundi is a country that I've been wanting to visit alongside Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. I think that'd be like a nice little round trip to get all those countries one day whenever I have money for it. Um, I think they make some kind of banana beer. Was it banana beer? Is this the country I'm thinking of? Uruguay. Uruguay. Or something. Look at this guy. Is this a real picture? Yeah, they're drinking with straws. Yeah, it's pretty cool how they make it. Yeah, I was watching these videos a long time ago of how they make this banana beer. Yeah, anyways, so the banana beer, I guess, goes pretty hard there, and a lot of people drink it. Um, do they drink it a lot? It's yeah. I would say it's like a half and half thing. Like a lot of people still don't drink it. It's not like a Americanized Coors Light drinking culture. How much do they export? I don't think they really export any of this stuff. It's mostly like homemade and produced. It's pretty small scale, like, in those little batches and those carved out tree logs or old baskets and urns that they make it in. So it's not like that big. The patriotism, they probably have a lot of ego and pride, like, oh, yeah, we are the banana beer nation. Like, they have a bit of cockiness to that. How much is alcohol involved in their traditions or influence the rest of the world? I wouldn't say they have any influence, and I would say alcohol is probably not that involved. Just maybe in like, your little festivals, and I would say like a 9, which puts them in a 48. Putting them above Antigua in the minor drinking league. Next country we have on the list is Cambodia. So Cambodia, I've been to Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore, but I haven't been to Cambodia. I do remember when I was in Thailand that they had Cambodian beer at the restaurants. So I know they make beer. They also make rice spirits and palm wine. It's it's probably like a regional thing, like, the moonshine in Bulgaria kind of thing. It's probably like all over the place. I don't know how much of a. They probably drink a lot of beer. Like, I'm gonna put them at 21. If they're anything like Thailand and Vietnam and all the other ones there, like, they probably drink a lot of beer. How much do they domestically export? Thailand gets to see their beer, so they're exporting it to like some of those local Asian countries, but I don't think it really makes it out of Asia. I've never seen it in Canada or in Europe, but they probably make a lot of it. So I'm gonna put it at like a 10. Their patriotism, they have so much advertising around their beer that even in Thailand they had these like posters up of like, oh, the Angkor beer, the Gangster beer, the Khmer beer, all this stuff. So they have a lot of patriotism and pride for their beer. They do. A lot of ego and pride. It's like they have nowhere near the beer quality and culture that Belgium does, but their ego is like up there, like it is. Like it's like, those like those girls that are like 4'11", but their attitude is 7 feet tall. That's Cambodia with their beer. So, anyways, they're doing very good with their patriotism. I would almost say put him at 21, maybe 22. I don't know, 22, 21. I'll leave it at 21. Cultural identity. How much does it influence on the world? A little influence on Asia. So it does get outside the country, which is at least a 4. Now, if we involve their traditions and activities, I mean, the farmers and the people that go out onto the big like lily pad lake where they paddleboard around, they have the fishing villages, they drink a lot there too. They drink all their homemade shit. So I would say like a 16, which puts them up at a 68, putting them right underneath Belarus in our tavern veterans. Next up, we have Cameroon. I just talked to a guy from Cameroon 3 days ago because he bought a kitchen blender set off me on Facebook Marketplace, and then he was walking to my house from like the bus station, which is like a 30-minute walk from my place. And I offered him a ride back to the bus station. So then we started talking on our way back when I was driving him there. And he was telling me all about like their Beaufort beer and like their Kaji beer. He was saying like they have a huge drinking culture. Like everybody's drinking a lot of like has apparently a really big beer and palm wine, and they are exporting a lot of beer to like neighboring African countries. So I would say like their drinking performance is pretty high at like a 22. Their exports and production, because they have like a whole bunch of beer that they export, they are one of like the leading African beer nations, and like they have a lot of. I would say the country is very poorly performing in almost everything. But when it comes to beer and drinking beer and making beer and export, like they're doing pretty good on the beer, so I'll give them that. Their patriotism, I would say they're pretty loyal. Like they're probably only drinking their own country's beers. I would almost put them at like a 23. Their cultural identity, they have influence in Africa for sure. I don't know if they do in Europe. I've personally never seen Cameroon beer in Canada or in Europe, so it doesn't make it outside of Africa. So it doesn't have a lot of influence in the rest of the world, but it does in Africa. I would put him at like a 17 just for that. And that would put him in 78. So this is one of those like unexpected hitters, putting him right underneath Armenia. Next up is Canada. So Canada, we have a huge history with the whiskey and fur trade, and we brought in whiskey, which like controversially obliterated a lot of lives of Native Americans because Native Americans never really had alcohol before the white man came over. I'm sure Native American tribes have fermented stuff and drank stuff in the past, but it was never like on the same magnitude and scale as like the colonial British people that came over and started pushing whiskey onto everything, and they started making rye. And like that was the first time that the Native American genetics came into contact with whiskey, and it just hit him super hard. Like I grew up in West Kelowna, right by an Indian reservation, but all of my friends were Native American growing up, and we would drink. And let me tell you, there was a lot of fights. We would just drink and fight all the time. I dated an American indigenous girl for 4 years. So I pretty much lived off her reserve too for a little while there. They made me a really nice cedar hat. Like I pretty much fell in love with Native Americans and their culture. Really nice, but yeah, there's a pretty sad and dark root of history with Canadian culture. Anyways, Canada makes also has the Okanagan Valley, which is incredible for New World wines. It's like competing with California wines, and it's just absolutely incredible. A lot of people are on that. There's also the Gen Z, and like Canada also has a bit of that health um, culture that like is avoidant of drinking and stuff. So I can't give them too high of a score, but we definitely drink a lot. And our domestic exports, I mean, you can find Canadian Royal, Canadian clubs. We can find like the Okanagan Springs, the growers. We can find the a lot of different ryes. Quail's Gate and Mission Hill are two really big wineries that are found like even in USA, even in Europe, I've seen Quills Gate a few times. So we definitely do pretty big on that. I would put us up at like a 19 because we're also big into tourism and that sort of thing. Um, as much as ego and pride go, I would say, listen, I grew up in Canada and I have an ego and pride. I think we have the best beer in the world. Canada has the best beer in the fucking world. Belgium, okay, Belgium is amazing, all right? But if you've ever had a Trash Panda or like a Jerkface 9000 or a Fat Tug or any of these local microbrews from like Nelson, BC or Nacusp or, you know, Fuggles and Warlock's beer out in Vancouver Island, BC just has an incredible beer culture. The Ontario beers are kind of uh, pretty mid. Ontario beer sucks. Alberta beer is pretty good. We got the Red Truck. We have Big Rock. We have a few other ones that are really good in Alberta with the microbrews. New Brunswick has amazing beer. Nova Scotia's beers is pretty good, but BC makes the best beer. If we talk about BC beer, it's almost the best, and we make good whiskey too. I would say the Royal Crown Royal, is not that good. We have other ones that are better, that are like more local made, like the Bridgeland whiskey distillery in Calgary is really good. Kelowna has a couple good ones. Banff has their own distillers. So we have a lot of like smaller distilleries that make way better whiskeys and ryes than Crown Royal makes. Crown Royal is kind of like the basic mainstream one, and even like their more expensive bottles, like their I can't remember what it's called, but it comes in like a nice bag, and it's like $200 for the bottle, and it's like a nice whiskey, but like for the price, I don't know. There's local distillers. So what I'm getting at is our patriotism is probably at like a 22, especially if you go to the Okanagan Valley. That would bring us up to a 23 actually, because everyone thinks their wine is the best. Um, you know what? And because Canada has such a snobby culture, Canadians think they're better than everybody else, especially better than America. They're going to get a 25 because they are very egotistical and patriotic in their alcohol. And they're always talking shit about American beer. And even to the point where our government was trying to ban like bourbon and alcoholic whiskeys in our stores. It's crazy. So that puts us at a 25, I think. Our cultural identity, I think most of Canada is very like all the social activities have drinking. Like summer comes out, winter's over, everyone's drinking. In the middle of winter when it's minus 30, everyone's drinking at home. And it's like I guess it's only in like the fitness communities that they don't really drink. And they do have a lot of influence when it comes to rye. I think we had a big influence in whiskey. So I'm going to put us at like a 20. So that puts Canada at 85. That might be biased because I am Canadian. Well, I'm Hungarian first, Canadian second, but I still am very much a Canadian. So Canada gets put into the S tier alcoholic superpowers. Next up we have Cabo Verde. Cabo Verde is basically. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't even know where Cabo Verde is. I'm gonna have to look this up on the map, boys. I I didn't know where this was. It's in Africa. Okay. This one I'm gonna have to look up because I have no idea. Okay, Cabo Verde. They make beer, grog, and punch. is deeply integrated into daily life, community events, and music scenes. It's a staple. Does everyone drink there? A significant portion of the population. So 70% of men and 47% of women drink. I would put that at like a 50-50, I guess. So half of 25. Where is that? 14. I think 12.5 is half, but it looks like it's slightly above half, so I'll put it at 13. Exports. I've never heard of any of these before, but I'm sure they make a lot, but it just doesn't really make it anywhere, so it's never in Europe, or I've never seen it in my life. I don't even know this country existed, so 9, I guess. How much ego and pride do they have? It says they're pretty into it. So probably, yeah, they're crediting their grog or whatever, Grogu. I don't know. It's pretty casual. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like 16 maybe. Like it's like not super patriotic, but it's also like they still kind of have it for their local stuff. Cultural identity, yeah, it's heavily involved in all the stuff, but it doesn't have a lot of influence, so maybe 14. I don't really know. So I guess that puts them at a 52. Is a 52. All right. 52 goes into, puts them above Brunei. Next we have the Central African Republic. Again, a country I don't know much of. I think they have a lot of like beer from their grain farms and probably a lot of palm drinks. They probably, some of them drink, some of them don't. It's probably like a half. I don't know. Domestic exports, probably they don't export anything. They probably just produce it at small scale for locals. The patriotism is probably pretty low because they're not. They probably drink a lot of beer from Cameroon instead. Their cultural identity, they don't have a lot of influence in their culture. Probably, they probably do some voodoo stuff or whatever. I don't really know. So, yeah, I'm gonna put him at 726. Central African Republic at 26. It's gonna be under Bhutan, I guess. In our designated drivers, so they're gonna be driving home the Argentina and Armenia and Canada. They're gonna be driving the Canadians home from the bar. All right, next up we have Chad. So Chad is a Muslim majority nation. And from my understanding of every video that I've seen of Chad, they don't have a lot of freedom. And I know being a Hungarian, Hungary has a lot of resource interests and political interests in Chad. I think we do a lot of trade deals with them to extract their resources where we pay the Chad government, and then the Chad government will sell us contracts and deals on their resources that we can extract out of them. And from what I've heard is like they have some kind of like distilled drink that they make out of like some kind of millet. So again, kind of like that Burkina Faso type of thing, but I think it's more of like a ceremonial thing. It's not like they're drinking all the time. So I'm gonna put him at like a 7. The domestic exports, they don't, even Hungary doesn't get their exports, so this is all like pretty local. So I'm gonna put him at a 2. because they're not really exporting their beer to other countries. It's mostly like Cameroon that's doing that. And Botswana that's also doing that in the south. And Burkina Faso kind of exports a bit more than they do. So their patriotism for alcohol, I don't know, like 4. Their cultural identity, how much influence do they have? None. Do they really have traditions? Yeah, it's like a ceremonial thing, right? So they probably do it for large ceremonies. I'm gonna raise this actually to a 9. I feel like if it's the millet drinks that they have, then they're probably drinking it just like Burkina Faso. Like for breakfast. But ultimately I'm putting Chad at a 20. Putting them right above Algeria. Next up we have Chile. So Chile is, they have, what is it, the connoisseur, the organic wine that I always see at every liquor store ever that I go to. They also have the Santa Rita, they had the Alto Carmel, they got Mistral, they have a whole bunch of other wines that are like pretty popular that you see at all the liquor stores. I see them in liquor stores all the time, so I think they are pretty much competing and butting heads with Argentina. The main thing is that Argentina is famous for their Malbec, whereas Chile isn't really famous for their own thing. Like they make good wine, but they don't have like their own identity that Argentina does, and for that reason, like I think Argentina slightly overshadows them, but not by a lot. I think they're still excellent. I think they probably drink a lot. I haven't been to Chile yet, so I don't know if the taxi drivers are giving out wine bottles the same way as Argentina, but they probably drink a lot. I'll give them like a 19. Domestic exports, I'm going to put them at a 20, 23, 22. I don't remember how much I gave Argentina, but whatever I gave Argentina, I guess 21. Yeah. Because they're in every wine liquor store, all of them. Like Canada, USA, Europe, everywhere. So in that case, maybe even like 23. I don't know, 22, 23, 22. I'll give him, 22 is fine. Yeah, 22. 22 is fine. 22 is fine. Maybe 23. I don't know. The patriotism. I feel like they got to be pretty patriotic. Like if their wine's going all over the place and it's so popular, yeah. They probably have a pretty ego on wine. Like, oh, we make so much wine, we make so much wine, this and that. There's a lot of loyalty there to their own brand. Maybe even a 22 then. Cultural identity. How much is alcohol involved? How much influence does that have on the rest of the world? I think a lot, because they are everywhere, and Chilean creates a wine culture just by existing. So, which puts them at 84, which actually beats Argentina by a bit. And you might not think that that's fair, but I think it is fair, because Argentina's cultural identity and patriotism is not revolving around wine, because Argentina has their forefront is more about steak and football than it is about wine. But Chile doesn't have steak or football. They only have wine. That's the only thing that they have. So Argentina beats them in a bunch of other stuff, but for Chile, wine is pretty much all that they have that's like to show off. So they are, I guess it makes sense that they would be more patriotism about their wine, because I don't know. Does that make sense or does it not make sense? Either way, I think maybe they're tied with Argentina as far as wine goes. But I don't know, because Chile doesn't have their own wine and Argentina does. They have Malbec. I think maybe we'll put Chile at 83 and bump up Argentina to 84 because Argentina should have the edge because they have Malbec and because they drive the Malbec economy. So I'll put Argentina ahead. That's a bit more fair. So next we have China. Did you know? Yeah, China has like this place called Ningxia. And look at this place. It's like California. Like China has their own California with like a similar climate. And that's up here. But no, there was another spot in wine too. Oh, where was it? Look at this place. Like it looks like Kelowna in Canada or like somewhere in California or Cyprus or like Italy. Like people are surprised, and I was very surprised at first too to see like China has a pretty big wine culture, and they make actually really nice wine. They also have like their own kind of spirits. I forget what they're called. I think it's like baichu. They also have, yeah, like all these weird drinks. Like, yeah, like these. I don't know if you ever had this before, but this is absolutely disgusting. Like, this is one of the grossest. It's like this weird herbal, poisony drink. I don't know. Maybe I just don't have the palate. Maybe I need to explore it more. But at this time being, it's like drinking perfume or something. It's insane. But anyways, so they have a big culture around that. They also have a massive beer culture. I think everybody, I think actually like everybody in China drinks. Like I'm almost tempted to give them a 25. I don't know if we can have a perfect score, but if a country's gonna have a perfect score on how many people are drinking, I think it's China. Because China, I don't think really do they really have that like health culture where like, oh, we're not drinking or like we're not drinking beer. I think they do, but it's probably so minuscule and compared to the rest of the population that it just cancels out and it's just like a 25. Can we do like a 24.5? I'm just gonna give them a 25. I think they drink. How much do they produce and how much is exported to other countries? I'm gonna do a 22 just because China produces a lot and it makes it to all Asian, almost all Asian liquor stores in Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore when I went. Even South Korea is full of Chinese products. A lot of Europe is too. Canada has a lot of Chinese branded liqueurs and stuff, but it's not a big selection, so I can't put it like too high. The alcohol patriotism for their own products. I don't think they have enough because I think they drink a lot of Japanese and American stuff, and a lot of Chinese people prefer other countries' drinks over their own. So I don't, for the amount that they drink, I think their score isn't high enough for their patriotism when it comes to alcohol. The cultural identity, how much is their cultural tradition and activities? I think everything that they do is revolved around alcohol, and they have a pretty big influence on the rest of the world. They do for sure. I'm gonna say 22. Even maybe even a 23. Yeah, and that's gonna put him at an 87, slightly above Canada. Next we have Colombia. So Colombia, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what Colombia does. I'll be completely honest. I don't know what they do. I think Medellin has a rum, maybe. I think they They have a big drinking culture. I mean, whenever I see anything from Cartagena or Medellin or Santa Marta or even Bogota, I think all I ever see is just people partying and people drinking and like going to the main stroll and just drinking and stuff. And there's a lot of like gang culture and party culture. And it's like, I think the gang stuff is very much diluted now because the government's cracked down on it over the last 20 years. So it's not really the big center of attention. However, it's still like if you go there as a tourist and you wear like a nice watch or something, you get targeted. So obviously, it's not like super safe still. And they're gonna be drinking a lot of beer and this kind of stuff. I don't know. I think people drink in Colombia a lot. Like I'm gonna put it at like a 23. How much do they export? I think maybe a couple of rums here and there. I think they have their own signature. It's like a Agnoro, Agnes, Agono, Colombia Spirit, Ag, Agar. Is this it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Aguardiente. Aguardiente. Yeah, I've only seen this in like videos when it comes to like Colombia tourism, but I've never gone to Colombia. I've never seen this before. So I'm gonna put it at a 9. Alcohol patriotism. I don't know how much pride they have over this. Honestly, when I look at this reminds me of like polar ice or like some really shitty quality. I'm sorry if I'm gonna offend anyone. This looks horrible. This bottle looks horrible. This looks nice. Is this the same thing? Because I guess it's all about marketing, right? Because this looks actually good. Maybe I take that back. This looks pretty good. I would drink this. But I wouldn't drink this. This looks like freaking like nail polish remover or something. I guess it's all about the bottle. It's all about marketing, right? So they're probably patriotic about the nice stuff. So I'm gonna put in like a 13. Cultural identity. How much is it involved in their cultural traditions? I would say a lot, especially with tourism and the party stuff, and going back to like the gang stuff and all the, you know, all the nonsense they got going down there, and how much influence does it have? I think a lot of people go to Colombia to party, especially in Canada. A lot of people I know in Canada and in America will go to Colombia just to party. So that means there's a lot of influence for them. Even though it's not their own products, they have a lot of influence for people to go there and party. So I'm going to give them a 20. No, I'm going to give them a 19 because it's not influencing them with their own products. Because they go there to drink Barbados rum, probably. Or Jamaican rum, or Coronas. So that gives them a 64 from me, putting them right underneath Australia in our B tier tavern veterans. The next one is I don't even know what this is. What is this? All right, so this is Comoros. It is. Where is this? Oh, Africa. Oh, and they got the Arabic writing. Are they Muslim? This is another one of those countries I have to look up because I don't know anything. I didn't even know this place existed. Comoros. Comoros drinking culture. Modest, private, because strictly Islamic. Public alcohol is not uncommon, but alcohol is not a part of social life and is kept out of sight. There's no open bar or club scene. All right, so right away, I can tell this is not a fun country. And not a lot of people drink. Probably it's like a 2. I mean, it's. Listen. It looks like a nice country. Is this from Comoros? The fallout in the basement? I don't know if that's from Comoros. Because I've heard other places say that that was from like Bulgaria or something. Yeah, this is a beautiful country. Look at this. So I'm sure some tourists come here who are super rich and they have like their own like resort or something that they drink at. So it's not going to be a 0, but it's going to be very low. I'll put it at 2. Domestic exports, nothing. But it doesn't seem that strict. It's not illegal, so maybe a 1. Alcohol patriotism, it doesn't seem like they have any. They're like pretty against it. And they are pretty against this kind of stuff, so I'm going to put it at 3. Comoros is going to be 3, which beats Brunei. Afghanistan is just climbing the ranks slowly. Republic of the Congo. The Congo, man. Did you see that YouTube video about the train that goes through the Congo? Yeah, and it's just like a garbage wasteland. Oh man, that was a crazy. Yeah, look at this. Man, I feel for anyone who's in the Congo. That's insane. Anyways, Congo. Do they... Yeah, a lot of palm wine for sure. They definitely make palm wine. They probably make like the homemade like millet beers and like uh I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what the Congo drinks. Yeah, palm wine, yep. Home distilled moonshine. Petrol. Yeah. Oh, it's made out of like cassava and plantains. And village beers, yeah. They make some beer. Does everyone drink in the Congo? Most people don't drink alcohol. 28% drink. Okay. 14% of women, 40% of men. A mass, oh, a lot of religion that gives abstinence. Got it. All right, so I'm gonna put us down at like a 4. There's not much export besides like their national what was it, the Primus, their Primus beer. They make a lot of beer. They make a lot of palm wine, but it's not like really exported. They probably don't have a lot of patriotism, maybe a little bit over their beer. Not much cultural identity, no influence. So what's this? 10, 18 puts them underneath Algeria. So they're going in the designated drivers list. Next we have... Oh, sorry, this is the wrong country. Oh, this is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And this is the Congo. Whoops, that's the wrong flag. Oh, so everything I know about... Wait, hold on. Wait, is the Republic of Congo and the Democratic Republic of Congo the same as for drinking? Oh, they're different statistically. So the Republic of Congo drinks way more. But they already don't drink a lot. Okay. So this is our... So the Republic of Congo, if that's an 18 and the Republic of Congo drinks way less, then they're gonna be like, I don't like a 9? Is that way less? Yeah, I guess so. I guess we'll tie him with Bahrain. Maybe we'll put him one above Bahrain just because they're not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get those ones out of the way. Costa Rica. All right, Costa Rica. They also make some rum. Um, I need to drink a little rum. Don't they make coffee liqueur? They make coffee liqueur. I know that because I had a friend that brought back coffee liqueur from the country. Costa Rica coffee liqueur. Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is what I was thinking of. Yeah. And which rums did they have? I don't think this is from Costa Rica. I haven't heard of either of these rums actually. Apparently, they're renowned for their quality and finesse. Okay, so apparently they make pretty good rum. Uh, I don't know. They have a lot of tourists, especially from Canada. A lot of people go down there to invest and they drink a lot of their alcohol. Probably a lot of locals also drink their own alcohol. I'm probably comfortable with putting it at like an 18. Their exports, I don't really see a lot of Costa Rican products in liquor stores in Europe or America or Canada, but clearly they're renowned for their rum, so it's obviously around somewhere. So I'll put it like a 10. Their patriotism, they're probably proud that they make really good coffee liqueurs and rums, so I'll give them like a 14. Cultural identity, they're probably revolve around like traditions and Christmas and other like going to the beach and tourism, and they probably have a little bit of influence if they're renowned in rum. So I'll put them at like a 15. So it sticks them in 57. Tied with Austria. In the Tavern Veterans in the B tier. Next we have Croatia. So Croatia has a lot of wines. I drove through Croatia once in the car. I was going through Italy to Hungary, and there was a lot of wineries. They had their own beer productions. They also have that rakia that they have in Bosnia and Albania and all the other Balkan countries. You know, like that grape kind of liqueur that they have. Yeah, they're pretty passionate about their beers. I mean, I think they also have kind of a brandy culture to them. They're definitely in that area with the plum cultivation, the apricots. You know, they used to be Horvat Orsag, which was a part of Hungary essentially, and it broke apart and became its own country after Trianon. And I think was Croatia part of Yugoslavia, or was Croatia just off the border of that? Yeah, it was Yugoslavia. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I would say like anywhere that has a lot of brandy and that moonshine stuff, probably drink a lot. And I don't think it really has the same kind of drinking culture that Hungary does. Hungary is always kind of priding themselves that they drink more than their neighboring countries do, so they're definitely not like, I don't think they're as high. Um, their exports, you see some Croatian beers and wines, but it's not like it definitely gets out there, but it's not like one of the big hitters. Um, the patriotism, I think they are kind of up there, but they're not like they're not always saying they're the best, but they make a lot, but they're not really. It's kind of in the middle-ish. The cultural identity, it's kind of it's like a mix between Western and Eastern, so they don't drink all the time, but they drink a lot of times. It's kind of also in the middle. So I'll put Croatia at 65, right above Colombia. And I think that's fair because Croatia makes a lot more alcohol than Colombia does, from what I know at least. Maybe I'm wrong. Cuba, they got the Havana Club, the Santiago, the Cubay, the Legendario, the Ementine, the Cristal. If you don't know about Cristal, this stuff is expensive. I've personally never had a bottle because last time I checked, they were pretty expensive. Yeah, how much did they cost? Yeah, $500. Listen, I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's good, but hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. You go to Oregon and you get this bottle of Argyle for like, what was it? $40. Is it really better than this? And if it is, like how much better? Like 5%? I doubt it's a lot, but because if you've ever had Argyle, Argyle is incredible. It's an amazing brut, like sparkling wine, right? I just can't see this being like that much more better. It's like a prestige market. I don't know, but then again, I don't know. Anyways, going back to the rating. Cuba. Because it's communism. Do people drink in communism, or is this all just tourism? Is this... Yeah, all of the stuff that's nice is all for tourists, and the daily local people aren't going to be drinking a whole lot of stuff. They're going to be drinking like the lower end stuff. Due to the economic challenges, locals have to stretch their money, so the desire of drinking is very high, but they don't have a lot of money to drink. So it's like the Soviet Union, right? It's like this would be like a 24, but because it's communism and everyone's so poor all the time, it's like it's gonna be like a 14, because unfortunately not everyone can even like afford to drink. And this 14, it's like only 4 of these are like the rich tourist people drinking the nice good stuff. So this is just like everyone drinking all the stuff that's not good in Cuba, unfortunately. That kind of sucks. Anyways, how much does it produce and export to the countries? A lot. I'm gonna give him like, you know what? 25, because every liquor store I go to has a Havana Club. They all have a lot of ones have like the Cubays and the Santiagos, and a lot of high end bars have the Cristal. So I'm gonna give him 25. Alcohol patriotism. I think it's 25 because they're always like, it's the same thing with cigars, right? It's like we have the best rum, the best cigars, this and that. Maybe I'll give him a 24 on patriotism. Or is it 25? I'm gonna give him 25. Cultural identity. How much of their cultural identity and traditions is influenced by alcohol? Not enough, because the communism keeps them so fucking poor that a lot of them can't even have it in their traditions. So it's gonna be just like, it can't be like an everyday thing for everyone. It can't be social because people have to stretch their money and make it last. So it's just simply financially, it can't be part of their everyday life. But they do have a lot of influence on the rest of the world. They certainly do, because there's a lot of prestige that comes along with the higher end rums that they put out, especially like the Legendarios and the Cubes. Even Havana Club, they have And even the Santiago, like their higher end ones, their Bucanero, I think is the other one. Um, yeah, they have some really nice bottles. So I'm gonna give them a super high on the exports, but not high enough on the overall culture because it can't be a part of their everyday life. And for that, I'll give them an 89. And that will put him right above Canada in the alcoholic superpower. All right. Next we have Cyprus. A country I don't know a lot about. The main thing I know about Cyprus is it's like half Greek and half Turkish. And I think they have like this weird economic zone on their island that's like not owned by Cyprus, but it's owned by like it's like technically owned by Turkey or something, and it's like but it's technically also not. And it's like this weird like contested territory. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe that's just something that I heard from somewhere. I don't know. But I know they make a lot of wine, beer, brandy, and I don't know what else to do. They probably but I'm gonna have to look it up because I don't know. It's the best way. Does everyone in Cyprus drink alcohol? No, not everyone. Many don't do it for personal health or religious or generational reasons. Yeah, the Gen Z doesn't like to drink. Um, they like the Commanderia and the Zivania. I don't know what that is. Alcohol is widely available. Iced coffee is more of a staple. Even the Turks drink alcohol. I don't know. It feels like it's like a. Maybe I can give it more than half. The domestic exports, I don't think they export a lot, and looks like they produce a little bit. Maybe a 9. Alcoholic patriotism, they do have their own kind of things. They have the Commanderia, the Zavaria, but a lot of people aren't into it that much, so maybe. And what I mean by that is like the new generations don't even want to drink it, and there's a lot of concern about health reasons and stuff like that. They're pretty health conscious, so they're probably not that patriotic about being alcoholics. Which brings us to the cultural identities. They probably don't want to be identified too much culturally with the alcohol, but it's still pretty widespread. So maybe I'll give it like a 14, because there's also not a lot of influence that they have on the rest of the world. Which brings us to 63. 63 puts them right below Australia, tied with Croatia. No, underneath Croatia. Oh, and underneath Colombia too. All right, now we get to Czechia. No. Yeah, Czechia? Yeah, so Czechia is every Czech talks about their beer. Okay. Czechia, look at this. Look at this. Czech has beer spas where you go in and they fill up a freaking tub with beer and you bathe in beer while you drink beer. Okay? That's how crazy. Okay? That's insane. It's it's just a part of everything. It's like food. You know what? 25. 25 for drink performance. For domestic exports, Czech beer is in every liquor store, but it's not always the most. It's is it in every liquor? I think it is in every liquor store. I think it's in yeah, I think it's in every liquor store, but it's not like they don't put out so much. It's always the same one though. It's always the Czech var. This is the only Czech beer that I always see in liquor stores. And I'm gonna be honest, it's it's not very good. It's like on par with like Budweiser or Coors Light or some of those other beers. But it is always there, and I'm sure they have better beers than that, but we just don't get their selection. We don't get to experience the good beers that Czech always talks about. So that's going to bring me to number 20. The 25 for alcohol patriotism. Czech people will always tell you very loudly and aggressively that their beer is the best in the world. Every Czech will tell you that all the time without failure. Their beer is the best. Nobody competes. Czech has the best beer. And the funny part about that is all the Czech beer that we get in Canada and USA is Czech var. And Czech var, I'm sorry, but it fucking sucks compared to like our local beers that we make. So we don't get to experience the beer that you guys have. And it's like I don't know which beers you have that are good. But everybody says you have the best beer, but I've never had the beer that's the best. But I'm gonna give you 25 because 10 out of 10 for patriotism and their cultural identity. I'm gonna give it a 23. And the reason why it's not a 25, like Belgium, is that when I went to Korea, they didn't have Czech bars, but they had Belgian beer bars. And when you go to the Belgian beer bar in South Korea, they have all the different types of glasses for each type of beer, and you could feel that Belgian beer culture. But Czechia does not have that same influence. We don't have Czech beer bars in Toronto. We don't have them in Calgary or Vancouver. So they don't have as strong of an influence as Belgian beer does. But it's still enough of an influence that everybody in every country, or most countries on earth, has probably at least once heard that Czech beer is the best from a Czech person. So, I'm giving them a 97. Czechia is 97. And that goes and yeah, they're tied with Belgium on that. 97, 97. Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm gonna have a little drink. Czechia, you're an alcoholic superpower. Next up, we have Denmark. So Denmark they have the Carlsberg. The Carlsberg beers are also and I think they have Tuborg. These are beers that are in almost every liquor store. And they have the Fax, which is like the Viking. That's also in almost every liquor store. They eat it with everything. They eat it with their fish, their pork, for Christmas, other stuff. So I think Denmark has a pretty big beer culture, but I don't think it's as big of a drinker as Czechia is. But I think it's still pretty big. It's a big hitter. The exports, of course, I think it's a 25. It's up there with Czech. The patriotism, I think they have a pretty big one. Maybe not as much as the Czech, but it's up there. And the cultural identity, of course, they're very Christian. You know, they have Christmas and Easter. They drink on all those times. It doesn't have the same influence on the rest of the world, but it still has a big identity. So I'm going to give it a 19. And just because, you know what, I'm going to be minus the point because you never hear, you know, minus a couple points here too. They don't have enough patriotism or influence. You don't hear it enough from the Danes that their beer is the best. You just don't hear enough. And maybe Danish beer is better than Czech beer, but you just don't hear it enough, right? And this list is not about who has the best. It's just about who's drinking the most, right? So you know what I mean? This is just about who's drinking the most. So Denmark is going to be at 85, which goes under Canada in the alcoholic superpowers. Next up, we have Djibouti. Djibouti is, from what I heard, alcohol is illegal there, and it's Muslim, and it is a dry country, and it is a very restricted country. Like, people don't have a lot of rights and stuff. I think there are some areas where you can drink, like there's a couple like tourist areas near the military bases and stuff, or like near the ports and stuff where people might have some bars and stuff that allow alcohol, but it's like pretty small. So I think it's mostly just like the foreigners that are drinking there. I'm gonna give it a 4. Domestic exports, I don't think they make any. They just import, right? Just for the foreigners. There's probably zero patriotism because it's illegal, and they're gonna have no cultural identity to it because it's just a foreigner thing. So I'm gonna give it a 4. It's gonna go up here and compete with Afghanistan. That being said, let's give it a 4 down here. Next up, we have Dominica, which is it's like the Dominican Republic. Dominica also has a rum called Macachuchi. I'm gonna have to look this up. Macachu rum? Macuchery, yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I've had it once, and it's not the best. I'm sorry, Dominica, but this is not the best rum. And maybe you have better rums than this. Maybe I have a bad impression, but I don't think you guys probably have a better rum than this. But I've just never had it. That being said, they probably get a lot of tourism for drinking. They probably drink quite a bit. I mean, they are a sugarcane colony. So I'm gonna say probably at least half of the people there drink. And the exports, they are exporting quite a bit. It's just not very popular. Their patriotism, they're probably somewhat patriotic about their alcohol, but you just don't really see it. Do they have a cultural identity? They do for tourism, and they are kind of a rum country still. They're just not one of like the more bigger ones. How much influence does it have? Not a lot. You don't really hear about the Dominica, but I mean, they are still one of the big rum places, so they still have some rum influence. So I'm going to put him at 52, which puts them under Costa Rica, puts them right by Cabo Verde. Where's Cabo Verde? Right there. In the minor drinking leagues. And next up we have the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic has the Brugal, the Barcelo, the Bermudez. I've been to Dominican Republic. I love it. I'm looking at retiring there actually one day. The 1888 is nice, but they have like, that's just kind of like the cheap bottle. But Barcelo also has the nicer bottles, and even Brugal and Bermudez, they have the higher end ones, which is just excellent rums. A lot of the tourism is all just based on drinking there. The Dominican Republic is a very safe country, so people, especially tourists, are more inclined to drink and go to bars and clubs because they're not going to get robbed and stuff like they would in like Colombia or Brazil. So I think people feel more safe to drink there, and I think it's gonna be like a 24. I think probably everybody goes there to drink and party. It's more relaxed. The domestic exports, you'll see Dominican rum everywhere. Every store has it. The alcohol patriotism. Oh man, they got big pride for their alcohol. Um, how much is alcohol involved in cultural traditions, activities? I mean, tourism is the main industry, the main way of life, the boating, everything there. How much influence does it have on the rest of the world? Dude, everybody goes to the Dominican to drink. I've met Australians in the Dominican. I met Chinese people. I met like people from Greece, from even all the way. I met a guy from Uzbekistan who went to the Dominican Republic just to party. So the Dominican Republic influences the whole world to go there to drink. Um, I'm gonna take off one mark, a couple marks, because I don't think they aren't they aren't the original rum country of the world, so I don't think they have the same level of ego and pride that Barbados does. Because I gave Barbados a 25 on this, I think. 24 or 20. Yeah, I gave him a 25. So I'm going to give Dominican a 23. No, but you know what? They make some good alcohol, man. What did I rank Barbados? A 99? Yeah, I think Dominican can get a 98. The DR, 98. The Dominican Republic goes right underneath Barbados in the alcoholic superpower category. Next up, we have Ecuador. So Ecuador, I don't know anything that Ecuador puts out, to be honest. They probably make beer and rum. Does everyone in Ecuador drink alcohol? It's common, but many people don't drink due to personal health. They do Pilsner and Club and sugarcane liqueur. Big part of festivals and weekend gatherings. But they have a big portion of the culture that is religious, or they don't like to drink. Oh, they actually have a dry law where you can't drink during elections. All right, so it's pretty much like it's gonna be like a moderate, like probably like 16. I don't think they really export anything because I've never personally seen any of their liquor anywhere, so it's probably all local. They probably don't have a lot of ego and pride around their alcohol because they don't want to be associated to it, a big part of the culture. And for traditions and stuff, it's just going to be for Christmas and stuff. They're not going to have a lot of influence on the rest of the world. So I'm going to give them a 48, putting them on tie with Burundi in the minor drinking leagues. Next, we have Egypt. Egypt is predominantly Muslim, so probably none of, or probably there's going to be some Muslims that always drink. That's just how it is in life, but I think they have some beer. It is legal because there's heavy tourism, but like probably mostly just tourists that are going to be drinking. So I'm going to give him like a 3, I guess. Maybe a 5. Because there's probably a lot of the local population that drinks in privacy. But probably a small amount, but there's a lot of tourism. So exports, I think they do make wine and beer for the tourism, but it's just local, so it's pretty smaller scale. I'm going to put it at 3. How much alcohol patriotism do they have? Probably, I'm going to give it like a 9. Actually, like a 10. And the reason why I gave it a 10 is because it might not be true patriotism, but it might be the type of patriotism where they're gonna be trying to promote the shit out of it to all tourists who come. They're gonna be like, "Oh, you're a tourist? Come drink Egypt's wine or beer because we have the best beer, the best beer." You know, they probably like upsell it just to, like sell their own products. So there is a bit of patriotism that comes along with that. The cultural identity, it's just for tourism, and they don't really have influence on it. So I'm gonna give them like a 2. So what is this? 20. 20 puts them above Algeria. So Egypt is going to be one of your designated drivers. Next we have El Salvador. And El Salvador is... The main thing I know about El Salvador is obviously the big news headlines of how they've been cleaning up the cartels and the crimes in their country, which is absolutely amazing news. I mean, that's the type of thing that that makes a Canadian like me want to go visit there. And like, you know, I never wanted to go to El Salvador because it sounds dangerous, but now that they've been cracking down hard on these cartels, it's like it's actually making it sound kind of like an attractive vacation spot. So if they keep this up, man, you know, me and the boys are gonna go down from Canada and have a vacation down there, but I don't know much about the alcohol. I'm sure they drink a lot of beer. And do they have tequila there? I don't know. Does El Salvador make tequila? No, they don't. Or, I mean, mezcal. Yeah, do they make mezcal? No. Do they make rum? They make a liquor. I guess they make some kind of rum that I've never heard of. Oh, that's a nice bottle. I've never had it or heard of it, but that looks very nicely marketed. That looks good. That looks like something to be proud of. I know they're a very Christian country, though. And being such a Christian country, they probably aren't a huge drinking country. I mean, especially those Latin American kind of drinking countries have a specific culture that is a little bit different than like the Tennessee kind of Christian cultures. So this is probably like pretty low, like 12. Probably a lot of people drink beer and rum, but there's probably a lot of like religious people and people trying to be healthy. Exports, I mean, those rums, the Kehuatan Zaman XO, it looks nice. I've never seen it before, so I'm sure it gets out there. So maybe I'll put it at 11 because it is like kind of known. The Patriotism, I mean, I'd be pretty proud to have rums like that. I put it at 16. The culture, I don't know. It's not like a super. It's probably like matches like the amount of people that drink, and their influence is like they're not really the most influential rum country. So I'm gonna put him at a 54, which puts him above Cabo Verde. Which one's Cabo Verde again? This one. Yeah, it's on the minor drinking league at the top score. It's right below Tavern Veterans. Next we have Equatorial Guinea. I heard Equatorial Guinea has quite a bit of drinking, but it's mostly all beer and palm wine as well. And it still like has a lot of religious stuff around it, so not a lot of people drink. It's like more than half of the people drink, but not like a significant portion drink. They don't really export a lot of stuff, maybe just like the Castile beer or whatever. I've seen it at a couple liquor stores, so I'll give them like a 10 for that, but it's not like really a big widespread industry. The patriotism. They probably have quite a bit of pride that, such a small country got a couple drinks out on the international market. And their cultural identity and influence, I mean, not much influence. They probably, I don't know, it's probably close to like a 10, which puts them at a 48, which ties them up with Burundi. I had to take a break because it was a beautiful day out. So I walked my 11,000 steps. But we're only at Eritrea. You see, we have all these countries left to go. Holy moly, there's a lot of countries. And this is starting to get in the way. So I think we get the idea by now, I hope. If we don't, it'll be in the description. I'm just gonna make this full screen so we can focus on this and the grading. That Eritrea is gonna be similar to Djibouti in the sense where, there's going to be a lot of foreigners working at the ports coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. The Red Sea over there is a pretty big traffic spot for shipping. It's in pretty much the hot spot of logistics. So naturally, Eritrea is going to have a lot of foreigners, probably some military bases. And that's going to create a somewhat of an economy for alcohol, right? And if I'm not mistaken, it's also bigger than Djibouti. If we come over here, I think Eritrea is the big one, right? This big long one. Yeah, just looking at the landscape of it, it is pretty big. So there might be some more kind of distilling there. I don't really know. Eritrea alcohol. It's legal. And it looks like they actually have beers made out of all types of different things. They have even a honey wine. They got mead and Iraqi, similar to Uzu. Okay, so they're actually kind of drinking, and they got some Christians. There's the Muslims abstain. So it looks like it's not totally dry, but being in that area, I doubt there's still a lot of people that are drinking. So I don't know, maybe I can be generous with Eritrea and give it a 10. And with production, maybe it's like they got quite a bit of variety, so I'll give them a 7. I've never seen any kind of Eritrean products hitting any shelf of any country I've been to. And what was AP again? Let me pull it up on the other screen. The patriotism, how much ego and pride do they have for their own nation's product? I'm sure they have a bit. Maybe I'll put it at an 8, because they do have a couple different things here. Yeah, maybe an 8. And then the culture, how much is it involved in their traditions and activities, and how much influence does it have? I feel like it has no influence, but being some Christians and some foreigners, they probably have it around some social gatherings and holidays. So maybe I'll put it at like a 9, or yeah, about that. Which puts 34. And I'm going to put Eritrea at the top of our designated drivers list. So, there's a good chance that he's going to be a good designated driver, but there's also a chance he might be completely wasted. It's like he's more trustworthy than the Bahamas, right? But he's still maybe not as dependable as Bhutan. Next, we have Estonia, a prominent country in our vodka belt. They make a lot of vodka. Some of them hit the west, like Tallinn, Viruvalg, Crafters Gin. I think they have Habe and Saku, and yeah, they have a bunch of them. So, and they also have a lot of beer. They also have a lot of ciders and liqueurs, and they have everything. So they have everything over there. They're drinking a lot. I mean, being in the vodka belt, you're just naturally gonna have a very drinking culture. Everyone's really drinking there. You know, some of the newer Gen Z and some of the healthier people are probably not drinking, so maybe it's not a complete 25, but I would say it's pretty close. Now, the exports and the production, again, like you see Estonian vodkas like pretty much all over the place. It's not like the staple. It's not like the main thing that you see, so maybe I'll just keep it at a 19. Um, how much patriotism do they have? I'm sure Estonians probably think that vodka originated in their country. Let's see. Do Estonians think they invented vodka? No. Okay. So it's the Russians and the Poland that think they. So I can't give him a. I can't give him too high of a score here because they're not cocky enough to say that they invented it. So, and how much is their cultural identity, and how much did they influence the world in drinking? I don't think they really influenced anyone in drinking. It was more they're kind of overshadowed by their neighbors in that regard. So I don't think they get any points on influence, but as far as how much is involved in their cultural traditions, it's probably a lot, like maxed out, so I'm gonna give them 17. And for me, that gives them an 81, placing them right underneath Chile and Argentina. Estonians are absolutely wizard drinkers, and they are pretty close to being an alcoholic superpower. Next, we have Eswatini, and Eswatini is the landlocked little country in South Africa. And I think South Africans drink their beer because I saw a video of some guy, it might have been Drew Brinsky or something, and he was drinking a beer in Eswatini, and he was saying how they do sell some to South Africa sometimes. Um, I don't know how much, but obviously they drink beer, but I don't think it's like a huge part of their culture. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with like half. I don't think. Let's look it up. I actually don't know. Does everyone? How much of Eswatini drinks alcohol? Oh, over 71% of people are drinking alcohol. Oh, abstaining from drinking. Oh, sorry. So it's backwards. It's actually 30%. Okay. Or like 29%, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so if only 30-ish% of people are drinking, then I guess that's what, like, I guess 8? Yeah, about 8 out of 10 on that. How much do they produce? I mean, they make a little bit of beer, but I guess not that much. Maybe they sell like a couple like small batches to South Africa sometimes, like some neighboring towns. I don't really know. Um, they probably have a little bit of pride, like if they're saying they got good beer. Maybe they do have some cultural pride going with that. If they don't drink a lot, I guess they don't really have a cultural identity or tradition around it, and they probably don't have a lot of influence. So I'll put like a 3. So this gives us a score of 23 for Eswatini, putting them right below the Central African Republic. Next up, we have Ethiopia. Um, in my opinion, they have the best food out of all African countries. Slightly better than Morocco. I really like Ethiopian restaurants. I have a few Ethiopian friends. Some of the Ethiopian restaurants I went to have honey wine. They have like a grain beer, and then they have like some kind of spirit, like Iraq or something like that. Um, yeah, I think I had a beer called Harar, and then yeah, so they got a few people that drink. They have a pretty big Christian population and like a kind of some kind of other tribal African religious population, and then they have the Islamic population who don't drink. A lot of them don't drink. It's less a thing there. Like people are drinking more, even for ceremonies. They drink Buna, like coffee more. So I don't think the drinking is very high there. And the amount that they export, I mean, I only seen Ethiopian alcohols at Ethiopian restaurants that specifically carry it, so they probably have to get it specifically shipped in. So they don't really export it anywhere except to like specialty places, so I'll give them like a 9. Um, as far as their patriotism goes, I don't think they have a lot of it. Their patriotism goes more towards their non-alcoholic drinks and their coffee. Like they're very patriotic about their coffee, but not so much about their alcohol. But I mean, they still serve it. They still go out of their way to get it at the restaurant. So extra points for that. I'll give them 11. Cultural identity, their traditions and activities. No, they usually do coffee or tea for their activities and traditions and ceremonies. It's less alcohol, so it's not. And they don't really have an alcohol influence on the world, so I'll give them a 4. That puts Ethiopia at a 32, which is gonna be just below. Does it beat Botswana? Yeah, it beats Botswana by 1. Okay, next up we have uh I have no idea what flag this is. What is Fiji? Okay. Um I know what Fiji is. It's the beautiful Polynesian paradise, right? They got Fiji water. I'll be honest, I have no idea. How much of does Fiji drink alcohol? 18% of males and just 3% of females. Oh, they got look. Okay, they make Fiji bitter and Fiji gold, and I guess that's beer. And then they make a bounty rum, which I've never heard of. What's this? Oh, okay. Saint Lucia. It's the spirit of Saint Lucia. So is it not made locally manufactured? Okay, so Bounty Rum is Saint Lucia though. Okay, so they have a. I see. They have their own Fiji rum. Wow, it's expensive. $100. 58%. Apparently, it's a gold winner at the San Francisco Spirits Competition. Apparently, it's pretty good. I've never heard about it. So, anyways, Fiji, yeah, apparently like nobody drinks there. So it's probably all just tourists that are drinking. So the actual population was like what, like 11% men, 4% girls. That's like a 2 on this scale. But if we count on tourists and stuff, probably like a 5. And the domestic exports, it doesn't seem like they export anything, but they make some stuff locally. So I guess also like a 6. The patriotism, I mean, they're probably pretty proud that their rum won in some competitions, so I'll put a 9 there. Cultural identity, clearly they don't drink at all, so it's just purely tourism that drinks. So that's only like a 2 or something, but how much does it influence the rest of the world? Since one of their rums did win this thing, I guess they have something. I'll give them a 3, just to give them that extra point for winning. And that puts them at 23. So Fiji gets 23, putting them as a tie to Eswatini. Next up, we have Finland. So Finland, another country in the vodka belt. I see a lot of Finnish vodka everywhere I go, like the Finlandia, obviously, and the Jalovina or Yalovina. I don't know how Finns say their J. Is it like a Mexican? Is it like Halovina? Or is it like Yalovina? Or is it Jalo? I don't know. It's this one. Finnish Jalo. Yeah, this one right here. Yeah, this is a pretty nice one. Jalovina. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, they have a lot of vodka. They're a big vodka country. I think, from what I hear, a lot of Finns drink vodka. But they also have a lot of other stuff. Like they have liqueurs, they have ciders, lagers. They make gin because they're more of an alpine country, so they have all the juniper berries growing everywhere. They even make rye whiskey, and I've seen a rye vodka. Rye vodka. Finland. Yeah, this one. Yeah, yeah. This was a really good one. I tried this at a bar one time. I'll talk about that bar again soon. We'll talk about it when we get to it. The Toronto. Yeah, this Pravda vodka bar. Okay, we'll get back to this later. Um, yeah, I would say most of Finland probably drinks, being like in the vodka belt. I think they're not as famous for being alcoholics as some of the other ones are, so maybe 21 is a fair guess. DE was domestic exports. Oh, it exports a lot. I'm gonna say that. Like, I see Finnish vodka everywhere. I'm gonna give them a 23 for this, just because we don't see a lot of variety from them, but they do export a lot. Um, the patriotism. Does Finland people think they invented vodka? No, they don't. Okay. So they don't have that much patriotism to say that they invented vodka, so I'll give him a 20, I guess. Their culture of how much they drink versus how much influence they have. I think they do have quite a bit of influence on the vodka sector. Maybe not as much as like the other obvious ones, but I'd say 4 points for the influence, and then another like 15 points for how much they drink during cultural traditions and activities. Yeah, maybe this is a good score. So this would put him at an 83. Putting them right in with... Is that tying them with Chile? Yeah, okay. So they're tied with Chile in the wizard drinkers tier. Next we have France. Oh, oh boy, this is gonna be a fun one. France. Okay. So what France isn't just wine, okay? And wine didn't originate from France. But the French people act like it did. Like French people act like they invented wine, even though they didn't. But their whole identity is like, they started fine dining. Like the French invented mayonnaise, hollandaise, béarnaise, the coulis, like the raspberry Kool-Aid, like the strawberry Kool-Aid. I don't know how to pronounce that word, Kool-Aid. Yeah, they invented like the tomato sauce de tomate, and then the Italians took it and put it on spaghetti and pizza. Anyways, the French, a lot of people don't realize, but most food and most sauces that we get at restaurants or like salads or it's just stuff that we eat every day, like just everyday condiments, are all French. Like that's how woven it is in our societies. It's like someone invented the toilet once and no one knows like that that's our culture kind of thing, but like the French invented so much food that French culture is just woven into society so much that we don't even know that we're living with it. Anyways, yeah, so France has the champagne, they have the cognacs, the armagnacs, they got the all kinds of liqueurs and beers, and they even make whiskeys. I mean, they had Grey Goose, which is like a very controversial vodka that apparently is really shit, but just marketed well. But either way, it's still very popular and stuff. But anyways, the big player here is wine. You know, they have all the famous Provence, the Loire, Rhone, the Burgundy, the Bordeaux. The old world wine regions. And then they have all the very fancy, the Moet and Chandon, the Don Perignon, the Veuve Clicquot, Remy Martin, the Hennessy, like, and the big thing is France is one of the best countries to be the dependent class. So a lot of people live on welfare. And those people, I mean, if you live on welfare and you get free housing and you have like this relaxed lifestyle, of course, all you're gonna do is drink wine and eat cheese. I don't see probably the only people that aren't drinking in France is like the new Islamic migrants that are there. So with that being said, I would say they get a 24 for how many people and how often and how much they drink. Probably everyone's drinking over there. And the domestic exports, obviously a 25. Like, if I could, maybe I would even give this a 26, just extra point. But yeah, the alcohol patriotism 25, absolutely. They have so much ego, the French. They're fucking full of it. 25. How much alcohol is involved in the traditions and how much influence does it have on the rest of the world? 25, easily. Like, apparently um a lot of wineries in France, like Napa Valley and stuff like that, apparently they brought their grapes over from France and planted them in California. Let me source check that. Oh, not all. Some were brought from Spain and Italy and Germany. Okay, whatever. A lot came from France. So that being said, France is a 99. The only reason it's not 100 is because not everybody drinks there. So maybe, if you didn't have. Anyways. Yeah, France goes to. I think France is in first place. What's Bermuda at? Or Barbados, I mean. Oh, Barbados and France is at both at 99. I think France has a slight edge, but technically tied. Yeah, France is leading at a 99. Next we have I don't know what country this is. Gabon. Okay, Gabon, Gabon. I don't know. um, I don't know anything about Gabon. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I know it's in Africa. It's under Cameroon, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. I knew where it was. Um, how much do they drink alcohol? Ranks in the top 10 alcohol consuming countries in Africa. And beer accounts for 68%, and spirits is up to 20%. So 60% of men are drinking. It doesn't show women, so we don't know if women are drinking. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I guess women are probably at least seven then. I guess we could round it up to 70%, right? So, and beer is king, right? Do they export a lot of beer? Oh, they don't. Oh, okay, so of all the beer they make, they drink it all, and then they have to bring in more. Okay, okay, so they drink a lot. Okay, they drink a very large amount, and maybe not, maybe 70% drink, but it sounds like they drink all of their beer and they have to bring more in because there's not enough beer for the people that are drinking. That's a lot of beer being drunk. Okay, I'm gonna give him a 21 on that. Maybe even a 20. I'll give him a 23. Nah, 22, 22. 22 because of how much. That's pretty funny. Like they're drinking it. Okay, they don't produce. They only produce enough that they drink it, and then it's not enough. So I'm gonna give them an 8 because they import everything. And how much ego and pride do they have? I mean, they're probably not even drinking their own stuff. They're probably drinking imports. So I'm gonna give them a 6. They're probably drinking Cameroon's beer. Um, how much is alcohol involved in their traditions and activities? Obviously, quite a bit. I'll give them a 13, and they don't have any influence because they're not exporting. And I guess that puts them at a 49. And a 49 puts them right above Ecuador. And then we have this country. What country is this? Gambia. The Gambia. Yeah, I think I saw some tourist YouTube channels saying there's like mostly Muslim and it was pretty much a dry country. But it wasn't like, I don't think he said it was illegal, but it was just really hard to get. And then when he did get alcohol, it was like a Guinness. So, like, maybe they don't really have their own national beer. Um, and yeah, I don't really know about that. So, probably who's drinking in Gambia is like the very minute amount of non-Muslim people that sometimes drink, and then some tourism, which I mean, it's not really a big tourist country. I'm gonna give it a 4. Exports of domestic probably 0. Does it produce anything? They probably make a little bit of beer. They probably don't have any patriotism for alcohol, and they don't have any influence or any kind of cultural. Maybe like the amount of people that do drink it sometimes on occasion. So yeah, I'll give him a 6. Does that put him above Bahrain? No, it doesn't. Yeah, so that puts him below Bahrain and above Djibouti, right? Yeah, because Djibouti's a 4. Next we have Georgia. All right. Now comes back the question. Who invented... Did Georgia or Armenia invent wine? Both of them. Do they argue? Okay. Most of the population in Georgia drink wine. They are always arguing with Armenia about who invented wine. And also, I think that their bottles are slightly cooler, or actually quite a bit cooler than Armenia's. As much as I love Armenia and as much as I think they're a super cool country with great pomegranate wine, um, dude, you just can't beat these Georgian bottles. They are so iconic, so interesting, and so much character to them. I mean, that definitely gives me a bit of a bias. So they say most people are drinking, but not a lot. I mean, 60%. So that's gonna be like, maybe I'll put it at 16 or 15. Yeah, I'll put it at 15. Um, how much do they export? Same with Armenia. It's actually pretty hard to find Georgian wine. Like going back to these bottles, I've only seen these at like a handful of liquor stores. They're pretty rare to come by. You got to really look for them. Unfortunately, they are pretty rare. I think they're doing a pretty poor job of getting it out in the world, so I'm gonna give them a 14. Even though, I mean, if you ever get your hands on a bottle, it really is like an exceptional wine. They make amazing. For me, it's like one of my favorites. It's 10 out of 10. Whenever I find a Georgian wine bottle, I'll usually buy it, and it's just like I really like it. So as far as patriotism goes, I'll give him a 25. Look, you gonna argue that you started wine and you invented it, and you argue with Armenia about it? That's amazing. Wine is a huge part of their cultural traditions, and obviously it's had an immense influence on the rest of the world, but most of the world are normies and they don't actually know that wine came from your region. Most people, I mean, most people are quite fucking retarded, obviously, but they think that wine comes from like France or something. So you don't have as your voice isn't like so prominent that people knows that wine came from you. So I'm gonna give you a 19 for that. So that puts you in the 23. Maybe I'll bump up the cultural identity to 23 or 22. Yeah, I'll give I'll give you a 22. So I'll bump you up to 76. Just under Armenia. Oh man, you can't be under Burkina Faso. Oh yeah, you're right above Burkina Faso. Okay. Um, these are actually backwards. I just noticed. Okay, right underneath Armenia. And I think I don't even know if that's fair. I think I don't know. I hold on. I don't know. Maybe Armenia and Georgia is just tied. Maybe you guys are tied. I feel like that's pretty fair. Um, no, you know what? I'm gonna give the win to Georgia, and the reason why is because of the wine bottles. Like, this is a 25 on the patriotism, but the fact that you guys have your own craftsmanship design for the wine bottles, like that's bonus points on the patriotism, and that's just the slight edge that you should have on Armenia. That's it. Only reason. Okay. Um, Germany. So here's the thing about wine. All right, I'll talk more about wine. The first German wine. And the last German wine I had was Black Tower. And this wine tasted so bad that I've never had a German wine ever since. And every time I go for wine, I never ever look in the German section. I don't even consider it. It's just, I don't know what it was, but this wine, look, it has good ratings and stuff. Like, people like it. But for me, it tasted like fucking Scheißen. It was complete Scheißen. Now, that being said, what I've learned from traveling the world and being in all sorts of different places is that every country makes good and bad. And probably every distillery also makes good and bad. And maybe this is just like, maybe the company that makes Black Tower makes a better one that's more expensive, that's actually better quality. But this one's a shit. Okay. I'm also not like an expert sommelier. You know, I can't tell with my tongue like if a wine is from the Rhone Valley or if it's from Burgundy or if it's from the Chianti Tuscany region of wherever of Italy. I don't know where Chianti is from in Italy, but you get the point. Like, I have a good enough palate to like understand the differences and nuances of like different flavors like tannins and graphite and different kind of berries, different kind of herbs and barrel woods. Like, I can kind of pick them apart, but I'm no expert. But for me, the Black Tower fucking sucked. That being said, the German drinking culture is not really based around wine. It's mostly based around beer. And probably everybody is drinking beer with their schnitzel, with their bratwursts, with their sauerkraut, and their cheeses and everything. So Germany, of course, has a massive beer culture. Honestly, I'm almost tempted to put it at 25. I'm gonna mark one down because I feel like, hmm, I don't know. You know what? There's probably a few people in Germany who exist who want to be healthy, but I don't think there's enough. I think there are 25 on my list. What and domestic exports 25, man. Come on. Jägermeister, you got Beck's, Erdinger, you have all of the Hefeweizens, you got these big long names. I can't even pronounce all of it, but every liquor store I go to has a German beer or a German spirit like Jaeger or something. Like, they are everywhere. They have a pretty big variety. They're pretty easy to come by. You can find their wines are in every liquor store, even though I never go to them, but they're still there. I don't want to let my bias like, I don't like the first wine, but that doesn't mean their other wines aren't good. I'm sure some German wines are amazing, but I just don't drink them. Anyways, how much patriotism do they have? You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna mark this down to a 23 because no, I'm gonna put it to 24. And the reason for that is there still is a lot of liquor stores where it's hard to find German selection of beers. I don't know. But then again, Jaeger is in every liquor store, and so is some wine. I think 20, I guess 25. Hold on, let's see. I just want to look at something. Does everyone in Germany drink alcohol? 83, 74. You know what? But the amount is still up there. I'm just gonna give it a 24. The alcohol patriotism. I don't know. I always hear Germans are super patriotic about like their sausages and the schnitzel. but I don't hear it that much about their alcohols. But there is still a lot of pride around it. Like, I don't know. It's not on the level of like the Czechs, you know? But it's still up there. So maybe I'll give them a 23. As far as traditions and activities, quite often, but the biggest part is Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest is something that's celebrated all around the world. I mean, everybody knows October. I feel like even people in the Middle East would know what Oktoberfest is. You know, it's like so popular. We celebrate it all over the place. They have influenced the world into drinking beer. And honestly, I would think that actually contributes to the patriotism. Oktoberfest, I think, brings up the maybe not maxed out though. Yeah, I'm kind of hesitant on some of these. So I'm gonna give it a 98, which puts it right under Barbados and we're gonna tie it with the Dominican Republic. Germany is a alcohol superpower, right above Belgium. God, but does it beat Belgium though? And no, you know what? It kind of does because if it was just about beer, Belgium would beat Germany. But because Germany also has like Jaeger and their wine is also a lot more accessible and prominent, and Germany also has Oktoberfest, whereas Belgium I don't doesn't have a festival that's as worldwide recognized and celebrated. That's just the only reason why Germany beats it by a point. Otherwise, Belgium would be up there. And yeah, Czechia was also 97, tied with Belgium. Same kind of reason Czech doesn't have, you know, the same variety of types of alcohols, and it also doesn't have the world kind of influence. And then the reason why the Dominican Republic is above it is because the Dominican Republic influences the world to come to it to drink alcohol and party there. Whereas Germany doesn't really have that magnetic pull of tourism for the same kind of effect. And Barbados invented rum, basically. And Germany didn't, I don't think they really invented a spirit that was that kind of widespread and influential. Unless they invented beer, which I don't even know. I think it was invented in Sumerian, right? Yeah, it was invented in like the Middle East. So, anyways, yeah. And France obviously wins because of the reasons that I went into. Um, the next country we have is which country is this? It's Ghana. Ghana is do they drink? I don't even know. Um, I think I seen a 90 Day Fiance episode with my girlfriend that she made me watch. And they would have like bars and stuff. They would go out, they would have like the London dry gin, and they'd be drinking beers and stuff. And I think they drink a little bit. I don't know if it's a big part of their culture or if they make anything. Um, what percentage of Ghana drinks alcohol? 22%. Uh, does Ghana produce alcohol? They produce something akpa akpatesh akpateshi and pedo, and of course every African place makes palm wine. Um, yeah, but not a lot of people drink, so and they're probably not exporting a lot of this stuff. No one knows what this is. Yeah. So Ghana. So like almost no one drinks there. I'll give them like 20%. And plus tourism. And tourism, Ghana's a more nice, desirable place than Gambia, so they probably get a couple more tourists than Gambia does. It's not as much of a shithole as Gambia. Ghana's actually has some nice beaches that don't look totally disgusting. So Ghana's nice. They get some tourists, right? Do they export anything? I don't think so. I guess they produce a little bit. Do they have a lot of patriotism? I don't really know. I guess, well, they're drinking. When I saw the TV show, I mean, I can't base it on a TV show, but they drink a lot of imports and stuff, and they also make their own. Maybe I'll give it a 5. Do they have a cultural identity? Probably around the beach and tourism. They don't really have any influence around the world, so maybe I'll give it a 4. That gives them an 18 for overall score. Putting it right above or right below Algeria. So Ghana is one of our mid-tier designated drivers. Next we have Greece. I spent a month in Greece with my girlfriend. We went to Athens, Mykonos, Sparta, and it was incredible. They have a lot of wine. They have ouzo. They have a lot of beers. They got like the Tsilili or whatever it's called. They have the Fix Hellas. They have the Metaxa. They have the Skinos. And they have a lot of barbecuing of goats and sheep and chicken. Yeah, they're a meat eater country. Like they love their meats, they love their cheeses, their grapes and their fruits. I mean, yeah, they love their wine. I would say most people in Greece drink wine or they drink something. I would say I don't know, 24. Like there's probably a few Muslims and stuff here and there or like some people that are trying to be healthy, but I think most of Greece is a heavy drinking country. I see a lot of Greek wines and stuff go out, but liquor stores I don't notice a lot of Greek alcohol. Like I never really see Greek beers or anything. Even wine is like, sometimes I'll notice a Greek wine in a liquor store, but it doesn't really get out there as much in the world. So I'm gonna put it at 17. Um, Alcohol patriotism. I think they have a lot, but I met a lot of Greeks that actually preferred Italian or French wines over their own wines. And they also drink beer from other countries too. This goes back to the exports. Like, I think maybe they don't produce enough to, like, even get their own people going about their own stuff. So they still do hype it up, but it's not like on the same level as some of these other ones. So I'm gonna put it at like an 18, maybe even a 16, because you just never hear Greek people like boasting about like their alcohol. It's not like something they get super into. How much is it involved in their cultural traditions and activities? I would say quite a bit, but their most of their influence is more so like olives and olive oil and like the baklavas and the spanakopita and like some of their other foods like feta cheese, like these stuff all have way overpower and outshine Greek's influence when it comes to like alcohol. Like no one really thinks about Greek when they think about wine or anything like that, even though they make great wine. So ah, I guess I'll put it at like a 15, which puts me at a 72 for Greece. I love the country. I think it's in my top 3 of the best countries I've ever traveled to out of about 39 that I've been to. But as far as this list goes, it's not number 1, but it's also not at the bottom. We're definitely putting her into the wizard drinkers list. is gonna go right under Bulgaria. And now we have this country, another flag I don't recognize, is Grenada. I also don't know where Grenada is. Where is Grenada? Grenada. Oh, it's in the Caribbean. Okay. I've never seen this country before. It looks nice. Looks like paradise. Okay, so they probably make rum, right? And what rums does Grenada make? A bunch of stuff that I've never seen before. Yeah, I've never seen any of this before. And I look at the rum section quite often, so this looks kind of familiar. Maybe I've seen this once. This is Plantation. Oh, I guess Plantation, the company from Barbados, will like outsource their rum to Trinidad, Grenada, and probably some of the other countries. I don't know a lot about this country, but it's probably going to be similar stats to, yeah. So half the population drinks. Probably they have a lot of tourism that comes in and drinks. I mean, it looks like a nice place. So maybe we could put it like a bit more than half, like 14. Do they export a lot? It doesn't really look like it. I'll give them a 4 for exports. The patriotism, they clearly have some rums that I had never heard about, and they don't look like the super prevalent ones. They're definitely overpowered, so they're probably not too patriotic about it. I don't know. I've never even heard of the country. I don't know what the cultural identity is. Not a lot of people drink, so it's probably all about like they'll drink on the beach or like at a party or a gathering or tourists, and they don't have a lot of influence on the world because no one really knows about them. So I guess I'll put it at a 9, and that's purely just for like beach-oriented drinking. Maybe I'll put it at a 7. So yeah, we can get it at a 33. So Grenada goes under Eritrea in the designated drivers tier list. Next we have Guatemala, one of my favorite countries to look at, but not to go to, because I'm a little nervous to go, but I'm sure it's an amazing place. Some of my favorite rums are from there. Ron Zapata or Zacapa. They got Monte Carlo, Cabro, Moza, Gallo. And yeah, I was reading that most people there actually don't drink, and it's mostly for the rum production and exports for the economy. So it's not like what was that? What was it? Gabon, which was like they drink all their beer and they have to bring in more. But like Guatemala's like the opposite. Like they make all their stuff and they sell like almost everything. So this is more like a 7 or a 6. The domestic exports, that's gonna be like a 23. They're gonna score really high on that. I mean, their rums aren't very prevalent in every liquor store, but they are in every liquor store that carries higher end drums. Not a lot of people know where they're from, so I guess I'll put them at like a 21, 22, maybe. Yeah, maybe a 21, because they aren't really that common to find. You got to go to like a bigger liquor store that has a big variety of rums to really find them. Um, they probably have a lot of patriotism. Like they probably have a lot of pride. Like yeah, we probably have the best rum. I'm gonna put it at 22. And how much is alcohol involved in their traditions? As far as making it, probably quite a bit for the economy, but as far as drinking it goes, not a lot. And they don't have a ton of influence because they are still pretty much overshadowed by a lot of the other Caribbean giants that are more popular. All that being considered, maybe I'll put it at an 8. And that puts the Guatemala at 58, which is right above Costa Rica and below Brazil. Next, we're going into Guinea. So Guinea is a Muslim majority country. It is extremely low drinking, but I don't think it's illegal. I think they still have their palm wines and stuff. They probably have some beer here and there, but it's not like, they probably, I think I met someone from Guinea and they said that like the national beer there is Guinness. So that just goes to show that like, they're not really even producing a whole lot. They're probably just drinking more beer that's imported than it is produced. That being said, they probably do have a lot of palm wine alcoholics, so I'll leave this at like a 2. I don't think they have a lot of patriotism besides for the palm wine they make at home. And I don't think they have a lot of cultural traditions. They don't have much influence on the world. So that's going to be a 5, 6, 7. Yeah, Guinea is going to be at a 7, right above the Gambia. Next we have Guinea-Bissau. Is that Guinea-Bissau? What is this? Wait. Oh, this is Guinea-Bissau, and this is Guinea. Okay, hold on. Let me put this back here, and then let me put this here. Okay, Guinea-Bissau. Where's Guinea-Bissau? Is that the one in Africa? Yeah, because this is Guinea. Oh, this is Guinea-Bissau. Oh, about 11% of people drink in Guinea-Bissau. How about Guinea? 7%. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna put Guinea-Bissau at a 10. Slightly more of this, but like pretty much the same. Put it ahead, Bahrain. This one is Guyana, I think. Yeah, nice. I also know nothing about Guyana. Holy moly. Guyana drinks 80%? What do they export? El Dorado. Oh, Lemon Heart? Okay, I know what that is. Oh, did they start the Demerara rum? Did they invent Demerara style? Wow. That's one of my favorite types of rum. That's what Don Papa is from the Philippines. Wow, okay. Yeah, okay, so apparently like everyone drinks there, pretty much. I'm gonna put at 24. Those are big stats. The exports, 23. Yeah, you're not gonna find El Dorado and Lemon Heart everywhere, but it is like pretty prevalent and popular. I guess like 22, 21. Yeah, I think 21 is fine. The patriotism, I mean, if they invented Demerara rum, that's like Barbuda type shit, or not Barbuda, fuck, Barbados. The cultural identity and how much influence does it have? Man, it's influenced all the way to the Philippines, 25. So that gives it a score of 95 for Guyana. That's unexpected. I didn't even know what the flag was, but that's a big scorer. That's a big hitter. 95 puts it. Where did I put China at? 87. And Czech was 97. Okay, 95. Yeah. Guyana is an alcoholic superpower. All right, so next we have Haiti. I know they export good coffee. And I think they make the Bourbon quarts. Yeah, they make the Barbancourt rums. Yeah. The thing about Haiti though is not really that tourism party spot that the Dominican Republic is. The DR definitely overshadows Haiti in a lot of ways. And part of that, I guess Haiti is marketed to be a lot more dangerous, and Haiti has a lot more AIDS, and there's just so many more problems in Haiti versus the Dominican Republic, which kind of averts tourists from going there of getting drunk, because it's not really like the place where you want to get drunk at because there's so much that can go wrong if you do. So I don't think Haiti is really that kind of same vibe as the DR. Um, as much as I don't know how much they drink, I feel like it's probably gonna be. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are probably really poor there, so if they're gonna be drinking, it's probably gonna be like palm wine and some lower quality rums that don't get exported. I think most of the rum that gets made there gets sold and exported. It's not like for the locals' consumption. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna give it like maybe an 11. I'm gonna check this out real quick just out of curiosity. What percentage of Haitians drink alcohol in Haiti? Yeah, 35%. Okay. So I actually overestimated. Maybe I gotta put it at like 8 or 9. And the exports, I mean, the Barbancourts are around. They have the Prestige rum. They have. It's not like some of the most prevalent and popular, and a lot of their production doesn't go to their locals. I wouldn't even say it's that much. I guess I'll have it at a 12. Um, the Patriotism, I don't know if they have that for rum. I don't even know what they're really patriotic about. I mean, like, it's just a country in shambles, unfortunately. I mean, I'm sure Haitians are lovely people. They have amazing coffee to be patriotic about, but I don't know. It's maybe I'll put, yeah, maybe an 8. And for cultural identity of their traditions and activities and how much influence they have on the world, they don't have a lot of influence, again, overshadowed by the DR. They probably drink recreationally out of like depression or tourism or some leisure on the beach. I don't know. Maybe an 8. So that'll put him at a 37. Putting them on tied with Albania. And that makes sense. I mean, Albania is not a big exporter of like rums and stuff. It's mostly like for the local culture there. Whereas Haiti is exporting to the world and not so much for the local culture. So it's kind of like reversed, but like in the same numbers, but different numbers. Next, we have Honduras, which is another one of those. It's pretty similar to Guatemala, where not a lot of people are drinking the alcohol that they produce, but they do produce quite a few more famous rums like Barenda, Imperial, Port Royal, Pirates Grog. Yeah, I think they make Pirates Grog. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one, hey? Nice bottle, nice marketing. Yeah, who makes Ray Nephew? I think that's Jamaica, right? Yeah, this is a Jamaican. Yeah, Jamaican rum. Yeah. Um. Yeah, so Honduras is not gonna be super high on the amount of people drinking. I would say it's gonna be like a 7 or something. It's more like I don't know, probably like 30%, 40% of people are drinking. Maybe an 8. Um, the exports, I mean, a lot of these rums that I mentioned is not really noticeable in a lot of liquor stores. Like, I never see Guatem or Honduran rum. It's pretty rare. It's mostly like I see a lot of cigars, but I don't see a lot of rum. So I don't think they're doing a pretty big job of exporting, but it's still kind of there. They kind of have the boutiquey stuff with the Pirates Grog and a couple other things. So they kind of have a spotlight a little bit, but it's not really there. Do they have a lot of nationalism and pride? They probably kind of do, but I think it's also kind of frowned upon, which is why a lot of people don't drink. And it's not really woven into their cultural identities, and there's not a lot of tourism there that drives their influence and the amount of people that are drinking. So again, I don't think they have some big scores in this one either. So while they are a pretty big rum manufacturer, I don't think they're a very big drinking country, which I don't know. Maybe I'll bump this up to a 10. And then they can be at the bottom of the minor drinking league. Next up, we have Hungary. Now, this is going to be difficult to be unbiased in because I am Hungarian. I'm a Hungarian citizen. You know, my parents were born in the Warsaw Pact. So Hungary, I'm going to have some bias here. I'll try not to, but I feel like most of Hungary drinks. I'm gonna. I haven't met. I'll be honest. I've never met a Hungarian that doesn't drink. I've spent years in Hungary. I've spoken to a lot of Hungarians. I've never met one that doesn't drink. Like even the ones that don't drink still will have like a beer here and there. I think it's a 25. Domestic exports. The main ones that they do is they have like a peach liqueur. They import their wines, and then that's pretty much it. Like they don't import a lot of export a I mean they don't export a lot of stuff. The exporting is pretty weak. A lot of people make their own moonshine at home, and like there's a lot of like I think there's a beer like Arany something like a gold something. I don't remember what it was called, and that goes into kind of like they don't produce enough for us to like really remember what it even is. So that being said, I would say they're kind of failing at the exports. You don't know, even the wines, like you got to really look through the liquor store, and not all of them have it. So I would put that one at a 14. As far as alcohol patriotism goes, I'm gonna put it at a. I'm gonna put it at a 25. I think you go anywhere in Hungary, and pretty much everybody says that they invented brandy, which is palinka, and that goes back to Czechoslovakia has Slivovic, but actually Slivovic is just palinka, just renamed in Czech. So Hungary kind of wins there. As far as cultural identity and the traditions go, um, Hungarians drink to everything, and how much influence does it have? I would say it has a lot of influence on neighboring Slavic countries, especially on Czech, because Czech really likes Slivovic now, but it came from Hungary. We pretty much influenced them into becoming a moonshine country, even though that they were prominently a beer country. But I can't give them a total 25 score on this because outside of Europe, nobody really knows what palinka is. And it's just not. Maybe even I'm going to bring it down to a 22 because I've spoken to Czech people before who have never heard of palinka. And they have no idea that their brandy originates from Hungary. So that means Hungary is not doing much of a big influence of people knowing who they are. You know what I mean? So I can't give him too many points for that. And as much as it's my favorite, as much as it's in my favorites, that was as high as I can get it, is 86, which which puts us into the alcoholic superpower, right above Denmark. Another story. I went to the my friend went to Hungary, to the countryside, and he asked somebody, "Where can I get moonshine or palinka?" And then the guy pointed to a police station, and then he said, like, "You see that police station over there?" He's like, "Yeah, okay, that's the only place where you can't get it at." So it's like, and then he just like he had some guy, that same guy that he asked, I guess, and he would just be brought around the local town, and they would just invite him into the houses and give him alcohol. So Hungary definitely has a culture like that. Okay, next one we have is Iceland. So Iceland, uh, I don't know. I've never seen a drink from Iceland. I'll be honest. Holy moly! Almost everybody in Iceland drinks. And then these are the alcohols that I've never in my life heard of. Oh, that looks like a cool bottle. What is this, whiskey? They have nice bottles. I would probably try some of these. These look pretty good. Oh yeah, they got the Viking helmet on this one. Okay, so Iceland. Apparently, like everybody drinks in Iceland. Um, yeah, 24. How much they export? I mean, I've never seen Icelandic spirits. They probably produce a lot if they're drinking that much. I don't know, but I mean, a lot of this is marketed pretty well, so they're probably getting exported to somewhere, and they have quite a variety of stuff that they produce. I mean, those are worth some notable points, so maybe I'll give them an 11. Alcoholic patriotism. If they're drinking that much and they got cool shit like this, I'm sure it's like super high. Um, the cultural identity, how much is alcohol in their traditions? Of again, they're drinking a lot, but they don't seem to have a lot of influence on the world, and for that I'll give them a 17, which puts them at a 76, going right above Burkina Faso, and right below Armenia. That's pretty good, Iceland. A wizard drinker. Well, in this case, you're a Viking drinker. Okay, now we have India. All right. So here's the deal with India. India is absolutely massive, and there's so many people there. It's like there's what is there like over a billion people, or like yeah, it's like insane amounts of people, and part of them don't drink, some of them do drink. They have this thing called a desi daru, which is like a homemade liqueur. I don't even think there's like a universal recipe for it. It's like their version of palinka or slivovitz. It's like, moonshine. They just make it out of freaking anything. And some of it can be licensed and bottled, and some of it can be like completely dangerous and made out of like freaking diesel. Like, some factories making diesel out of some kind of plants, and then they make their drink out of the freaking diesel, and it can like kill people and shit. It's insane. So yeah, it's like, and some of that comes from like suicidal depression of and hopelessness of being in India and this kind of thing of like lower castes, which is super sad. So yeah, a lot of parts of it have a big problem. And also coming into some of the history with Britain, and they brought over the IPA, or they started the IPA culture there, the Indian Pale Ale. Britain shipping beer back and forth, and they probably left a lot of beer for the Indians to drink. India's also been the center of like global trade before like the North Americas were like discovered by the settlers. It was like India was kind of the center. Like China was trading, the Middle East was trading with them. All these other Asian countries, Europe would go through and trade with them. Like you had the whole Indo-Aryan invasion like 8-9 thousand years ago. Like yeah, India's had exposure to all kinds of alcohols. Um, they also have their Iraq, they have the mahua from the mahua flowers, and they have like their coconut and cashew fruit juices. I think it's called feni. And they have like their own palm juice and palm saps and palm wines, and then they got all these other rice and grain ferments, and like, and they got all the different the fruit wines and the grain drinks. And so then they got like the kingfisher. Kingfisher is like a pretty big thing. So I think a big part of India is religious. The Sikhs and the Muslims don't drink. The Hindus, I think, I lived with three Hindus as roommates, and they drink a lot of whiskey, but I also know some Hindus that don't drink. So I'm gonna say maybe half of India drinks. And keep in mind, half of India is still like almost a billion people. So that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people drinking. So maybe the quantity of that can raise it up to 15. How much does it produce? If we're talking about Kingfisher, we're talking about, I don't know. I don't think IPA goes into, because mostly it's IPAs like Britain, but it does have a history. I don't know if that goes into the exports. So maybe I'll go to like 12, because you know what? For how massive India is and for how little I see it in liquor stores, even in Canada, I would say it's pretty pathetic how little amount of Indian alcohol we see in our in our liquor stores. So I think I'll give them a 9 because they got to pick up the pace on that. It'd be cooler to see more Indian drinks hitting the shelves, especially in Canada where like we brought in like millions of Indians, but there's no Indian alcohol that they brought with them. Um, do they have a lot of patriotism? I've hung out with I've hung out with hundreds of Indians and spoken with thousands in my career, and I've never heard them really talk about their alcohol. I don't think they really have any ego or pride for it. They're also not a very egotistical culture. I'll put it at a 3. They don't have a lot of cultural traditions or activities. It's mostly like, it's pretty niche of who drinks. It's not like a big thing. And I don't think it has a lot of influence besides the India Pale Ale. So because of the India Pale Ale, I can't give a lot of credit to India for that because it's mostly Britain, but they do share history, so I guess I'll give him some points for it. I'll put it at an I'll put it at a 10 for the IPA. So that puts them at a 37. Um, that ties them together with Albania and Haiti. Next, we have Indonesia. Now, Indonesia is mostly a dry country. It's predominantly Muslim, and only Bali is not Muslim and they're Hindu, and even the Hindus don't really drink a lot. Um, Now there are gonna be like countryside exceptions, like the some of the rice farmers or some of the more rural people who are gonna be making palm wine or rice wine or some kind of something from the jungle farms or whatever, or the plantations. So There's gonna be a little bit, but which might put him at like a 2. But overwhelmingly, it is the tourists that are going to be drinking, and most of the tourists go to Bali, and it's going to be concentrated there. So I guess I could put it up to a 5. They don't really make anything besides the rural people I was talking about. Like, I think maybe they make like Iraq or something, but it's not going to be something that you'll really find at any liquor store. So it's probably something pretty minuscule, maybe a 3. Do they have much patriotism? I don't think so. Maybe a 1. Maybe there's someone out there boasting about their pop. Oh, my palm wine is the best. Um, the cultural identity, it's just for tourism. That's it. And does it have influence? I guess it kind of has the influence to get people to go to Bali to relax and drink on the beach. So that's some points. I can give him like a 4 for that. So what is this? 13? Indonesia gets a 13, which is above Guinea-Bissau, right above Bangladesh. Is it more than Bangladesh? Bangladesh is 12, and we're at 13. Okay. Yep, that looks good. Next we have is Iran. Alcohol is illegal in Iran. However, they have a history. That's like where, like, they pretty much invented beer, and they had a huge history with wine. But now, because of the Sharia law and this and that, like, they can't drink any of that. Even though some of Iran is Christian, but even then, like, they can't. They'd be risking their lives with the law. But that being said, Iran is pretty huge. There's probably some people here and there, very secretly making wine and beer at home and drinking it out in the rural countrysides or whatever. So I'll give them like maybe a 2. The exports, they don't produce anything besides what they make at home. I guess I'll give it a 1 for like illegal home-based operations. They probably do it. I feel like their pride and patriotism is a lot more though, because they have a lot of history of, like, they invented beer and stuff, right? So like it's got to be up there a little bit. Um, yeah, beer was invented in Iran. I mean, I gotta give them points for this, right? They're like the earliest chemists. So there's got to be some kind of patriotism to this. Like, oh God, imagine being patriotic that you invented beer and your government criminalizes it. And not only criminalized, like you get like brutally punished, maybe even physically tortured if you drink it. Oh, that's sad. I feel for Iran. They just they just want to have beer. So anyways, how much is alcohol involved in their traditions? 0. How much did it influence the rest of the world? I'm a million percent. A million percent. The whole be Do I give them a 25 on this of how much they influence the rest of the world? This is a really weird skew. Because on one hand, they influence the world completely with beer. But on the other hand, they can't drink anything. I'm conflicted with the score, but considering the whole beer drinks alcohol, the whole world drinks beer now, like the entire planet, and it's thanks to Iran. That is influence, and that is so much influence that I'm gonna max it out. And for that, Iran gets a 48. So, where does that put him? Right beside Ecuador. Boom. And I'm gonna give him. You know what? We can beat Ecuador because you invented beer. I'll give you 49 in the minor drinking league. Shit. You know what? If alcohol was legal in Iran, it would be in the S alcoholic superpower. 100%. Full send. Next we have Iraq. Now, hold on. Okay, Iraq is the same thing. And they also have prohibition. I feel like we gotta put Iraq right beside Iran. It's the same thing, same category. I'll give them a 49 too. Next is Ireland. Listen. Wait, hold on. Which one's Ireland? Is this one Ireland? Ireland, okay. And then this one is the Ivory Coast, right? Okay, yeah. Just had to make sure. Ireland. What percentage of Ireland? Okay, so 73% of the population of Ireland drinks. The remaining percentage of Ireland is just Indian and Islamic immigrants. Okay? So we're at like a 20 out of 25 if we're counting everybody. But if we're only counting Irish people and not Indians and Arabics people, then we're gonna be at 25, right? So which one do we want to go? Do we want to go with the Irish population or the population that the stats on Google's gonna show us, which includes non-Irish people? How do I want to be fair with this? You know what? A lot of people go to Ireland as tourists who are not Irish residents to go drink their beer. So for that reason, I'm going to put him at. I'll give him a 25. Fuck it. I can't. Can I? Well, they have Irish cream. They have cider. Then they have the poitín or whatever. They make gin. They make stouts. They make Irish whiskeys. They make all kinds of beers. So their exports is world renowned. 25. Like even like places in Africa, or even like Guyana, they drink Guinness and stuff. Like everywhere has Guinness, right? Guinness goes all over the world. Kilkenny's, Harp, Innocent Gun, or whatever it is. Alcohol patriotism, 25. Cultural identity and their influence on the rest of the world. Listen. If we forget about the Indians and the Muslims that are taking over Ireland, this is 100. But the Indians and Muslims are keeping it down to 95. And they're making Ireland more healthy statistically. But we don't want that in this competition, right? Let's do a compromise, okay? I'll just take 2 points away for having your country invaded by Indians and Muslims. Alright? 98. 98, right? Barbados, 99. Yeah, you're tied with Germany. 98. Yeah, that's good. Oh, that's not. That's yeah, there you go. Okay, now we have Israel. Now we have the country that is responsible for Ireland's invasion of all the migrants that dilute the population, right? Anyways, yeah, they make, you know, they make beer, Iraq, brandy, they make some, I guess they have some wineries and stuff. I think they even have a couple whiskeys. I think, but I don't really see a lot of Israeli alcohol products. And yeah, do Jews drink? I don't think Jews drink. 55% consume alcohol. That's actually a lot for a place like that. That's just like Jews and Muslims. Okay. So I guess we can put in like a 13, and then we can do the exports and production. I feel like I never see it anywhere. They don't really hit the Canadian or Western markets. I'll give them like a 9 because it's probably, I think they probably also drink a lot of imported stuff. The patriotism that goes along with it's not really one of the things they're patriotic about. Maybe I'll give him like a 7 or something. Is it a cultural tradition or an activity? It's not for Judaism or Islam. Maybe I guess the Christians kind of do. And does it have influence when it comes to drinking? I don't think it really does. I'll give it a 6. So 34 puts us into the top of the designated drivers tier list. Next, we have Italy. Yeah, most of Italy drinks. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of wine. I would say 20. It's not as insane as like Ireland or France or some of these other ones. Like they don't drink as much as them. Like they don't get me wrong. The Italians still drink like freaking crazy, but just not on the same scale as some of the other ones. That being said, their exports are 10 out of 10. Every liquor store has Italian wine and vermouth, all of them. And on top of that, they also have some other things like grappa, amaro. They have sambuca, brandies, beers, and some other whatever. Oh, they have the that starts with the A, Aperol, Campari, and martinis, and anyways, yeah, they're 25 max score. Their patriotism, they're always arguing with France that they have better wine and stuff, so I would say 25. How much is alcohol involved in their traditions? A lot. And how much is influence does it have on the rest of the world? It's either 24 or 25. And the reason why I'm leaning on that is because maybe Italy isn't as influential with wine as France is. But then they also have the martinis and the vermouths. And vermouth is very popular, and so is Aperol. Like you see these in like gelato, fancy gelato places, and like you know people who are like too fancy to drink alcohol, but they drink alcohol anyways, so they'll drink like an Aperol spritz or something. You know what the types I mean. So they kind of influence. You know what? They influence the non-drinkers to drink alcohol with these like fancy little fashionable drinks like Aperol and Martini. So for that reason, I'm gonna give him that's influence right there. So what is this? 97? Yeah, Italy gets 97. It's tied with Belgium. Italy is a alcoholic superpower. Next we have the Ivory Coast. I don't know anything about the Ivory Coast. Um, do they even have stats on this? Is this for the Ivory Coast? Who's this for? Oh, 9 to 32, so we don't know. Ivory Coast alcohol. They looks like they have like some beer. Alcohol satchels. Alcohol is legal. Not a lot of people drink, and they make freaking little packets of beer. Okay. So we can guess, I don't know, I guess 6 here. They don't produce much. If they're making packets of beer, they're pretty scarce. Maybe even a 4 on this. Probably not a lot of patriotism if you're making, you know what, 1. There's not a lot of patriotism in packets of beer, but maybe I'll give it a 3 because they did look like they have a couple nice beer bottles at least. Cultural identity. Besides drinking palm wine or beer packets, probably not a lot. There's no influence there either, so I'll give it a 4. It's just 17. And 17 is going to put us right behind the Republic of the Congo. He's our new designated driver. Next, we have Jamaica. Oh, I love jerk chicken, oxtail, akri. Oh, man. Yeah, plantain chips. How much Jamaica drinks? I don't know, because maybe they smoke weed more than they drink. Okay. So okay, so 77% of people have drank at least once. And okay, so like 70% of people drink and the other 30% just smoke weed. Okay, got it, got it. Okay. So this puts them up at, I'll put them at 20. Domestic exports, I'm 25. This is a brainless one. I mean, everybody knows Ray and Nephew, Appleton Estate, Mount Gay. Like, yeah, Jamaica is killing it. They have, what did they have? They have Rumfire, they have Worthy Park, they have the Dragon Stout, they have the Red Stripe, they have Myers. That's another one. Yeah, 25, man. The Patriotism, also 25, man. They know they have some of the best rum. Come on. The higher end Appleton Estates. I'm not talking about the normal one. I'm talking about like 10. I'm talking about, yeah, this one, like the 51, the 50 year. Even the 12 year is pretty good, but the 15 year and the 21 year, that's when it really starts to shine. Yeah, the 15. This is, yeah, if you ever get a chance to try this, ooh, man, yeah, Jamaicans know they got the best rum on the market. They might not be the inventor of rum, but, and that also brings with the cultural influence. Okay, people go to Jamaica to drink just like the Dominican Republic. So I'm gonna put it at 25, and I'll raise the amount to 21. Oh, for tourism, I'll bump it up to 23, maybe 22, because still more people go there to smoke weed than they do to drink. So this is a 97. Jamaica, you are an alcoholic superpower. And you are the best bobsled team as well. Okay, Japan. Japan. I've got a bias with Japan, I'm gonna tell you guys. But first, let's talk about alcohol. Alcohol, well, Japan has a huge drinking problem, especially like, the work culture where they have like the all you can drink beer after work. Like people work like 14 to 16 hours a day in the office and they go to the restaurant like just drink all day after. I think it's like it's gonna be like 23. Let's just see out of curiosity. Oh, it's all dudes. Yeah, because dudes are all working super hard and stressed out, and like I guess the girls don't as much. So yeah, I'll put it at 19. Um, Domestic exports, everybody knows Suntory and all these things. I'm gonna put it at 25, but I am going to take some points away. I'm gonna put it to 21. You know what? I'm gonna put it at 20 because I'm a little bit bitter about this. Now I'm gonna tell you why. So we have Suntory, which produces Yamazaki, Hakushu, and Hibiki, and then we have Nika. So these are the main Japanese distillers. But the problem I have with these is that it's not actually Japanese whiskey. It's that these guys went to Scotland, in Canada, in America, in Ireland, and they took their whiskey and they brought it to Japan and rebottled it and marketed it as Japanese whiskey. So it's not actually Japanese whiskey. Now, today we have authentic whiskeys like the Yamazaki and the Hibiki, and they're creating it now in Japan. But like when it first started, and still a lot of the bottles that we have today are kind of a scam because it's not really a Japanese export. It's actually more of a Scottish or a Canadian or an Irish or an American export that has been reskinned and rebranded for the market as Japanese. And because of that, it's kind of pretty snaky, and I don't like it. But I'm still going to keep the score at 20 simply for Sake and Sapporo's sake. So if it wasn't for them being literally scam artists, this would be a 25 if it was just beer and sake. But because the whiskey industry is snaky, I'm going to put it down to 20. Um, the patriotism, yeah, it's 25. They think they have the best beer, the best sake. They think they have the best whiskey, even though it's not even from there. Anyways, the cultural identity, it's very much involved. Like even in anime, it has a pretty big influence on the rest of the world. The whole world knows about their culture. Everybody wants to eat a bowl of ramen with beer. Like even Muslims go to Japan to go eat like ramen and sushi, and then they'll start complaining on social media that like there's like that they made the rice and pork water or something like that. So like if even Muslims are coming to your country despite you having like such a big alcohol tradition, then that's yeah, I mean I'm gonna put it at 23. You know what? No, it's because sake it's 24. But because of the whiskey bullshit, that is negative influence. And I'm gonna put it down to 24. Sorry, Japan. And that puts Japan at 88, which still lands them above. Does it go above? Yeah, okay. Even though I have so much shit to say about them, they still landed higher than my country of Hungary in the alcoholic superpower. Did they land higher than Canada? What did I give Canada? 85. 88. Yeah. What about Cuba and China? Yeah, okay. So despite me giving Japan so much shit, Japan, if it wasn't for your fucking whiskey bullshit, if it wasn't for you guys being such dicks about whiskey, you guys would be like up here. But you're not. You're down here. You could thank Nika and Suntory for that. Next country we have is what is this? Palestine. Um, Jordan. That's the place with Petra, right? Yeah, it's like over here beside Israel. God, Is alcohol even legal in Jordan? I don't know anything about Jordan other than the... Okay. It's got to be kept out of public spaces, but it's legal. It's illegal on the streets and on the beach. You can go to jail. Apparently, only like 1% of Jordan drinks alcohol. I guess they make Arakan beer just like all the other countries in that area. So, okay, it's like one person drinks in Jordan. They make some Arakan beer. Okay. They probably have zero patriotism. Or they probably have like one. Like, you know, a couple of guys are like, oh, our Iraq is the best. Our beer is the best. I guess it's in Mesopotamia, so it's like, do they have a lot of influence in the rest of the world if they're from Mesopotamia? Does Jordan have history in beer? I guess, yeah, I guess that they were part of what helped. Oh, they even made a Petra beer, and they made coffee porter. Uh, I don't know. I guess I'll give him a 15 for being a big part of. I don't know if I can. Wait, hold on. How old is country Jordan? Oh, the country's only they were never a part of this shit. Okay. Anyways, that means 0. So I'll give him a 3. But no, that's not really fair because alcohol is still legal, so I can't rank it lower than countries where it's legal in. So I'll give it a 6, I guess. What did I rate Gambia? A 6? Yeah, I would say it's on par with Gambia. It's not illegal, but people just don't do it. All right, Kazakhstan. I've been to Kazakhstan, and I had fermented horse milk there, and it was putrid. But they do drink it, and they also drink a bit of vodka. Yeah, apparently a lot of people drink, and they have a lot of beer. They have some wine. They have the milk stuff. You know, they drink like the horse milk, and they drink the camel milk, and then they drink the yeah, they have quite a bit, but like you also get some vodka out of them, but it's not like a huge part of their culture. It's not something that like they're super known for. They also don't really export a lot of it. I don't know. It's like I'll give it a 9 because I never see Kazakh alcohol anywhere outside of like Uzbek or Kazakhstan. Maybe Russia gets some of it or China does, but other than that, I've never seen it anywhere outside of Kazakhstan. So how much patriotism do they have? I mean, I think they think that their milk is really cool and interesting. So I'll give him a 17 for that. The cultural identity, yeah, that milk stuff is pretty big there, and also there's actually a milk vodka. It was called Cow or something. Yeah, Black Cow. Yeah, there's a couple of them, and I feel like maybe this kind of thing is kind of influenced by Kazakhstan's tendencies of making alcohol out of milk. So I would say they do actually have a weird, quirky influence in that sense. And I'm almost gonna, you know what? I'm gonna put them at a 20. No, not that high. Maybe like 18. 16? 17? Yeah, I'll do 17. And that's gonna put him in 53 at the top of our minor drinking league above, I don't remember what this country is. What is this again? Gabon. That was the country where everyone drinks all the beer. Kazakhstan is going to be 53. And after that, we have Kenya. Kenya, recognizable flag, just like Kazakhstan. Kenya has their Changa, their Busa. I was looking at going to Kenya. I've planned a lot of trips there, but I just never made it out. I know they drink quite a bit. I would say less than half of people in Kenya drink, but it's not like as low as the Muslim countries, so I would say it's maybe like an 8. They do make a lot of their own alcohols out of honey and fruit and sugar and grains, maize, millet, and like the palms and the coconut, but they don't really export a lot of it. I've never seen Kenyan alcohol anywhere. I would like to try it, but I've just never seen it. I think maybe is Tusker Canyon? Yeah, you know what? I've had this. I've actually had this before. So big points on that. They actually got a beer out of the country into Canada. So that's pretty big on them. I'm gonna give them 11 for that, but there's no real diversity. I don't see a lot of other stuff. Maybe I need to keep an eye out. As far as the patriotism goes, they're probably very proud that they got the beer out, and they probably are pretty happy about their honey and fruit drinks. I'll give them a 19 for patriotism. Their traditions and cultures, it's not super big, and they don't really have a big influence. So I'll give him a 9 on this one. Maybe, no, I'll give him a 7. Which puts Kenya at 45. Right above Angola. Yep. That seems about right. Okay. The next country, we just did Kenya. What's this? Kiribati. This is a beautiful flag. Wow. Where are you, Kiribati? Holy moly, where is this? Where? Where? Where is it? It's not even on the map. It's just, oh, it's over here. This is it? Is there even anything here? It's just an airport. It's just an airport and like are these houses? What is this place? They don't even have Google Maps, but this place is called London. That's the only picture. Are these part of Kiribati? Like these all? Oh, these are all part of Kiribati. Oh, this one's not. Is this Kiribati? I don't know, man. Is this even a country? Obviously it is, but it's like, all right, what percentage of Kiribati drinks alcohol? Let's just see. 25%, okay. Kiribati alcohol. It's freaking palm wine. That's it. They make palm wine. Just like every other island tropical. Okay. Got it. Okay, so there's nobody there. It's just like random little sprinkles of land in the ocean. Like 25% of people drink theirs, like a 6. Do they make anything? They make palm wine. They probably don't have a lot of patriotism. Maybe they have a little bit. Maybe they're like, we make the best palm wine. I'll give them that. Okay, cultural identity. Probably all they do is like, what else do you do there other than drink palm wine? So I guess maybe I'll give them a 7, because there's probably nothing else to do there other than get drunk and hang out on the beach. So yeah, that is 7, 14, 16. That puts them above Indonesia. Below Ivory Coast. Okay, Kiribati, really cool flag and very interesting country. And this is Kosovo. Kosovo is also has a lot of Muslims, but I think it still also has that rakia and beer and wine. They probably got a lot of brandy and stuff, and they have a lot of wine. I think they probably make and distribute a lot more than they actually drink it. So probably, I'd probably say like half of their Muslim population probably drinks, and the other half doesn't. And then I don't think they export really anything. Maybe they export a bunch to Albania. I don't know. Let's check. Kosovo alcohol. Well, that's a nice bottle. Is this their Arthur Cantina or Stone Castle? Yeah, it looks like they got a couple things here and there, so they're probably exporting something, but it's not like anything you'll find in Canada or anywhere else. So I'll put it to 8. Um, their patriotism, I don't know. I feel like you don't get a lot of it out from there, but maybe the guys the few that do make their own homemade stuff, they're pretty patriotic about it. How much is it involved with the traditions? Well, they're Muslims, so not really anything. They don't get a lot of tourism. I wouldn't say they're very influential, so maybe like a 4. That's 33. So Kosovo goes into our designated drivers tier list. Here's like the second Palestinian flag. Oh, Kuwait. Kuwait is yeah, alcohol is illegal there. It's also very tiny, and it's just like a couple cities, and it's like very upscale and high end. It's like its own little Dubai area that's like shielded from all the problems. Um, yeah, going back to Bahrain, like Bahrain, alcohol is legal for the military bases and a couple tourist people, but like Kuwait is where you go to not drink. Now, they're very strict about it, and they don't allow it at all. Now, there's a bit of nuance to it in the sense that yeast and sugar is probably not illegal. So is there some people that are going to be making it in their basement illegally? Maybe. Um, is there going to be some insanely rich sheikh or sheikh that comes in and they make an exception for him? Yeah, maybe that is a thing there as well. But generally speaking, I think I'm going to give him a 0 because there's probably nobody drinking alcohol there or risking their lives. Like, even in Afghanistan or Iran and some of these other countries, these places are so massive that, like, Abdul is probably in the mountains somewhere fucking making some kind of fermented sheep milk drink or fucking fermented pomegranate wine or something in his, like, buried behind a tree or something. But like in Kuwait is tiny. There's no countryside where someone can go and hide out and make it in secrecy. And the repercussions are pretty big. So and most people here are probably rich enough to leave the country to drink if they really want to. I don't think it's even worth it to drink there. So 0. They don't make anything, so 0. They don't have patriotism. So Kuwait is a real zero. This is the absolute bottom. Again, Afghanistan is moving up the ranks. Kuwait is last place. I don't think anyone is going to beat them, but we'll see. The next one on the list is Kyrgyzstan, another really cool country flag. Yeah, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and this Kiribati, man, those flags are really interesting. I really like those flags. Yeah, Jamaica has a unique flag too. I like it. I really like Belarus's flag. That's pretty unique. Uh, yeah, Kenya has a cool logo. This other one here, what is this one called again? Antigua. Yeah, Antigua has a nice flag. And this flag is pretty cool. Who is this again? Grenada. Yeah, there's some interesting flags. And I never seen this one either. What was this called again? Comoros? Yeah, Comoros. Cool. Anyways, Kyrgyzstan is yeah, they also have the vodka and the horse milk and the beer, and but they are still it's like Kazakhstan but less. Like they don't have the same cultural identity and fame and global influence that Kazakhstan had with it. It's like Kazakhstan really stands out to be that milk fermenting country, whereas Kyrgyzstan is kind of overshadowed by it. So I'm just gonna do Kazakhstan, but minus like 9 points for not being as prevalent. So being in 44, I'll put it behind Angola. Oh boy, we have so many to go through. But we'll keep going. Okay, next we have Laos. So Laos is every time I see backpackers who go to Laos, I mean they're always drinking beer and they're always drinking like these rice spirits and yeah, what is it? Laos rice drinks. Yeah, they have it in like these cool freaking like clay cups and stuff. Yeah, sweet fermented rice. Yeah, they're just freaking drinking it all the time. Ancient rice wine. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think yeah, what percentage drinks alcohol? Only 48? Oh. Okay, so less than half, but all the tourists go there to drink, so that's gotta count for something. So I guess I'll put it to 14. I've never seen their exports anywhere. I've never seen Laos alcohol. So I'm sure they do it a lot in their home country, but it doesn't really get out to the global market. So I'll give it like, I don't know, like a, maybe it goes to Thailand and Cambodia, so I'll give it 10. But aren't they communist? I think they're communist. Anyways, their patriotism, they probably got a lot for their little drinks. I'll give them a 12. For the traditions and activities and how much influence they have, probably also like a 13. So I'll give them a 49. Yeah, right behind Gabon. Which one was Gabon again? Was it this one? No, that's Dominica. This one? Yeah, Gabon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put it right behind Gabon in the minor drinking league. Next, we're going to Latvia. So Latvia is another vodka belt country with a lot of herbal liqueurs, brandies, beers, and like the berry fruit spirits. They got some of the ciders. They got the Riga Black. I don't really know. Latvia alcohol. Holy moly! Everybody drinks there. Holy moly! I've never seen any of these bottles, but they look nice. Is Stoli Latvia? No. Shit! I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, apparently everybody in Latvia drinks alcohol, and they export Stoli. You know what? Stoli is not like the most prevalent vodka drink that you find everywhere, and I see a lot of variety there in those pictures, but the variety I just don't see over in other countries. So I feel like they just don't get out to the world stage as much. So I gotta give them a 22 for that. Because just Stoli, come on, where's your other stuff? We're only getting one. The Patriotism, probably 25 because they got Stoli. But 24, you know what? Hold on. Do they think they invented vodka? No, they don't have a claim. Okay. So that doesn't put him to 25. As far as cultural identity and how much influence they have on the rest of the world, I would say they don't have a lot of influence. A lot of people don't even know where Latvia is, but it does have a big cultural identity for traditions and activities. So Latvia gets a 90 from me, which puts them above Japan in the alcoholics superpower tier list. Oh boy, we're getting there. I feel like we're getting like close to halfway. Okay, Lebanon. Lebanon is Muslim, but I feel like they're not that strict of kind of Muslim because they make a lot of Iraq and they make a lot of wine. They're kind of like their own secular little Muslim. I think they have some Christians there as well. So I think it's gonna be quite a mix. Probably the Muslims aren't gonna be drinking, and some of the more hardcore religious people are there as well. But so I'm gonna say like less than half. But they do export enough that I can see it in Canada, so good job, Lebanon. It's just not very common. Um, yeah, I've seen some of their Iraqs on shelves, and their patriotism. I feel like they're pretty passionate. I've heard Lebanese people toot on about their Iraqs, like, "Oh, we make the best Iraq. We make the best wine." So the little people that do drink it, I feel like it does also have a big part of cultural influence. Like it is kind of the near the birthplace of wine and beer. So that alone should bring it up to like a 17 or so. Yeah, did they invent wine? No. But they're one of the starters. Did they invent beer? No, they didn't. Okay. So I actually can't give them too much credit for that. But they are kind of in the spot. I'll give them a 9. 43. Lebanon gets a 43. They're going to be right behind Kyrgyzstan and Angola. The next one is Lesotho. I recognize that. That's the other country in South Africa. I think it's down here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Lesotho is... I think they make beer. Yeah, they make beer and they drink a lot of beer, but it's only like half the population or a bit less. I remember watching like some tourist guy go down there, and I would say, yeah, less than half drink beer. Quite a bit make beer. They probably have a bit of patriotism for their beer, and like some pride that they made it kind of thing. I don't think it's a big cultural identity, but they don't have a lot of influence. Mm, yeah, they do have it for like ceremonies and stuff and cultural gatherings, so it's not totally dry. So I think this is a 31, which puts them kind of in the higher, yeah, below like Ethiopia. Is it above Botswana? Yeah, tied with Botswana. That seems about right. Our next one is gonna be Liberia. Liberia did a national beer, just kind of brewing culture because they were trying to be like United States for a bit. And of course, they have the palm wine. It is in that part of the world as well where they're doing the palm wine, the fermented sugarcane. But now, what percentage of Liberia drinks alcohol? I think it's like 15%. Oh, 30%. Okay. And over 69% are abstaining from alcohol. Okay, so 30%. I guess that's like an 8. And then they don't import a lot. Um, yeah, how much beer do they do? 36,000. Yeah, that's not very good. You know what? It's low, but they are exporting to United States, so I'll give them an extra point. They're probably pretty patriotic about their beer. Like, oh, America's buying our beer. We're America. We're just like America. They don't have a lot of culture around drinking, evidently, but they also don't have any influence. Doesn't seem like it. I'll give them a 3. So it gives them 31. Another 31 to tie up with Lesotho in our designated drivers list. Next, we're going to Libya, which is another dry Muslim country that is, I looked into it before, and it's like nobody's drinking alcohol there. And it's going to be like that same kind of effect as Afghanistan, where like, maybe Mohammed is out in fucking Alawanet out here in the middle of the fucking Sahara Desert, and he's like fermenting his goat's milk or something like that, or like, it's probably existing somewhere, and like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they have a couple wineries or something like very rare. No, but it would be illegal, right? Yeah, so I guess not. I'll give it a 1 and like 0. Yeah, this is all 0. I'll give it a 1 for the benefit of the doubt because it's so big. Like, Muhammad is out there somewhere fermenting his goat's milk, you know what I mean? So that is 1. That is 1. Next up is Liechtenstein. I took a train from Germany to Innsbruck, Austria, and it went by the border of Liechtenstein, but I don't think we actually went in. I think it just went along the border of it. And I remember seeing some signs and like ads and stuff about Liechtenstein beer. And then when I got to Innsbruck, I went to the liquor store and I saw a couple wines made in Liechtenstein. So I think they actually make some wine. I've never actually had any of the wine. I'm sure they make some great wine. They're also like one of those tiny kind of countries where a lot of rich people live in. And with rich people, especially rich Europeans, they like to drink a lot, so I'm sure they'd get a lot of imports. I would guess in that case, probably like 18 out of 25 are drinking. Because a lot of rich people like to be healthy, but there's a lot more rich people that like to drink a lot and live lavishly. So I think this is a fair assumption. How much do they produce? I mean, it's a tiny country, but they do have some micro wineries and stuff. So I don't know, maybe a 4, 5, because I saw some in Austria, so they are shipping some out of the country too, exports. They probably have a lot of patriotism. They're probably like, oh, we make the best wine, we're freaking rich and everything. Cultural identity and traditions, they probably drink a lot. Do they have a lot of influence in the rest of the world? No, they don't. Most people don't even know they exist. So I think this is a fair score. Puts them in 47. And that's going to go right above Kenya. And above, yeah, tied with Antigua. And now we have our next country. What is this? Lithuania. Okay. Lithuania is also in the vodka belt. They make stumbras. They make I don't know what they make. I'll be honest. The main thing I know about Lithuania, holy, yeah, yeah. They had the hussars, the winged hussars too. Yeah, man. The Poles, the Hungarians, the Magyars, and the Lithuanians. We had the hussars, man. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. You know what? I have actually seen this bottle before. Yeah, I've actually seen these bottles before. So yeah, they export quite a bit. They get around. Um, shit, if 92% are drinking, buddy, they get a 25. They get a 25. For exports, I don't see a big variety coming out of them. I do see that generic mainstream Lithuanian bottled vodka, but I don't really notice a lot of variety. This looks familiar, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, we just don't get enough variety for this to be a high enough score. But we do see some Lithuania everywhere we go. So maybe we get a 20 on this. The patriotism. Does Lithuania think they invented vodka? No, they don't. Okay, so I can't give them a perfect score. I'll give them a 22. And how much is involved in the traditions? Like maximum? How much influence do they have on the rest of the world? Not a lot. I can't give them a lot. We don't. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're just not that influential. 85. Oh, you are just scratching in to the alcoholic Superpowers League. Hungary no longer being at the bottom of the S tier. Next on the list we have, what is this? Luxembourg. Um, I feel like Luxembourg is another one of those places like Liechtenstein where there's a lot of rich people going there. The salaries are pretty high. Um, so I guess they're probably drinking a lot. I'm almost gonna put it at 20. Now let's check. Yeah, 86. Almost everybody is drinking. It's 20. Yeah, maybe even 21. Um, do they produce alcohol? They probably produce like micro beers and like micro wine. It's probably in the same scale as like Liechtenstein, but most of it's imports. Yeah, I'm gonna put it at 8 because I've never seen this stuff like leaving the country. But it's all probably in Luxembourg. Maybe a couple gets out to like Switzerland or Liechtenstein or Andorra or something. But it's like, yeah, it's gonna be really small. That being said, the patriotism is probably inflated because they're like, oh, we're the rich country, we make the best wine, blah blah. They probably have zero influence on the rest of the world, and it's probably heavily involved in their activities. So I can give them a 16 for that. So that gives them a 55, which puts them up right at the bottom of our B tier tavern veterans, actually. Because, yeah, they drink a lot. Holy moly. Did I look up how much Liechtenstein drink? This isn't even really yeah, 2/3 of the population. Yeah, so not as much as Luxembourg. So that's pretty fair. Okay. Madagascar. I was looking into going to Madagascar for a vacation. I kind of wanted like a Caribbean style vacation, but in Madagascar. And ultimately, I decided I wasn't gonna go because it's so far from Canada. And if all I want to do is sit on the beach and drink rum, I'm just gonna go to Barbados, I guess, or Dominican Republic. Like I don't need to go to Madagascar to have the same experience, especially because they have rum in Madagascar, but it's not like a rum nation. And their rum is mostly gonna be like spice rum or fruit flavored or vanilla rum. And as a rum snob myself, whenever I hear of spiced rums or flavor infused rums, I just picture that the rum sucks and they need these flavorings to cover it up, and that kind of makes it seem like it's not really the best rum producer. They also don't really drink a lot there. It's not really a drinking culture, so it's more of like a 9. And they also don't really export anything. I've never seen. They have a rum called Zama, and I've never seen it in any store in the West. So I don't know if it really gets out. They don't have a presence globally, really, that I've seen. They aren't super patriotic about their alcohol. They have other things that they're patriotic about, like their weird foods and their trees and their wildlife. But as far as the alcohol goes, I don't feel any patriotism for that, and they don't have much cultural identity, and they don't have any kind of influence. So I'm gonna put it at like a 5, and purely 5 is gonna be boosted from tourism and people hanging out at the beach. So it's gonna be 29. He's a new designated driver, and I'm gonna be sticking him right. Yeah, right under these Botswanas and Liberia, I guess. Next we have Malawi. I had a few, I think they were Mormon or Christian, I can't remember. And they went to Malawi to do some missionary work, and they were telling me that, yeah, they don't, it's also like not really a drinking country. It's not illegal there, but they don't really drink, and it's not like they really produce anything either. It's apparently they do have quite a few things, like they make some kind of gin, they make their own vodka, they make some brandy, they make some beer, but it's pretty niche, and it's mostly amongst like the hobbyists that are a bit more wealthy that dabble in that kind of thing. So it's very low production, and it's more of like a local hobbyist kind of thing. Um, because of that, I don't think there's a lot of patriotism, and there's not a lot of culture around it, and there's not a lot of influence. So it's just kind of the only culture is either tourism or rich hobbyists hanging out by the beach who are enjoying their drinks, or like the occasional rural like farmer who's making out of palm juice or whatever. So I'm gonna give it a 14, which puts it right above Bangladesh and Indonesia. What is it? What did I put Indonesia at? 13? Yeah, right above Indonesia. Next we have Malaysia. I spent a few weeks in Malaysia. I loved it. One of my favorite countries that I visited, but it is Muslim dominated and nobody really drinks there. They have their tiger beer, actually, so they do make beer, but they also have a lot of imported beer from other Asian countries, and they even have a lot of Guinness and Carlsberg. But yeah, you can't really find it at restaurants, and you have to go to like a liquor store, and the liquor there is very overpriced. They try to get you to not drink it, so it is very niche to have people drinking. It's usually tourists or wealthy people who are drinking. So I'm going to give it a 3. Though their only beer is Tiger, and I guess they're probably making palm wine out in the jungle, and some rice wine and other kind of similar, the typical kind of thing. Maybe I'll give it a 4. I'll give it a 5 because I actually have seen Tiger like going around. So maybe even a 6 because Tiger does get out there quite a bit. They have no patriotism pretty much. Like there's gonna be a few people who are gonna really support Tiger. And as far as the traditions go and activities, I think it's just like either people and tourists on the beach, or it's gonna be foreigners or any kind of like jungle rural farmer. So not much going on there. No real influence. So I'm gonna give it a 13. And that goes right below Malawi, right with Indonesia. Maldives is another Muslim country that it is legal to have alcohol for like the tourism areas, but other than that, I don't think the locals are really allowed to drink it, and if they are, it's like very frowned upon. So it's purely a tourist drinking culture. It's all imported. They don't do anything there. They don't have any patriotism for it, and the only culture is just circulated around tourism. And maybe they'll get some points on having influence because they do influence a lot of the world to go there to relax and drink on their beaches. But that's as high as I can get them, really. So I'll give them a 6, which puts them right below Guinea. Which one's Guinea? This one? Gambia. Which one's Guinea? This one? This one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm going to put it right here. And then this one is, what country is this? Mali. Mali is also a majorly Muslim population. But they actually do have the same thing going on as the Burkina Faso, right? They have the millet soup. Does Mali drink more alcohol than Burkina Faso? No, Burkina Faso does that shit way more. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be super, super low alcohol. What is their alcohol called again? Okay, Google doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like that freaking soup that people drink. Yeah, it's the same thing they drink in Burkina Faso, but I guess they drink way less of it than Burkina Faso does. So yeah, like nobody drinks there, like, and they make some of that millet stuff, but probably not a lot. They have no pride or culture around it. Probably a lot of poor people or something drink that weird millet soup stuff. I guess I'll give them a 5. Which puts them right below the Maldives. And then we have this. What is this? Malta. Oh yeah, that's below Italy. Oh yeah, that's right here. I don't know anything about Malta. Yeah, so it looks like majority of Malta drinks, and Google doesn't understand the country of Malta. Yeah, Sisk lagers, and I mean every country has some shitty lager. Almost every country. So that's not really a flex. So almost everyone drinks. They don't make anything. They make some shitty lager. They probably aren't very patriotic about it. It's probably all imports from France and Italy. And there's probably a lot of cultural traditions around drinking, but they don't have any influence on the rest of the world drinking. So I think this is a fair assessment. Which puts them at a 41. And that leaves them right under Lebanon. Okay, next we're gonna have the Marshall Islands. This one is in Africa, I'm pretty sure. So this is Marshall Islands, right? Yeah. And this one is... Oh, that's Mauritius. I don't know where they are. Oh, I was nowhere near close. I thought this was in Africa. Oh, this is one of these countries that's like the frickin' Kiribati or whatever it's called. Oh, I don't know. 3% of women drink alcohol. Alright. This is gonna be just like Kiribati. I'm just gonna rate it the same as Kiribati, 16. No, actually that's less. I think Kiribati had more people drinking than this. So I'm gonna give him like 11. Alright, and now we have, what is this? Mauritania. That's below Morocco, I think. Yeah, right here. Mauritania is a very dry Muslim country. I don't think they have any alcohol there. So I think this is gonna be another one of those like this is gonna be another one of those places where it's like, you know, alcohol is illegal, but you know, fucking Abdul Muhammad is out in Tichit in the Sahara Desert harvesting some milk and fermenting it. It's like, okay, well. So Mauritania is gonna be tied with, I guess we'll tie it with Libya. Yeah, we'll put it at the bottom here. Mauritania, and now we have Mauritius or Mauritius. This one is near India, right? Yeah, it's right here. I don't know how many of these people drink. Do these people drink? A third. Do they make alcohol? Oh, apparently it's world-class rum. Damn, this stuff looks fancy. I've never seen any of this stuff. Okay. Apparently someone knows about it. Alright. So, Mauritius, a third of the country drinks. Looks like they're exporting some fine liquors. The world knows about it. That's pretty good. They're probably pretty patriotic about it. They aren't very drinking type of people, but you know, the tourism drinks and they have a bit of influence by making such good liquor, so I'll give them a 9. So I'll give them a 43 on that. Putting them slightly above Malta. Yeah, tied up with Lebanon. Next we have Mexico. Mexico is not a big drinker country. You know, not a lot of people drink. Maybe it's it's like more than half. It's like 13. But the exports is 25. Like, come on. Come on, man. And, you know, because of tourists, we can bring up this quantity to 17. The patriotism is 25. Man, the tequila, mezcal, and Corona, Modelo, and the cultural identity of traditions and activities, it's not that much. I would say like a 9. But because they were so influential to make the rest of the world drink and come to Mexico to drink, they're a 25, man. They're a 25. Absolutely. 75, 85, 92. Yeah. I think this is the fair score on Mexico. Yeah, Mexico goes right above Latvia in the alcoholic superpower. Now you have this one. What is this? Micronesia? Is this like the Marshall Islands? Micronesia. You know what? I'm just gonna give it the same score as Marshall Islands. Micronesia, 11. Same score. I'm not even gonna get into it. What is this? This Moldova. I almost thought it was Romania. Moldova's in the vodka belt. Yeah, most people drink, but it's less than like Latvia and Estonia. They make a lot of wine and beers. Okay. Moldova. So let's say like 17 drinks. They don't export a lot of stuff. I don't see a lot of stuff coming out of Moldova. I've never seen. Maybe I've seen Moldovan wine at a couple liquor stores, so it kind of gets out, but not really. I don't know if they have a lot of patriotism. Maybe I'll give them a 12. And the traditions and activities is probably like some of the average like vodka belt kind of Slavic traditions of, drinking at festivals and parties and stuff, but we don't all have a lot of influence on the world. Maybe I'll put him at a 13. Yeah, I'll put him at a 52. Putting him right behind Luxembourg. Into the minor beer drinking league. They should go behind Kazakhstan. Yeah? Okay. Above Gabon. Alright. Next country, we have Monaco. I feel like Monaco. Yeah, Monaco is one of those super rich countries, just like Luxembourg and everything. I don't think they make anything, they're just like a city. So they probably drink a lot because everyone's super rich. Like the only people who aren't drinking are going to be like the super conservative Islamic people, but they still go there to like, network or whatever. Probably everybody's drinking there. Otherwise, um, yeah, they don't produce anything, and they probably have no patriot. Well, they don't have anything to be patriotic about, and their only alcohol involved traditional activities just tourism and drinking imported stuff. So it's not really relevant to their own products, and they have no influence on the rest of the world as far as alcohol is concerned. Besides, oh, come here and spend all your money on fine liqueurs and stuff. So I guess I'll give them a 5 for that. So that gives them at a 28. So funny enough, they are in the designated drivers list here, and that's simply because they are not producing anything of value. Like they're not contributing to the world of alcohol. You know what I mean? Like they're so because of that, they're just it's just a city where people go to drink. That's it. Um, Mongolia is next. So Mongolia also has the vodka and the horse milk, and they have some other kind of grain liquors. I'm sure, but I don't actually know. Only about half. Mongolian milk vodka? That looks like sake. Are you sure that's Mongolian? Is this even Mongolian writing? Genghis Khan, that looks nice. Oh, they have beer. Ah, okay. So Mongolia. Okay, so half the population drinks. They produce some cool looking stuff, but I've never seen it. It clearly doesn't really leave the country. Do they have a lot of patriotism and pride? I don't know. I don't know. Do they? Um, I guess their cultural identity and stuff. Maybe they do drink a bit of vodka. Maybe they have like ceremonial milk and stuff, but they don't have any influence. That's for sure. I think Kazakhstan is more known for the milk stuff, but maybe Mongolia kind of is too. So I guess I can give them a 10. That gives them 37 on my ranking. Yeah, putting them somewhere underneath Lebanon. I just don't know. I don't know enough about Mongolia. Next up, we have Montenegro. Montenegro is one of my favorite countries in Europe as far as landscapes are concerned. They're a beautiful country. They look just like the Okanagan Valley in Canada or California, or like any part of like the scenic parts of Italy. Really nice place, but Yeah, they also have like that rakia, like that plum and grape liqueur. They have their own beer, their wines. They make their own herbal liqueurs. I would say more than half of their population drink. I don't know how much. Yeah, about half. Um, how much they produce? They produce enough for their local economy, but they don't really export a lot. I never see their alcohol anywhere. They probably have some patriotism for it, but it's not enough to really leave the country or get out. And their traditions and activities is probably just drinking on the boat or by the lake. And they don't have a lot of influence on the rest of the world. So that puts them at 35 on my list, which is at the bottom of the minor drinking league. Next on our list is Morocco. Morocco has a big wine and beer industry actually. They are an urban, secular, like Muslim cities. They have some Christian and Jewish communities. They have a lot of tourists and expats. So it's a lot less strict than Mauritania or Libya or some of these other Muslim countries. However, a lot of Muslims there don't really drink. So it's mostly just the tourists and the expats that are fueling the alcohol economy. So for that, I can't give it a very high score. Um, and for the production and exports, it's all just like local economy. It also doesn't really get out of the country. I think I've maybe seen one or two Moroccan wines on Canadian shelves before, so I guess that's an extra point that I can give them. Uh, they are probably not very proud or patriotic about their alcohol, being Muslim. It's mostly going to be just the tourists or expats that are like, "Oh my God, Moroccan wine!" And then cultural identity, yeah, and they don't influence anything. They don't really have an identity around drinking other than tourism. So that's going to be a 13 for my list, which is going to match with Indonesia. Then we have this country with what is that, a RPK on the flag? Oh my God. It's like an AK-47 with a bayonet and a hoe and the Bible. That's quite. Is this a Muslim country? Yeah, alcohol's allowed. Okay. Yeah, Mozambique. Okay. 24% population drinks. Um. Yeah, what kind of alcohol do they have? Okay, so they make their own beer. They make a cassava-based beer, and then they make like some kind of rum, which is mixed with raspberry soda. That sounds pretty good, actually. Raspberry soda with rum. Tipo Tinto. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think I would actually try this. Huh, okay. So, Mozambique. Only like 25% drink. That's not a lot. Uh, yeah. I guess they produce quite a bit of beer and that rum stuff, but it's not enough to like leave the countries, I guess. Maybe if it does, it's not a lot. They probably have a lot of pride for that Tipo Tinto. I mean, I know I would. That looks pretty good. They probably have a bit of cultural identity to like drink on the beach and stuff. They probably have a bit of tourism that brings people there, but I don't think it's very much. I mean, it's not really the destination to travel and drink. So on my list, that's going to give him a 32. And that's going to put him up here with, I think, Lesotho and Botswana. Slightly above them. The next country we have is Myanmar. Well, since they've been in a lockdown of a tyrannical government, I don't know anything about them or what they do. Do we even have stats? Apparently we do. I guess they make beers and some kind of whiskey and a rum and some palm juice. Okay, so again, just like the, your average run-of-the-mill kind of like Laos or like, African country. So what was it? Yeah, 38%, so I guess 9 here. They're probably not exporting a lot because of tyranny. They probably are passionate about what they are having. Like, they make a lot of stuff in-house. And I don't know what their traditions or activities are or how much influence they have on the rest of the world. Probably not a lot. Yeah, pray for Mozambique. Or sorry, Myanmar. It's getting late. It's like midnight over here. 35. And that puts him at the bottom of our minor drinking league. They weren't in FIFA, but they get to join the drinking league. All right, Namibia. Namibia is a German colony with a lot of influence on German beer. Apparently, only like half of the country drinks, but the half that drinks a lot, and they make a lot of beer. They import a lot from. Yeah, most of it is imported. I don't know if they actually make any. If they do, it's not a lot, but a lot of it is imported. Which leads to patriotism. They are very patriotic about their German beers, but again, a lot of that is imported, so I can't give them a lot of credit for that. And their cultural identities and their influence. I think it does have an influence on neighboring African countries that want to get a taste of German kind of beers, like South Africa and Botswana. So it kind of does get points on this one. I can raise them up a little bit here, which also leads, yeah, we could bring the patriotism a bit with that regard. And that'll put him above Bolivia. Which one was Bolivia again? Is it this one? Ecuador. This one. Yeah. Okay. What is this? Nauru. Is Nauru one of these little islands too? Holy moly. What is this? It doesn't even load on the map. Is this an island? What's going on here? Yeah, this place doesn't even exist. Okay, half of it drinks alcohol. Do they make alcohol? Or is it just palm wine? And it's all like, yeah, it's probably all imports and palm wine. Okay, so apparently half of the people there drink alcohol, plus probably tourists. They probably do all imports with some palm wine. They probably have a little bit of patriotism for, oh, the palm wine's the best. And the identity is probably just drink at the beach, with some influence of pulling in tourists to go visit, to go drink there. So Nauru is our new designated driver, competing with Eswatini. Yeah, I'll stick him right here. Nepal. That's another one with a cool flag. I think they make their own rum. They also make the Gorkha beer, but they don't really drink. I think it's a very low drinking country. They also have like that, the millet stuff. So not a lot of people drink, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's like less than a third. And they don't really export anything. I think I've seen Gorkha somewhere. I don't know where. It's enough to be like remembered and recognized, but it's not like a lot. I don't think they have a lot of patriotism. They definitely don't have a lot of cultural traditions, and they don't have a lot of influence. So I'm gonna, yeah, this is pretty low. So it's gonna be 22, right above Nauru. Where was Nauru? Right there. What's this? Netherlands? The Netherlands, they made Heineken and Grolsch and Amstel and La Trappe. Yeah, La Trappe, the Bavaria. Man, La Trappe. Dude, this beer is so good. I've had all three of these. I've had the triple, the quadruple, and the blonde. These are excellent. Yeah, I've had the double as well. Man, these Abbey beers from the Netherlands are incredible. Yeah, it is from the Netherlands. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Most of them drink alcohol. So. Yeah, most of them drink alcohol. They have some incredible beers. I guess Heineken is very popular, so that's what's gonna put him to a 25 here, is purely because of Heineken. But they also have quite a variety, like the Grolsch, the Bavaria, the La Trappe, and a few other of those monastery, Shire kind of beers. And honestly, in my opinion, Heineken is one of the most dog shit beers, but it's really popular. I mean, most people like dog shit, but someone who enjoys a real good beer will enjoy La Trappe. So I'm happy that they have those options that come over here. Um, yeah, a lot of patriotism. Obviously, if you have these kind of abbeys, these monasteries that are making like knockout beers, I would be very patriotic too. They have a big cultural identity, and I would say that kind of monastery brewing culture has a lot of influence on other parts of the world. Are they so influential? I don't think that they totally are. So I wouldn't max out the score. So I'm going to give the Netherlands a 94, putting them right above Mexico on in the alcoholic superpowers tier list. Next we have New Zealand. The first thing that comes to my mind is Oyster Bay, Cloudy Bay, Lion Red, and Villa Maria. We get a lot of their alcohols, like all their white wines, their Sauvignon Blancs. We get some of their There's Steinlager, which is like their beer. I don't. How much do they drink? Yeah, most of like 3/4 of them drink alcohol. I would say for production and exports, I'm gonna give them like a 21. They are. I usually only see the mainstream ones, as I said, like the Oyster Bay, and I feel like we don't get like their best stuff. We just get all the mainstream kind of generic mass produced slop. So we don't get a lot of variety of like what New Zealand has to offer that is actually good. We just get like we get the Heineken or the Czech Far, like how I was talking about how Czech doesn't send us good beer. They just send us all of their crap, so we don't get to experience what they have to offer. I feel like New Zealand has better stuff than Oyster Bay because that's not very good. So maybe if they had more variety in their exports, then this would be maxed out. How much patriotism do they have? I feel it's probably pretty high if they're drinking that much and they're exporting that much. But they're probably not too patriotic about Oyster Bay. I know I wouldn't be. Or even Kim Crawford. Meh. The cultural identity. How does it influence the rest of the world? I don't know. I feel like it's doesn't have a lot of influence. Maybe they influence Australia or vice versa. I don't know that much though. But I'll give him like I'll give him a 14 for the wine culture. Which gives them a 71 on my scoring chart. Who do they compete with? Greece? Alright, they're going to go up against Greece. Right below Greece. Right at the bottom of the wizard drinkers, which is suiting because, Gandalf is from New Zealand. Who is this country with the Illuminati? Nicaragua. Nicaragua makes the Flora de Caña, the nice rum. They also make some beer. I think they make a couple other rums, like Tanya. Yeah, it's gonna be another one of those where they export more than they actually drink. Oh, actually, quite a bit. Yeah, 60%. That's more than I thought. So I'll put in like 15 here, or 16. They do a good job on exporting, but they're not like the giant champion of exports. Like Florida Caña, it's pretty common, but it's not like the most common. Maybe I'll put it down to a 19. They probably have a lot of patriotism. Like they probably think Florida Caña is like their jam. It's the best. Cultural identity, probably a lot of drinking. If there's that many people drinking, I don't know a lot about it. So, how much influence does it have? Florida Caña is pretty influential in the rum world. It's a pretty big one. So I guess I could tally it up to like a 17. Putting them at a 75. Right underneath Iceland. So they're going to be part of the wizard drinkers. What is this? Niger. Oh, yeah, Niger is like a dry country. They don't really have. I'm pretty sure like no one drinks there. Yeah. Okay. So that's not 0. Yeah, let's just give it a 1. We could put it with these other ones here. Next one's Nigeria. What about Nigeria? About 25%. Okay. I could work with that. What do they do? Palm wine. They make palm wine, and they probably make some shitty lager. Oh, kill me quick. Yeah, palm wine, herbal, weird jungle concoctions for their frickin'. Yeah. Ruby Red Punch is, yeah, a bunch of stuff that's imported. Okay, so they kind of drink, but they don't really. I got it. So it's gonna be like a 6. They produce something. They probably don't have a big culture around drinking. Yeah, they're not very influential. 8, 10, 11. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll put it in. I'll give him 1 point over the Marshall Islands. Which ones were the Marshall Islands again? I don't know, just stick it in there somewhere. Next we have North Korea. So North Korea is not completely dry, and people associate soju with South Korea, but actually North Korea and South Korea both have a history of soju. Yeah, there's no stats because it's North Korea. We're not going to get any stats out of this, so um we can just guess it's communist, it's shut down. They probably get um they probably drink quite a bit in the rural, and there are breweries, so a lot of people are drinking. It's probably going to be similar to like the Soviet Union. And in which case, let's make some estimates. Let's say like, half the population, more than half drinks. Let's say they produce a lot, but it's all local. It's like a local economy. And let's say they can get pretty patriotic, like, oh, we make really good drinks. They don't have any influence, but they kind of helped start soju. That's something. So yeah, let's give him this score. 36 plus 17, 53. And that's gonna put him right above Moldova into the minor drinking league. This one is Macedonia, North Macedonia. This is another Balkan country that's very wine oriented, and then they have the rakia and the brandies and the beers and this and that. I didn't say disorder, I just said what percentage drinks. Okay, like a quarter. It's not a huge drinking country, I guess. Okay, so like a 7 here. They produce some. They don't really have a lot of patriotism. It doesn't look like they have a lot going on. Yeah. 10, 17, 23. I'll give them a 23. And they'll tie with Fiji. All right, next. Norway. Is Norway technically in the vodka belt? They make aquavit, right? What's aquavit again? Oh, it's vodka flavored with like dill. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, this looks good. Oh, and they're a big drinker country too, huh? The thing is though, I've never seen Norway alcohol anywhere. So yeah, it looks like almost everyone there drinks. They make a lot of variety, but it doesn't really get exported. Like we don't really see it here in Canada, so I don't get to try it. They probably have a lot of pride and patriotism in it. They don't have a lot of influence, I'll tell you that. But I feel like a lot of their cultural traditions are probably like skiing. You know, in the summertime they go boating, in the wintertime they stay inside and just drink. Probably 17. So we'll give you a 66, Norway. That puts you in right above Colombia. In the Tavern Veterans category. I've actually looked at Oman before for tourism. And Oman has legal places where you can drink alcohol. It's not totally dry, but it is quite Muslim and Islamic controlled. So it's mostly the tourists that come in and drink, and I don't think they actually produce anything. It's more of an import for the tourists. So yeah, tourism, no production. Maybe someone's making something homemade. I don't know. It's not as strict as the other ones, so it's possible. Um, there's probably no patriotism and no culture or influence around it. Okay, maybe a little bit. And the only influence is Oman does try to market itself to be one of those countries where it's like, yeah, we're Muslim in the Middle East but we're still like nice and you could come here and have a nice tourist vacation and drink some alcohol. So that's the only influence there. Is like come and drink here. So I'm gonna put it as a 7, right above the Maldives. If I can remember which country's flag is the Maldives. This one. Yeah, okay. Um, Pakistan. I'm just gonna pair it with Afghanistan. I don't even give a shit. Pakistan 4. You know what? It's bedtime. I have a lot more to go, and I'm tired. It ain't getting done tonight. Okay, it's a new day, and we are back at it with the first country being this one, which this one was called Palau. And Palau is where's oh yes, one of these other little islands. How do you say this? I feel like I'm not the right color to be pronouncing this. I'm just yeah. If you guys want to try pronouncing that, that's up to you. But I'm not gonna say that. Okay. Yeah. Another country I know nothing about. What percentage of Palau drinks alcohol? Over 70% of men and 40% of women. Okay. So that's gonna average out to like, I don't know, 55 or something like that. So a little bit more than half. I'll give an extra point for the men, I guess. And what kind of drinks do they have? Do they make anything? Oh, they produce Red Rooster beer. Okay. And I guess there's a wine from Spain called Palau. Oh, here's the Red Rooster right here. Okay. And it looks like it's actually like being sold and probably exported and stuff, right? Okay, so they got some beer that they export. That's not Yeah, okay. It's not super popular. It's not something you'll see anywhere, but it's not nothing. They probably have a lot of patriotism. I mean, if all the dudes are drinking, they all drinking their beer and stuff, I'll give them a 16. There's probably a lot of pride around that. It's such a tiny place that's actually exporting, unlike all the other like Kiribati and Marshall Islands and all the other I forget Micronesia or whatever it is. And how much is it involved in their traditions and activities? I mean, probably they just drink on the beach and like for every night or something. I don't know. They probably don't have a lot of influence on the rest of the world. I mean, I never even heard about this place, so I'll just put it at like a basic 10, putting them at a 46 on my list. And a 46 is going to put it right underneath Liechtenstein, right here, between Liechtenstein and Kenya. Next up, we have this other Palestine flag. Oh, this one's actually Palestine. Okay. Um, does Palestine drink alcohol? I feel like they're Muslims, so they don't. Yeah, what percentage of the Palestine country drinks alcohol? 0.6%. And I guess they produce beer. Does the country of Palestine produce beer? Okay, so they produce beer just for economic reasons, I guess. And this is in Palestine. They celebrate Oktoberfest. Yeah, it's all white people. These aren't even Palestinians. Is it actually located in Palestine? It's the last remaining Christian village. Okay. So it's the Christian Palestinian area that probably allows them to make beer and sell it to the Europeans. And it's probably like the activists that will go and buy it so that they can like support Palestine or whatever. All right, so Palestine, sure. 0.6%. I'm gonna give them a 0 for that. That's pretty much nobody. I guess they do some exports. They make some beer. I mean, every country makes some fucking shitty beer that they export, just like Malta. So I'll give them a 4. I've never seen their beer anywhere, and it's probably like a special order thing for like, the pro-Palestinian protesters or whatever. Do they have a lot of ego and pride? Probably not. And they also don't have any influence on alcohol production or drinking for the rest of the world. They don't have any cultural traditions and activities, so you know what, maybe I'll give him a 1 for patriotism. Maybe there's some Palestinian guy out there who, even though they don't drink, they're like, oh, we'd make beer, we'd make the best beer, or whatever. So, I'll give him a 5. And that puts him right above these other ones that are just like, yeah, I'll stick him right above Djibouti. Is this Djibouti? It is Djibouti. Okay. Next we have, I think this is Panama. Yeah, Panama. Yeah, Panama, they, I don't know what they make. What does Panama make? There's no stat, I guess. I don't know. It's Panama. I feel like everyone's gonna be drinking on the beach there, right? Oh, about half. Okay, about half of Panama drinks alcohol. And they make Seco An atlas. This looks pretty good. Panama bottle of Italy, or is this from Panama or Italy? Oh yeah, it looks like they put some nice rums out. I've never seen these before. You know what? I've seen this bottle before in Canada. Oh, plantation makes a Panama bottle? Alright. That pretty much gives me what I need to kind of know here. So I guess half of them drink. They also get a lot of tourism where people come in to drink, so that boosts it above half. Maybe by a bit more than above half, like 16. Do they do a lot of exports? Yeah, it's not common. It's kind of a rare export. Like I've only ever seen this Kuna bottle once, and it was at like a Wine and Beyond in Calgary. So, you know, it gets out there, it probably gets to some of the neighboring Caribbean places. Maybe they get them in Florida, this and that. But it's not like even Plantation gets a little bit, but Plantation is Barbados, but it just outsources some of its production to other countries. So we can't give too many points to Panama for that one. So I guess I'll give it, I don't even know if I could do 11. I'll give it a 10. For patriotism, you never hear about Panama boosting about like, oh, we have the best rum and this and that. I don't I don't think it's super big there, but I'm sure that they are like average amount proud of like their national loyalty and stuff like that and their brand. So and they are like a Latin country, and a lot of those Latin countries are super stoked that they like have part of production. I'll put it at half. Cultural identity, how much is it involved in their traditions and activities? It's probably just like for tourism and beach and some social leisure. They don't. I don't think they have any influence on the rest of the world. Like no one really knows Panama for like their alcohol production or innovations. I don't know if they really have any. Maybe they do, but it's clearly not like a big influence. If so, so I'm gonna leave this also at like a kind of like a average-ish score. So that's gonna put us at 50. So Panama's gonna go right under Moldova in our minor drinking league. Who is this? Was this Gabon? What was Gabon again? 49. Yeah, so right above Gabon, right below Moldova. Yeah, next up we have Papua New Guinea. I have a friend from Hungary. It's actually my aunt's husband. So it's like my step uncle or something. Or I guess friend, whatever. Yeah, he went to Papua New Guinea to go hunting for like, he was there for, I think, 10 days or something like that. And he was hanging out with some of the local tribes. And yeah, they apparently they don't really drink there. Like he was trying to find a beer and he was struggling to get like drinks or whatever. And but they do apparently have a a brewery that makes beer and it exports some beer to places. So it's not like a dry country, you know. I guess every country has a fucking beer that they make and export. Like all of them do, except for like the hardcore Islamic countries. So yeah, drinking's low. Production and exports are going to be low, especially because locals don't drink it. They probably export a little bit of their beer. They make like a lager. And it's like everyone makes a lager. Who cares, right? They probably don't. They didn't seem like they had a lot of patriotism for their alcohol. Like my friend was telling me about that. And as far as cultural identity goes, it's not. It might be a part of like like fishing or something, like people who go out to fishing, but like as far as the tribal ceremonies go, like they usually like they'll smoke stuff, but they're not gonna drink alcohol really. Like maybe they'll have like some palm wine or something, but it's not like a big part of their identity, and it's not like a big influence. So that's what I've kind of heard, and I might be wrong about that, but so I'm gonna give him a 17, and that's gonna put him right right by the Ivory Coast in our designated drivers tier list. And now we have our next country, which is I'm drawing a blank with this one. What is this? Oh, Paraguay. Okay, Paraguay is. Yeah, Paraguay. Do they make? Are they like a wine country like Argentina and Chile? I don't know. I don't actually know what Paraguay is. I know nothing about the Paraguay drinking scene. I'm gonna have to look this one up. Okay, about a third drinks. And what do they make? They make rum. Oh, it's a liquor brand in Paraguay, but it's not what they make. Oh, they make Fortin? Caña Paraguay. Oh, this one. Yeah, it comes in like a plastic bottle and stuff. This is what they export, I guess. Oh, it's made of sugarcane? Yeah, I see. I see. Okay. So they make a little bit of rum, they drink a little bit of rum, but it's nothing like crazy. So a third of them drink. Yeah, they make a little bit of rum and drinks and stuff. They probably have a bit of patriotism that comes along with that, but probably not a lot. No one in the world knows what they make, I don't think. And it's probably moderately involved in their identities and cultures. So Paraguay goes right above Monaco in our designated drivers. Next up, we have Peru. Peru, I know the country, I know the flag. Again, no idea of what their drinking culture is going to be like. This is about half, a little bit more than half. And what do they make? Peru alcohol. They make pisco. That doesn't sound very nice. Pisco. Pisco. It is. Oh, grape juice. Okay, so it's like a cognac. Well, that doesn't look too bad. I've never seen it, and I've never heard of it. But, here it is. Pisco sour. It looks pretty good. Over half the country drinks. They have a pretty cool. They got the pisco and they got a couple other things. So you know they're making stuff. It's not really out there. I've never personally seen it, but I'm sure it's there in the local market. Maybe you know Colombia gets some. Maybe some of the maybe Ecuador gets a little bit here and there. But maybe in some real specialty shops you'll find something from Peru. But I don't. I've personally never seen anything from Peru. Maybe I've just never kept an eye out for it. As far as patriotism goes, they're probably. I mean, that looks pretty good actually. So I would be pretty proud of having something like that produced by my country. And Peruvians are generally pretty culturally proud, anyways. They're quite the patriots, so maybe I'll even bump that up. It's probably pretty high. And how much is it involved in their cultural identity and traditions, and how much influence they have? I don't think they have any influence on the rest of the world, and how much is it in their traditions? Probably like half. So 52 is gonna stick him right above Panama, tied with Moldova in the minor drinking leagues. Next we have the Philippines. Going back to the Philippines, talking about Don Papa, I was talking about that. They apparently, I was reading some history about how the Spaniards, they went and colonized the Philippines and they were cultivating sugarcane there. And later on, they found the Caribbean and they decided the Caribbean is a lot closer to Europe, or to Spain at least. And it would be a lot easier if they brought the sugarcane from the Philippines to the Caribbean to start growing the sugarcane in the Caribbean. That's where, the cultivation and production and refinement of sugar created the molasses byproduct, and then they didn't know what to do with it, and then they started making rum with it. Someone figured it out in Barbados that you could make rum with this stuff. So that's when the rum trade began with the sugar trade. And then later on, I guess Guyana started the Demerara rum, which is really nice. One of my favorite types and styles of alcohol. Um, and then the Philippines now has Don Papa, where they're making Guyana style rum. A really, really interesting kind of dynamics there. I've seen that Filipino, the Tanduay rum also. Then they make the San Miguel. The I think that's what it is. The San Miguel rum. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I've seen this one before, and it's not as good. I'm sure this one is really good. I've never had that one, but yeah, I had this Anejo dark rum. It's okay. It's an average tasting rum, but it's not like Don Papa. Like if you can ever get your hands on this bottle, like these are incredible. These are amazing, like outstanding rums. So I don't know how much they drink though. Apparently less than half. Okay, so it's not even a big drinking country. It's probably just all for the export economy that they're even making this in the first place. Unfortunately, I love the Philippines, and they're probably, a lot of them are too poor to be drinking the good stuff anyways. So it probably is just an export industry, right? So as far as drinking goes, it's less than half. And for the exports, I mean, Don Papa's getting pretty popular. Same with Tanduay. And do they have any beer? Oh, San Miguel is Filipino? I didn't even know that. I thought San Miguel was Spanish. Yeah, I thought this was like Mexican or Spanish or something. I've actually seen this like everywhere. This is Filipino? Oh, all right. Well, that changes the Yeah, I'll give them a good score on this. They got their beer out and they got their rum out. It's pretty common. It's not super common like everything else, but like you can, with some effort, you can go through a few specialty liquor stores and find their exports. The Filipinos are extremely proud and patriotic. They're not big drinkers, so they're probably, I don't know, I'll put them at a 19 because they probably also have a bit of ego about like, oh, we invented rum. Well, they probably don't say that, but at least like they started the sugar thing. I mean, I guess Spain did. You get what I'm getting at. Anyways, cultural identity. How much influence does it have on the rest of the world? Does sugar count as the influence? I don't really know. I don't think so. Um, I'll give him some points for like having the sugar trade going in. Also, their traditions. Probably a lot of tourists go there to drink and all the beautiful beaches and the boating and stuff like that. So it does influence a lot of people to go there for vacations to relax. Maybe I'll give 15 on that score. So that puts him at a 61, which is going to be right above Brazil in our B tier tavern veterans. So Philippines is up there. That's a nice score. Our next country is Poland. Okay, listen. Poland is one of the countries that says that they invented vodka. And Poland is one of the few countries that have legal requirements on what makes vodka. A vodka must be 100% either rye or vodka. Or sorry, or either rye or vodka, yeah. Rye or potato. It has to be rye or potato. And I think there's a third one. What was it? Wheat? It's the Chopin flavors. They have the Chopin. Because they do all three. And it's rye, potato, and wheat. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, so unless if a vodka is made out of 100% of one of these ingredients, it's not allowed to be called vodka in Poland. Now, Polish vodka is everywhere. They have Zubroka, they have Wyborowa, they have Warka, they have they have a lot of brands that I don't remember how to pronounce, and yeah, so you see them on every store. What percentage of Poland drink alcohol? Yeah, most of them, but actually not as high as Latvia and Lithuania or Estonia. So I wouldn't say they're maxed out, but I would say they're pretty close. And the exports is a 25. The patriotism is 25. Like if you have laws around how you make it, and you say that you invented the thing, obviously you're gonna be super patriotic about it. How much is it part of the cultural traditions and activities? Probably a lot, like for holidays, Christmas, get-togethers, birthdays. But it's about the influence of how much influence it has on the rest of the world. I would say it's maxed out at 25. They are the vodka champions. When I think about vodka, I think about either Poland or Russia, and they are basically the two top contenders when it comes to that. And with that being said, that puts us at about a 97. Poland is a alcohol superpower. Is this Poland? I'm getting my, yeah, okay. There's so many of these, yeah, that all look kind of the same. So Poland is right up there with Jamaica. It's our next contender in the alcoholic superpowers list. Good job, Poland. Next we have Portugal. Portugal, first thing that comes to my mind is port. Oh man, the port. I've had a lot of excellent Sandmans, the Super Box, the Esporao or something, Avelda. Yeah, they export a lot of port, and you'll see the Portuguese port going everywhere. Did Portugal invent port? Oh, they did invent. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Portuguese invented port. Oh, but oh, okay, 20% drinks almost every day. But how much drinks? Portugal ranks #1 for wine intake. About 70%. But they do #1 wine consumption is Portugal. Holy moly! Yeah, let's put him a. But not everybody drinks, so we can't max it out. But I think that's like that makes up for the other 30%. So, and how much does it produce? I wouldn't say port is the most prevalent drink everywhere, but I will also say that it is very common in every country that has alcohol. Every country is probably going to have some selection of port. So maybe 23. It's not always available. Okay. 23 is fine. Yeah, okay. How much ego and pride do they have for their own nation's products? 25, man. They invented port. That's gotta be something to be proud of. It's like 100%, yeah. Um, and we're not even getting into the wine and the beers and whatever else they make. I'm sure they make a bunch of other stuff. Like they probably make cognacs. I don't know. But yeah, we're just even talking about port. So if we're gonna talk about everything else too, it's like yeah. And how much influence does it have? Does port have a lot of influence in the alcohol world? I think port is like one of the lesser known ones. Like, not a lot of people know port. So I don't think I could give it a max score, but I'm gonna give it a close to max. Like the normies who drink Czech or Heineken, like these types of people who drink Heineken, they don't. Most of them won't even know what port is, and they've never even heard of it. So it's just not that influential. But it's up there. So I'm pretty comfortable with the 23. And that puts them at a 95. So alcohol Portugal is another alcohol superpower. Sitting at 95. Right above, what did I put Guyana at? 90, yeah, tied with Guyana. Next we have Qatar. Qatar has, I think they've hosted some like sport games, like soccer or something, and like people they have like beer advertisements. They're not like alcohol isn't illegal, but it is one of those like it's like Bahrain. So I'm just gonna rate it the same as Bahrain. I'm gonna rate it a 9 and put it beside Bahrain because it's gonna be the same thing. It's like they let some tourists and rich people go there to drink alcohol as long as they're in specific spots. Next we have is Romania. Romania, I mean, my family is from Transylvania, used to be Hungary before Trianon happened, and basically that's pretty much a big part of where the whole Palinka culture also stems from, with all of their Palinka, their wines, the beers, and some, you know. So I think Romania is definitely going to be in the alcoholics tier list because of that Palinka culture, the same that Hungary has. I think probably I'm going to guess 80% drinks. Only 50? That's not a lot. Okay. Um yeah, they got the Palinka. But you know what? I don't think I've actually ever seen. Yeah, because Slivovic is from Czech and Patriotism Like this plum brandy here. That one is from Hungary. Do they have any of these that are from Romania? Yeah, maybe they do, and it's just not as common and prevalent. So yeah, 50% drink, but it is known for Palinka, and probably they get tourism that goes there to drink. I'll put it at a little over half. The exports, they're not super common, but you do see them in some liquor stores here and there in the brandy section. The patriotism and the ego, it's probably like close to maxed out because they pretty much. You know what? I can't put it at 20 because there's so many Romanians that don't understand the Hungarian history of Romania. Like a lot of Romanians don't even think that it is still like a section of old Hungary. And it's mostly the Hungarians that are going to be super patriotic about it. So I'm going to put in an 18 for the Hungarians and for those Romanians who do know and care about their history. And as far as cultural identity goes, and how much influence does it have on the rest of the world, I think the Palinka did have a lot of influence, but that's more of a Hungarian thing rather than a Romanian thing. And, you know, as a Hungarian, I can't let Romania take credit for Hungary's thing, even though they're occupying our land, and technically it is their land, but I don't think it is actually their land. So, I feel like the Native American, they colonized our land and now they took it, and now our land's gone. Anyways, I'm gonna give him, I'm gonna meet them in the middle, halfway. So that's me putting Romania at 55. A super negative biased vote, but a vote nonetheless. So here I'm gonna put him at the bottom of B tier tavern veterans. Maybe if I wasn't biased, they would have made it into wizard drinkers, but here we are. Next up we have Russia. Listen, how many Russians drink? We probably don't even have stats for Russia, but we all know the vodka. Does everybody drink in Russia? I think for the amount of people that don't drink in Russia, there are so many people who do that it's gonna just be like obsolete. So I'm gonna give them a 25. How much do they export? This brings me back to this. Canada used to have a Pravda vodka bar, which was like a Soviet themed Russian vodka bar. And I've been there twice, and it was incredible. Like they had like these dancers that would come out, and then they had like this very nice entrance, and they had these like cool Stalin kind of themes going on. They had an ice bar like in the back. They had like a fridge kind of freezer area that you could go into and take shots. And they had like all this cool seating and stuff. It was such a cool place, and Canada carried a lot of different vodka brands. Like they had mostly like the mainstream ones, like Russian Standard and Sarkia and Ruskia and Baltica and I think Imperial was another one, and Fanagoria. So we used to see them all over the place, but ever since the Ukraine war broke out, there's been this whole narrative of like everybody has to hate Russia now. Now Russia's the Nazis because they're against the EU, and now everybody is like brainwashed with this propaganda to hate Russia, and now everybody despises Russia. There was a petition to shut this bar down. We no longer carry Russian products in Canada, and I have a feeling that Europe and America is probably in the same alliance, the same bandwagon. So like, um, going back to this list, if this was like In 2019, I would put this at a 25. But nowadays, because the West has cut off the trade from Russia and we no longer supply their vodka, it's not a 25 anymore. But I'm sure Russia still supplies all their vodka to all the other BRICS nations. It's just not as much as it used to be. So for that reason, I cannot max out this score. I'll put it at a 22. As far as patriotism goes, it's a 25. They are always arguing with Poland that they invented vodka, and they're also another one of those nations which has strict regulations on what can be considered vodka. Cultural identity and how much influence do they have on the rest of the world? 25. I would put this at like over the max if I could, but it's like Russia is, I think, the country that turned the most countries into alcoholics. Like earlier in this list, we were talking about how Armenia started drinking a lot more vodka because they were in the Soviet Union, and how Georgia and how even countries like Azerbaijan, who are not really like drinking countries, but because they were in the Soviet Union, now they have all of this vodka. Like even Kazakhstan, even Uzbekistan, that is an Islamic country and should normally wouldn't be drinking. They actually have a lot of problems with vodka, and they drink a lot of vodka there. It might not be like prevalent. It's kind of like more of a hidden and a taboo thing, but they still drink a lot, and they probably wouldn't have if it wasn't for Russia. So I think Russia's that friend who turned like all of his friends into alcoholics. So that's an obvious maximum there. And you know what? Maybe that kind of goes back to our exports, because when I was in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and Czechia, there was a lot of Russian vodkas available in the store there. So I think they do still. Let me see. How much vodka? What countries does Russia export vodka to? Yeah, Kazakhstan, China, Turkey, Israel, India, Armenia, Georgia. Okay, rapid growth and increased import volume. So I guess because they're not sending it to the West anymore, they're probably sending it a lot more to other places. So they're still quite well keeping on top of it. But it's still not going to the West, so I can't max it out. 23, can I give it a 23 and a half? No. Alright, I'm comfortable with this. 98. Russia is a alcoholic superpower. No, without a doubt. Right up below Barbados. Is it more than the Dominican Republic, though? No, it's tied with Dominican Republic. I see. I think it slightly has an edge over the DR. And just for that, I'm going to give it a 0.5. It's a 28.5. 0.5 here. 0.5 here. Slight edge over the DR. Alright, next country. Next country we have is Rwanda, the recovering genocide victim. Rwanda has a beautiful country now. Their capital, Kigali, is very clean. They have trash bins all over the city, which is kind of unusual for a lot of like more third world countries, but Rwanda spent a lot of money into making their infrastructure more proper with like actual garbage disposal, so garbage isn't all over the place like it is in the Congo. So, the Congo could learn a couple things from Rwanda, because Rwanda is doing things exceptionally. It's one of the few countries in Africa that I could recommend anybody to go to, and they will most likely be very safe and treated well, and they'll be in a functioning society enjoying their trip in that area of the world. So, but as far as alcohol goes, I know nothing about Rwanda's alcohol. Apparently 50% of men, 18% of women, so that's maybe you could do like 60% on that. And they make, yeah, they make that rum stuff, and then they make a banana juice beer, and then they make like some fermented plants and grains, probably like a, oh yeah, vodka. Is Armayula from Rwanda? Amarula? No, it's made in South Africa. Yeah, why did that come up? Don Julio. Oh, this is this Rwanda? Skull? Is it sorry for sexist jokes? You know why? Because in Africa, they don't have a woke mob going around and policing everything that anyone says. So in Africa, people can still say jokes and stuff. But now that they want to export to the West, they have to like remember that they're gonna offend someone with like any kind of basic joke. And of course, it's coming from the BBC, the big broadcast channel. So, anyways, yeah, about 55 to 60% they drink alcohol. Maybe there's tourists coming in drinking their alcohol too. They clearly have a bit of a variety of production. They have the Score beer, which I've actually seen before in liquor stores. I didn't know it was from Rwanda. So they are hitting the global market. They don't have a lot of variety on the global market, but it's something notable. I would say the alcohol patriotism is they are probably a very proud country that they are hitting the world market. I mean, they have a lot of stuff to be proud of as far as like how much they've built up their country. Yeah. Yeah, Rwanda has a lot going on for them. They are one of the, in my opinion, from the ground up, they did so much improvements to their country and they had such a great comeback. And it's so sad that they had to go through a genocide to be able to get to this point. And maybe they would have been able to get to it without the genocide. I don't know. But, anyways, the cultural identity, how much is it in their traditions and activities? I mean, more than half of the people drink, so I'm sure they're drinking quite a bit. I don't think they have a lot of influence of their alcohol. Uh, it seems like I'm gonna give them a point for making sexist jokes on this one. Uh, yeah, fuck the BBC. I'll give you guys like a 16 for that, which puts Rwanda at a 64 from me, putting them right underneath Croatia in the B tier tavern veterans. Good work, Rwanda. Next up, we have, which country is this? St. Kitts and Nevis. I've never heard of this country before. St. Kitts and Nevis. Where's this? Oh, it's in the Caribbean. Okay. St. Kitts. That means they probably have rum, right? Okay, it's probably one of these other ones where it's like, everyone drinks on the beach or whatever. Do they produce anything? Oh, I've seen this before. Is this Is this from St. Kitts? Yeah, I see this everywhere. Big Cane, I don't think I've seen that. Carib, is this their beer? Used to be $50 per case. Case of how many? I don't know. Anyways, St. Kitts. They make shipwreck rum, which gets out there. They have a plethorian variety of some other rums. Half the population drinks, and they probably get a lot of tourism, which bumps them up. Yeah, shipwreck rum is definitely up there. It's definitely one of the more popular ones, but it's not really mainstream. Like, you do have to kind of go out of your way to look for it. They do have a bit of variety. They make beer. They also make I don't really know what else they make, but yeah, that puts them. It's above average. It's above average. They probably have a lot of brand loyalty to their shipwreck rum and to their beer. It's probably not as high as some of the other ones, but it's probably up there quite a bit. Maybe I'll kind of match it to how many people actually drink. And how much influence does it have on the rest of the world? How did St. Kitts contribute to rum history? Oh, it's one of the Caribbean's oldest rum production sites. But I feel like, is that the same with every Caribbean country? Yeah, Barbados is the birthplace. Jamaica is the powerhouse. St. Kitts, because physical preservation is so... I don't know. I'm not convinced that that's super special. So, I feel like this is just marketing. I'm going to put this one also kind of just in the middle. Kind of, maybe a little bit of influence. There's a lot of marketing there. How much is a tradition? Probably just tourism and drinking on the beach. So this puts them in 61. And 61 will put him underneath Rwanda then. In the B tier tavern drinkers. I think it puts him under Denmark too. What country is this? Norway? 66. Oh, this should actually be up here. Is this Norway? Yeah. Anyways, we'll sort out these scores in the end. Samoa. Okay. Next we have whatever flag this is. St. Lucia. That's a cool flag. Yeah, I can close this now. What is it again? St. Lucia. Okay, some tiny island. Oh, it's right beside St. Kitts. Yeah, it's right there with all the other ones. Oh, and they're going to be St. Vince. There's all these St. Peter, St. Vincent, St. What was that? Yeah. St. Anne, St. All of these countries, man. St. Martin. Yeah, like this guy spelled the name wrong. Oh, how do you spell Saint again? Oh, like this, okay. Anyways, St. Lucia. I don't know. I feel like these countries are gonna be all kind of more or less the same. No? Yeah, half. They probably have a rum. Just like all the other Caribbean countries, right? This looks like the Malibu bottle. Bounty. I feel like I've seen this before, actually. I've also seen this. I've seen this one. I don't think this is St. Lucia. Is it? Is this a rum? This looks like a really good rum. I mean, I'm all for it. I'm a sucker for nice bottles. What is this? A freaking vial? Like a perfume vial for rum? Yeah, they have a lot of nice looking rums. Okay, so it's probably gonna be the same shit as fucking the last one, St. Kitts. Let's just put it in the same category. St. Kitts, St. Lucia. What's this? St. Vincent. Okay, that's the next one. Ah, St. Vincent. Apparently these guys don't drink a lot of alcohol. And I've never really seen any of these before. Yeah, it's not like this. Like St. Lucia alcohol, I see it in Canada all over the place. St. Kitts alcohol, this shipwreck, I see it all over the place. So I think they're pretty like equal. But St. Vincent doesn't drink alcohol, and I don't recognize any of those bottles. So they're more like a 25%, and they are making a lot less. And they are, I don't know how patriotic they are. How about St. Vincent? What did they contribute to run history? Apparently they did overproof strong rums. Oh, they pivoted from sugar to banana. Okay, so that's why they don't drink, and that's okay, because they're more of a banana culture than they are a sugar culture, so they don't make a lot of rum. Got it. Got it. Okay, so it's not like a huge part of their thing anymore then. 30 puts them as our new designated driver contestant. Probably right above Paraguay. Our next country here is Samoa. Is this another Caribbean island? It's in the Caribbean? No, it's beside Fiji. Okay, it's gonna be another one of these islands that don't have any pictures and like, yeah, what is this place? Yeah, like who lives here? What is India? That's not India. This is okay. What percentage of Samoa drinks alcohol? Samoa. 36% of men. Alright, so like a bit more than a third. I guess they make a whiskey, I guess. Samoa whiskey. Okay. And then they have their shitty lager, just like every other country. And then they have J-Rock's blue juice. Right? From Trailer Park Boys. Alright, so a third drinks, a little bit more than a third. Probably they get tourists who come and drink. I've never seen any of those alcohols in my life. I don't think they really get out much. If they do, it's very minimal, and whatever they produce clearly isn't for the locals. It's for economic export reasons, probably. So I'll put it like a 7, maybe even a 6. What's this criteria? Patriotism? How much ego and pride do they have? I feel like nobody even knows who they are. They probably have somewhat of a pride, like it's like average. Whoever's drinking probably has pride for their own stuff. And as far as cultural identity, how much influence they have, no influence. They probably have it around like festivals or traditions or birthdays and stuff like that. But I don't know, maybe I'll keep it at a 6 too. That puts them at a 31. Samoa, we have a new designated driver. Right above St. Vincent. Next country, another flag I've never seen. San Marino. Which country, which island is, what is this? This is a country? This is just a city. Oh, this is like Andorra. It's like one of those little tiny, it's a microstate. Yeah, it's probably like some tax haven. What is it called? San Marino? There's nothing. So there's no stats, but they do make this this liqueur, and they make wine. And what is this? What is this green stuff? Is this absinthe? No, it's just licorice. Liquor, probably like mint liqueur, like herbal liqueur, melon liqueur. Okay, so they make green apple. These guys make a lot of alcohol, and there's no stats. And only 33,000 people live there. So everybody here is just making alcohol and skiing and hiking. Is that it? What does it look like here? It just looks like, I guess it's like a nice, clean Italy, right? It's not like super bougie like Monaco. It probably has some bougie parts that I'm not currently at right now, but okay, no stats. Let's just take a guess. You know, if they're making that much alcohol and I've never seen any on our shelves, that means it's not really getting exported that much. Maybe it is to like Italy or other places, but probably a lot of that gets drank by the locals, which means they're exporting a lot. They make a lot for how big they are. So I'll give them a 12. Maybe even a 14. So they make a lot for their size, right? They probably have a lot of patriotism for like, oh, we make all the alcohol here, which one was, maybe I'll give them a 17. 17 because like, does anyone really have pride that they're from San Marino? Like, they probably say they're Italian. They probably have Italian pride more than they have San Marino pride. But I don't know. Maybe I'll meet them halfway. Cultural identity, how much is involved. There's no stats on how much they drink, and I don't think they really influence anyone. So I'm gonna keep it down at like an 8. How much do they drink? I mean, if most of them are making alcohol all the time, I'm gonna assume that like it's pretty similar to other Italians. So I'm gonna put it up at. I'm just gonna make a guess at 20. So I'm going to put us at a 56, putting us right above Romania in the B Tavern Veterans. Okay, good job, San Marino. Next one is Saudi Arabia. I recognize that flag. Yeah, Saudi Arabia. Is alcohol illegal in Saudi Arabia? Okay, it's banned for the public and for Muslims. But the country now allows tightly controlled sales for non-Muslim diplomats and high-earning. See, this is the kind of shit that I hate about Islamic countries. It's like, this is banned, but if you have money, then Allah will forgive you because you are rich. No love for the poor man. No love for the working man. No love for anybody. But if you're rich from family inheritance or whatever, then we let you do whatever you want to do. Anyways. That means only rich people are drinking. They're not making anything. They're only importing. There's no culture applied. There's no cultural identity. They don't have any influence on that kind of thing. So Saudi Arabia goes down here with all these other bottom feeders. They are definitely a healthy and reliable, sober designated driver. Next on the list, we have what looks like Cameroon. Senegal. Is that just the Cameroon flag but backwards? No, it's not that. It's like mixed around. Anyways, okay, Senegal. I don't know anything about Senegal. Only 6% drink alcohol. And they probably make like palm wine. And like they probably have a shitty lager. Am I right? Yep. Here it is. They make a shitty lager and they make some palm wine. And that's probably it. So 6% drinks. It's more than Saudi Arabia. They make some shitty beer and palm wine. They probably have a big inflated patriotism for their beer. And probably they just drink it on the beach or like some occasional person drinks it once in a while. So that puts us at 12. So Senegal can go right below Morocco in our designated drivers tier list. Next country we have, is this Slovenia? Serbia. Sorry. What was it again? Serbia. Yeah, another country that should just be Hungary. Serbia, yeah, because it's Hungarian, they have the palinka, the rakia, they call it there, I think, but it's like mostly some forms of palinka and brandy. They're gonna have some beer, some wine. Being an ex-Yugoslavia country, they probably had a lot of that moonshine production too. What percentage of Serbia drink alcohol? About 60%. And they make, I've actually seen this quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I've had this bottle before. And is that Maraska? Is that from Czech or is that from Serbia? Earlier I said it was from Czech, but I think I might be mistaken. It's from Serbia. Yeah, okay, it is Serbian. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Serbia has a more grounded history in brandy for sure. Yeah, look at them. They drink like freaking pros. There's a lot of traditions where they drink a lot, yeah. They make special, like, what do you call it? The flasks. Like, they make them out of, like, leather and stuff, and they make them really pretty with the decorations for them to drink their brandy out of. But it says about 60% drink, so I guess I'll put it up to, like, a 16. You know, there's probably more than 60% drinking. It's because it's Serbia. Balkan. How much does it produce? How much does it export? Actually, quite a bit, because most Canadian liquor stores will have those bottles of brandy that I was looking at. So I'm going to say this is actually pretty high. I'm putting it at like maybe even, yeah, maybe 17. How much patriotism do they have? Probably like almost max. Because, I mean, yeah, maybe even 24, just because of how they are, how their culture is, and coming back to their traditions and their social activities and how much like they really drink in the everyday social life. I'm gonna put them up to like an 18. I can't put it more than that because they're not very influential in the rest of the world, which gives them a score of 75 on my list. Tying them in with Nicaragua in our wizard drinker tier. The next country we have is, holy, look at that flag. I mean, the bottom three is just the Hungarian flag, but slanted. Seychelles. 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 Actually, yeah, I know where this is. This is by the Maldives. Yeah, right here. Yeah, this place is like a really cool looking place. Like, this is a place I would actually debate on going to. But again, it's like, why do I want to go to the Seychelles? I just want to go there to look at the beach and the nice water. And it's like, well, can't you just go to the Caribbean and see this? And then I don't have to pay like $3,000 for plane tickets and sit on a plane for like 30 hours to get there, when I could just go to like the Caribbean instead for way cheaper and way less time. So anyways, yeah, beautiful country. I know nothing about their alcohol. Apparently a lot of people drink. Yeah, women don't drink, hey? It's just the dudes. Okay, they make takamaka. That looks pretty good. I would drink that. Yeah, takamaka. It looks kind of like the shipwreck style marketing. Okay, so they make rum. And of course they make their own shitty lager. Every country has their own lager, and they all probably taste exactly the same. Yeah, okay. I've got a decent idea of how this is gonna go down. So half the country drinks, they get some drinking from tourism, then they do some production, but I've never seen it before, so it doesn't really get a big name out there. Probably I'll give it an 8. Alcohol, patriotism, how much ego and pride they have. They probably have a lot, like a lot more than they make. Being such a beautiful country, I mean, there's a lot to be proud about. How much is it involved in their traditions and activities? Quite a bit, probably on the beach all the time with tourism. Not a lot of influence, though, on the rest of the world. Which puts us at a 48 with Seychelles. Putting us above this yellow one, Palau or whatever. Or Palau. Yeah, right here with Antigua, I think. Holy man, we still have so many countries left to go. What is this? Sierra Leone, that's in Africa. Probably palm wine and beer. There you go. There's your palm wine. They call it pollo, probably. That's your palm wine. And then you got your shitty beer, and you got what the hell is this? Bitter cola. That looks like a German beer. Yeah, so they're not even drinking their own beer. They're not even advertising their own beer. They advertise this. Unless if that is Sierra Leone beer. What is it? Mutzig? Yeah, it's brewed in France. Okay. Oh, I see. So they probably produce it for France. I see. So they probably make it, but France owns it. Well, that kind of sucks. You can't be like too proud about that. 12% drinks. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of those West Africans, they have a lot of Muslim and like voodoo and whatever other religion where they don't really drink a lot. So I'm gonna put like 3. They don't get a lot of tourism either. How much do they export? I guess with France's help, they export quite a bit. But I've never seen those beers, so I guess it's not going out too much. They're probably quite patriotic, but not a lot, because again, it's France that owns it. And the cultural identity, do they have influence? No. Do they have much identity around it? No. What is this, 22? Puts them right underneath North Macedonia in our designated drivers tier list. But I think they were tied with Fiji, so I think I'm going to put it down here. What's Nigeria at? Alright, going to Singapore. I've been to Singapore, and they definitely drink there quite a bit. I had a lot of the tiger beer there. Yeah, there are a lot of like super healthy people there that are like rich and they're all about like their fitness and stuff, and they don't drink a lot. So I would think it doesn't look like there's a lot of big stats about this, but if I can guess, it's probably like half. Singapore alcohol. Yeah, it's all imports. What's their beer? Tiger beer. Wait, isn't that Malaysia? Didn't we say that was Malaysia? It's Singaporean by Malaysia. So I guess it's both. And the major brewing operation is in Malaysia and Vietnam. So like probably just their office is in Singapore, but they're like based because of the tax benefits and this and that. Yeah, it makes sense. So I don't know. Yeah, okay. I got it. I got the picture. Yeah, so how much drink? Maybe around 11, a little less than half. Their exports, well, they actually they're the biggest, like one of the biggest international logistics export nation for like big um ships, like big ship cargo ships coming in and out. But we're not talking about like stuff they're importing and exporting. Of course, they import a lot of other foreign stuff, but as far as their own stuff, I don't think actual Singapore makes probably anything. I think their breweries are all in Malaysia and Vietnam, as they said. So they don't actually, they're just like the offices that run their corporate side, right? So they probably also there's probably like the corporate patriotism and the marketing and stuff, but it's not like, oh, drink tiger beer and stuff, and that's probably pretty low. You got to give that credit to like Malaysia because it is a Malaysian beer company, but registered in Singapore. You know what I mean? That's so cultural identity. I mean, it's all gonna be like corporate stuff, like people drinking for that, or like people drinking at work, or like a little bit of beer and tourism here and there. But like mostly, it's gonna be probably pretty low with low influence as well. So this brings it to 13, 19. Yeah, I'll put Singapore at 19 under Sierra Leone in our designated drivers list. And now we have these identical flags. This is one of them Slovakia and one of them is Slovenia. I don't know which one's which. This one's Slovakia. Okay. Slovakia, Czechoslovakia, they got their independence. Good job. I think they do the beer, the Slivovic, which is the Palinka, and everything that Czech does and Hungary does, Slovakia is also doing. Apparently, they drink like freaking crazy. Okay, Slovakia drinks like crazy. Like more than, yeah, 22% probably. I'm sorry, not 22%, 22 to 25. I actually have seen quite a few Slovak brandies. The Slivovic is on like all the shelves in Canada, so I would say they're definitely producing and exporting quite a bit. They are probably very patriotic, but they cannot make the claim to fame that they invented Palinka, so I can't give them that. I know they have a lot of like traditional celebrations and stuff in the Orthodox and the Christianity. Some of the older pagan kind of rundown ancient religious stuff that came out of like old Europe of the Indo-Aryans. It stems down to some of those drinking traditions, and so Slovakia has some of that going on. Does it have a lot of influence? Not really. So I'm gonna meet them halfway around a 15. Which puts them at a 75. 75 is gonna be right in the middle. Actually tied up with Serbia by accident. Okay. And I think that's pretty much makes sense. I mean, that's what you get for stealing their flag and just flipping it upside down, right? I don't know who stole whose flag or who had theirs flags first, but here we are. And then the next one we have the next stolen flag, which is Slovenia. Slovenia. Another one that used to be, I think, part of Hungary, of Horvat Ország. Yeah, they drink a lot too. I don't know what they make. They probably make the same shit. Yeah, they have their fucking shit lager. I feel like I've seen this one already from a different country. This picture keeps showing up. All these countries start to like blend together. Is this them? The Prior? I feel like I've seen this before, but not with the pear in it. Yeah, we looked at that before too. So this is Slovenia? I just don't know. I feel like Slovenia is one of the lesser players. It's just like yeah, it's gonna be like Slovakia, but they produce and export way less, and they are a little less alcoholics than Slovakia. and they have a little less cultural tradition. I think it's just like a watered down version of Serbia and Slovakia. So I'll put them at a 59, right above Austria. Yeah, that puts them into the B Tavern veterans. So it's still up there quite a bit. They still drinking. Oh boy, what country is this? So Tom and Principe. So Tom. Oh, Sao Tom. Okay, Sao Tome and Principe. Where is this? Oh, it's in Africa. Some tiny little island. That's a nice picture. I would hang out there. This place looks really, really nice. Really peaceful. There's just some debris that comes. It gets washed up from the ocean, right? It's probably not even their garbage. It's just garbage coming in from the ocean from Africa. Well, where are they? They're close to the Congo. That's why. All this place is like full of garbage. It gets washed out. Yeah. What percentage of Sao Tome country drink alcohol? Okay, almost everyone. And I guess they make a rum. Okay. Do they make multiple rums? Of course, they have a lager. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like they're really producing much. So, apparently everybody drinks there. So they get a big drinking score. Doesn't look like they produce a lot. And whatever they do produce, they probably drink it themselves. They probably have a bit of pride over what they make. And they don't have influence, I don't think. I don't even know. Didn't even knew they were existed. And they have some. They probably drink on the beach, and like they probably have quite a bit of traditions that make them drink that much. 33, that's 44, right? 44 also puts them right below this one, like the Palau. So they're in the minor drinking league. They can drink, but they're just not producing enough to really compete with the big boys. That's really it. Who is this? The Solomon Islands. Another place I've never seen before. Is this in the Caribbean? No, it's yeah, it's in that same Polynesia kind of area. Has many World War II sites. Oh, they were fighting down here? Who was fighting down here? That's crazy. I missed that part in history class. Apparently, about 40% of the population. Of course. Of course! Jews and booze. King Solomon. I've already seen these before. This is not from there. Okay, so they just make their own beer, I guess. And they probably drink their own beer. Yeah, 40%. That's about a 9. Um, their production and exports, like a 4, since they drink it all probably. They probably got a bit of ego for their own beer, but probably not a lot. Um, They don't have influence. I don't think they're very... If it's only 40%, probably not too traditional or much social or drinking activities. Probably like pretty low. I'll give him an 8. Which puts them at a 27. Right below Monaco in our designated drivers tier list. Next up we have, I'm pretty sure this is Somalia. Yeah, Somalia, I'm pretty sure they don't drink alcohol. I think that's a dry country, right? Virtually 0. Okay. There you, it's a literal. Okay. 0. You got it, Somalia. You are our designated driver, right after, who was this? Kuwait. But you know what? I don't know if it's fair to give him a 0, because Somalia is pretty fucking big. You're telling me that there's nobody in all of this land who isn't making some kind of fermented juice in their basement? I don't believe it. I don't. And for that reason, I'm going to give him a 1. Somalia gets a 1. Because Kuwait, right, going back, Kuwait is tiny. You can't hide there, really. But Somalia, man, there's someone... Madza Omolewa is out there somewhere. You know? Okay, South Africa. Yeah, they have like, we get a lot of beer from them. We get a lot of beer, and then they had that, what was it, the fruit liqueur amarula, and yeah, do they own Castle Beer? Who owns Castle Beer? It's in Belgium. Okay, Belgium owns it, and then they outsource the brewing to South Africa and probably some other African countries. Yeah, so do they actually make their own stuff, or they just brew stuff for other people? You know what? They make wine. That's right. They make wine, and they probably make some brandy. So, what percentage of South Africa drinks? 30%-ish. Okay. So about 30% drink. Probably tourists go there to drink wine. They export a lot of wine. And they brew beer for other countries and export that out. I don't know. There's like half points if you're exporting other countries' beers out. What do I want to say? Yeah, every time you go to a liquor store, there's always a South African section for the wine. So the wine does get out of the country, and they do a pretty good job at exporting that. So for that, I will have to give him quite a higher score, because it's pretty easy to find a South African wine. They probably have a lot of pride around their wine, but not a lot of people drink, so I don't think it's that much. And for their beers, like it's not even theirs. They do it for another country. And I would say they don't really have an influence, and their cultural traditions and activities is probably drinking wine to, like, I don't know, jazz music, or sitting on the beach, or going, farming or whatever. So with that, I'll put it at like an 11, maybe even a 9. So South Africa is gonna be tied with Seychelles right up here in the minor drinking league. Next up, we have South Korea. Now, South Korea is a big soju and makgaelu, or however you pronounce it, just like the North Korea boys and girls. When I was in South Korea, I remember everybody was drinking. It was either soju or it was Cass beer. I would say probably most of Korea drinks, only 64%. Yeah, okay. And with tourists and stuff, so maybe I'll put it at like a 17. As far as exports go, I would put it at a 25. Maybe 20. Okay, maybe 24 because soju is not everywhere. Maybe in a 23. Sometimes I see cask beer in Canada liquor stores, but it's not the most common and it's not everywhere. Soju is almost in every liquor store, but it's not in every liquor store. But it's pretty high up there. As far as patriotism and ego goes, I would say 25. They are crazy about their soju. Like they are absolutely insane. You know, they go to the karaoke bars and stuff, and it's like they're all about it. The cultural identity, how much influence does it have on the rest of the world? I don't think soju is as influential as some of the other bigger ones like rum and vodka. So I don't think it's maxed out. However, I think it's pretty high up there still, and it's becoming more prevalent with the popularity of like anime rising and Japanese cultures are rising, and Korea kind of is overshadowed by Japan in a lot of those cultural things. But a lot of people who get really into Japan, some of them kind of deviate from the path and switch over to Korea. So Korea gets kind of like the secondary pipeline of fans that like they were kind of going out to Japan, but Japan didn't 100% align or something, or they wanted to go with something a little less mainstream, so they go with South Korea. Like right. So I'm gonna give South Korea an 86, and an 86 is gonna land them right up in. That puts them right up into the alcoholic superpower. And who is this one? Lithuania? Lithuania 85. Yeah, one above Lithuania in the alcoholic superpower. And next up on the list is going to be South Sudan. I don't know. That's our newest country, right? In the world. But so there's not going to be really any stats, right? The Nile Special. Is this made by South Sudan though, or is this just a random picture? White bull, Tusker, white bull. Southern Sudan. Okay, South Sudan. So they drink beer, right? They drink beer and they make beer. Not a lot of people drink beer. Not a lot of people are making beer. Not a lot of people are probably super patriotic about their beer. There's probably not a lot of cultural traditions and activity around the beer, and not a lot of influence. You know what? Maybe as a new formed nation, they do have something patriotic and pride about them having some nice beer. I don't really know. So that's going to put him in 28. right above the Solomon Islands. Can I remember which one is this one? No, that's Marshall Islands. This one? Yeah, right above Solomon Islands. Next up, we have Spain. Okay, Spain. We have the sherry, the wine, the brandy. Did Spain invent sherry? Yes. Spain invented sherry. I knew it. Yep. Yeah, the Brits influenced it, but it was invented by Spain. Sherry casks. Dude, everyone loves to talk about, oh, my wine is aged in sherry cask, or my rum is aged in sherry cask. Sherry is up there. It's up there with port. It's a huge thing that revolutionized how flavor profiles work in fine spirits that are aged, and fine liquors and wines and beers, like a nice port and sherry cask, like, you know what I mean? So, how much do they drink though? Over 80%? Okay. So, not everyone drinks in Spain, but most people drink, and a lot of people go to Spain to drink. How much does it produce and export? I want to put it at 23. And the reason why is because you're not going to find sherry in every liquor store, and it's not the forefront of everything that gets produced. And all the wine and stuff, it's like, you will find, I'll give it a 24 because you do actually find Spanish wine in every liquor store. You do. Is it overshadowed by France and Italy? I think it slightly is, but I don't know if it is. Because even grocery stores have Spanish wine. I don't know. I'll leave it at a 24. I have some iffiness about giving it a max score because I feel like France, Italy, just a slight edge. As far as patriotism, 25. They invented sherry. Come on. 100%. Cultural identity of all tourism and everything is maxed out, and that's going to push it at. The only reason I'm not going to give it a max score is because sherry is just not the most influential. Actually, what am I talking? Yes, it is. Sherry is one of the most influential drinks because it changed how we store and age alcohol in the sherry casks. So that's a max score for me. So what is this? 98, 97. So Spain is yet another alcoholic superpower tied in with Poland. Yeah. Next we have is this Sri Lanka? It is Sri Lanka. Okay. I have a friend from Sri Lanka, and he was telling me about, they also have that Desi Daru thing that I was getting back to. They make, yeah, here you go. So no, it's not made out of diesel, but there are boosters and additives that are added, such as urea, fertilizer, battery acid, or cheap fuel extracts, which could be a cheap fuel extract could be like, I don't know, yeah, methanol, or yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of people there that are so poor or really depressed and suicidal. So they'll drink like this shitty alcohol to like kind of like they're too scared to kill themselves, but like if it kills them, then it's okay. Yeah, it's super sad. But anyways, they also do a lot of like coconut kind of drinks, like coconut that's fermented. Yeah, 20% to 28% of adults. They make some Iraq, and but it's not like a huge drinking country. Otherwise, it's mostly like either the super wealthy are drinking, or the super depressed and poor are drinking, and there's like a couple in between here and there who might drink, but it's pretty low overall. Maybe like a 6. They don't export a lot or produce a lot. Maybe just the Iraq. um, I don't know if they have a lot of patriotism and pride for what they create. I never really heard my friends talk about it. They mentioned Iraq a couple times, but like it's not. Even the people that drink there, they might drink like imports. And I would say it's not a big part of their cultural identity, and they don't have a lot of influence with it, so maybe that's a bit lower as well. Which puts Sri Lanka at about an 18 for me, putting them here above Nigeria, above Singapore too, or no? Right below Singapore in our designated drivers tier list. Okay, next one we have Palestine again. Look at that. Who's this? Sudan? Why does everybody have this flag? Okay, so we have Sudan versus South Sudan. Who's gonna win? Okay, most of Sudan doesn't drink alcohol. Do they have any alcohol there? It's illegal. But in South Sudan, it's not. Yeah. So that's what the whole war is about. South Sudan just wants to have a beer, and Sudan won't let them. Okay, so South Sudan, we had him at a 28. And in Sudan, nobody really drinks except for like people who are trying to rebel against it. So, yeah. What was it? Yeah, only 3% drink. Yeah, so that puts him at a 1. And that really goes to show the contrast, right? Like South Sudan, we gave him a score of like the upper designated drivers. Like South Sudan is heading towards the freaking minor drinking leagues, and Sudan wants to hold him back. I say Sudan should just let him have a beer. Just let him have a beer. They're done being designated drivers. They're trying to get out of that. They're trying to party a little bit. All right. What country is this? Suriname. 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 Where's that? That is. Oh, it's in South America. Here's French Guiana. Did we do French Guiana? I can't even remember. This has been such a long video. Okay, Suriname. They probably do rum, right? Approximately 20% of the total population drinks alcohol. That's not a lot. Okay, they make rum and they make a beer. I've never heard of this rum before. Is this their rum? Bordeaux? I think it is. Yeah, it has their flag on it. That's a nice bottle. I've never seen it before, but that looks like something that I would actually drink. Havana clubs and stuff. Yeah, that's not Suriname. Okay. So I got a decent idea. So not a lot of the country drinks, only like 20%. They probably don't get any tourism, but they are making some nice looking rum. It's not any rum that I've ever seen before, so it's probably in the boutique specialty liquor stores. So they're exporting quite a bit, making quite a bit. But the local population isn't drinking that anyways. They make some beer. They probably have a lot of patriotism for a rum that looks that nice. But, I mean, probably people there, a lot of them aren't drinking it from personal reasons or religious or culture or financial reasons. I don't know why. But yeah, a lot of people aren't drinking, so it's also not part of their traditions or activities. It doesn't have a lot of influence on the rest of the world. So I'm going to put it down at a 5. Which puts them 34, which is at the top of our designated drivers list here with Israel and Eritrea. And what was this country? Grenada. Oh boy, I forgot to write these down. Yeah, Sudan was a 1, right? And Suriname, I gave him a 34. And then next is Sweden. Sweden's in the vodka belt. Sweden's a big vodka guy. What percentage of Sweden drinks alcohol? Apparently, almost all of Sweden drinks alcohol. And Sweden also has, oh, Absolute. Absolute and Briska and the, I feel like they had another one. Anyways, yeah, Absolute is absolutely fucking everywhere. So this is gonna be a good one. I can tell this is one of the big ones. So yeah, almost everybody drinks. Absolute is absolutely everywhere. Like even the cheaper gas station liquor stores where like you don't find a lot of stuff, I always see Absolute. Okay. They probably have a lot of patriotism for it, but I can't give a max score because they don't think that they invented vodka. Okay, so they can't be max. So maybe 24. And how much influence does it have? I don't think they were a big influence in the vodka world compared to Russia and Poland. But I think it's still quite up there. Like Absolute is a very big player. I would put him at 21 in that case. Which would put him into 93. 93 places them right above Mexico in our alcoholic superpower. Good job, Sweden. Everyone's glad to have you in the game. All right, who's the next? Switzerland. Switzerland made the. Did they invent absinthe? Who invented absinthe? By Switzerland, yeah, by a Swiss. So they started absinthe, yeah, and then they also have I think it's, yeah, let's look it up. Switzerland alcohol. Oh, is Goldschlager Swiss? Holy moly! Oh, dude, I underestimated how much shit Switzerland actually makes. Oh, and they make the Zwak is owned by Hungary, actually, right? It's Hungary, but the Zwak family. Yeah, but that's like a Swiss name. Yeah, okay, that's a Hungarian drink. Anyways, but it has a Swiss logo on it. I don't know why. Anyways, yeah, so how much do they drink alcohol? Yeah, most people drink alcohol. Okay. Okay, so most people drink alcohol. They have Goldschlager everywhere. They have absinthe, not everywhere, but everywhere kind of has it. Maybe I'll have them at. No, I don't know if I could put it at 24 or 25. I'm going to leave it at 24 because I don't think everywhere has Goldschlager, but almost everywhere does. And a lot of places have absinthe, but not a lot of places. I feel like absinthe is kind of rare still in Canada. Um, but they have their other produces, which is like lesser known stuff, I guess. How much patriotism do they have? I mean, if they invented absinthe, they're one of the inventors, right? They probably have a lot, and Goldschlager and all this. But at the same time, I know some Swiss. I actually have a Swiss friend, and he doesn't buy any Swiss stuff. He buys like Italian and French, and a lot of. I feel like if you go there, maybe they drink other European stuff over their own and stuff, and I don't think it's like really maxed out. Like they're not saying like they're the best or anything. I think maybe they acknowledge like they've done a great progression by inventing absinthe and they have some of these liqueurs, but I actually don't think it's that high. I don't think it's that high. And how much influence does it have on the rest of the world? I think Goldschlager is not like the most popular mixer for cocktails, and I think absinthe is not that influential, but it kind of still is. It's like more than average, so I'm gonna give it an 18. So Swiss gets put into 85, which lands them at the very bottom of our alcoholic superpowers list. Next up, we have probably some Arabic country. Yeah, we got Syria. What percentage of Syria drink alcohol? About 2%. All right, that gives me everything I need to know. It's in here with the rest of them. I'll give him a 1. Our next country is Taiwan. Taiwan. I don't know. I feel like they'd fucking drink. They're one of those Asian countries that just like drink alcohol with everything. Yeah, that's a big range, 35 to 69. So probably it's like 80% are drinking like beer. Um, I have never seen any of these bottles before. You probably have to go to like specialty places. No, I've actually seen this one. Yes, I've seen this one before, but it's rare. So we can assume that a lot of the country drinks If they export a lot, it's probably going to just the neighboring Asian countries, but not really to the West. It's not really that big. The patriotism, I'll meet him in the middle because I don't really know how much they're more patriotic about like their bubble tea and stuff like that. And how much is alcohol involved in their cultural traditions and activities? Probably like every time they drink or like go outside or do anything social, I think they drink a lot, but I don't think they're very influential. So I'm gonna give them a 16. That'll put him at 57 on my list, which is gonna be right below Slovenia in our tavern veterans. Next on our list is the country that stole Hungary's flag, Tajikistan, or Tajikistan. Tajikistan, I don't know how to say it. So Tajikistan, they are also gonna have some of that vodka, but I think they have wine. Yeah, okay, 8% drink alcohol. They make a little bit of vodka, a little bit of wine, but I don't think it really gets out anywhere. So it's gonna be, yeah, like 2. Maybe they make a little bit of wine and vodka. Maybe they're a little patriotic about it. Maybe they drink it like once in a while. So 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, I'll give him a 7. Right under these other countries like Bahrain. Maybe I'm underestimating them. I don't know. Let me know. I'm just taking a guess at this point. Tanzania. Tanzania got Zanzibar, man. They're partying up there. They got the Kilimanjaro lager. I think they have a safari lager. I did a lot of research into Tanzania because I wanted to go down there to Zanzibar to enjoy the nice beaches and stuff. But then, same thing with the Seychelles. It's so far and expensive that you might as well just go to the Caribbean if that's all you want. So, what about drinking? I would say a lot of the population's Muslim and doesn't drink. So a lot of them is just tourists that are drinking. Some of the locals are not Muslim or they're secular and they drink less, but it's not like a big drinking culture. I think it's less than half. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, way less than half. Yeah, 20%. Yeah, it's not a big drinking country. They make some beer, but it's not really getting out of the country. Or if it is, I don't really know. Um, the patriotism towards it, maybe some people are patriotic about it. It's not really a big part of their cultural traditions. They have some influence on tourism for people that come to Zanzibar to party and drink, so I'll give them that. So that puts Tanzania at a 25, putting them below South Sudan, above Singapore, and I don't remember what this country is, Sierra Leone. No, it puts them above Sierra Leone. Next up, we have Thailand. I went to Thailand for about a month, and I was mostly in Bangkok and around the Phuket Island. I explored most of the Phuket Island. It seemed like everybody is drinking the Chang, Singa, Leo. I think they have their own whiskeys. They even got their own rum, their own Regency brandy, I think it is. Yeah, it's a Thai brandy. I remember seeing that as a Hungarian and thinking, huh, we're pretty similar. Um, it says 30% of Thailand drinks alcohol. I kind of don't believe that because when I was there, it seemed like everybody was drinking alcohol. I mean, this one says about 65% are are occasional drinkers. Oh, this is just who drink alcohol regularly. Oh, lifetime and occasional goes up to 51%. Um, yeah, I guess with tourism, maybe a bit more than half. It sure seemed like everybody drinks there, so I don't know how accurate this is. Are you sure? And maybe I'm biased just because of where I went. Like maybe all the rural regions and maybe a lot of the locals that mind their own business and I don't pay attention to aren't drinking. So maybe it's just speculative bias or something like that. Anyways, how much do they produce and how much do they export? I see their beers sometimes in Canada, but they're definitely one of the more rare ones. Like it's not common like Sapporo or Guinness. It's kind of out there, so I'm gonna give him like an, a generous 16, just because I love Thailand. How much patriotism do they have? I don't know if they have a lot because they have a lot of Tsingtao, Sapporo, and they even have Guinness there and Coronas and like Modelo's. Like they have all beer from and Tiger. I don't know if they have a lot of like loyalty to their specific drinks. So maybe it's more than half, but it's not like super up there. As far as the traditions and activities, I feel like from what I saw, it seemed like they just drink it all the time, anywhere, for whatever reason, at the beach, they go to the fairs, they go to work or whatever. And they have, I don't know if they have a lot of influence in like the alcohol world. So I'll meet him a bit more than halfway at like a 16. Maybe that's more than they, yeah. Maybe I'll do a 14. So that's going to put Thailand into the 62. Putting them right above St. Kitts and St. Lucia in the Tavern Veterans. Next up, we have this country. What is this? Timor-Leste. Where's Timor-Leste? It's this is a country? Huh, yeah, this is by Indonesia, right? It's like a little country beside Indonesia. Interesting. Yeah, I never knew this place existed. Apparently a third of them drink alcohol. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're really producing anything. So I guess a third drinks. That doesn't look like they're making anything besides like palm wine or coconut spirits or like. Or they might make some beer. They probably don't have a lot of patriotism around that or any kind of traditions or activities. Yeah. What is this, 21? '21 puts them right underneath Sierra Leone in our designated drivers. Oh, we have a lot of designated drivers. We got a lot of sober people in the room. Okay. Next we have whoever this is. Togo. Another country I know nothing about besides that it's beside Benin and Nigeria and Ghana. Apparently half of them drink alcohol. They probably drink palm wine and like the what is that? That weird porridge stuff? Sour gum or whatever. Oh, I get it. It's saying to go. So it's clearly the word to go is more popular than Togo. So that kind of shows that Togo isn't even producing enough to even really be a name on the map. But apparently half of them drink, so I'll give them that. 13, they probably make a lot of palm wine and beer and stuff, and like, you know, the usual jungle slop. And the patriotism, I don't know, they probably don't have a lot for their own alcohol products. They probably import a lot. How much is it involved in the traditions? Probably a little bit if they're drinking that much, but probably not a lot of influence. So that's going to be a 29. 29 puts them above the Solomon Islands. And right above, is that above Sudan? South Sudan? Yeah, right above South Sudan. Alright. What's this one? Is this like Diet Swiss? Tonga. We got Togo and Tonga. I don't know where Tonga is. Oh, it's another one of these little freaking dots on the ocean. Okay. %. Okay. I don't even want to look into it, I'll be honest. It's another one of these freaking little nothing islands. Let me be fair. They make a beer. Okay. And then they probably... Is this from the country or is this just the name of this drink? No, this is from Nepal. Yeah, this isn't even from the country. Okay. So 9% of them drink. That's like what? 3. Maybe they get tourism that drinks, so that's a good 3. They make some beer. They probably are a little bit proud of their beer. And maybe they have some traditions where they drink beer. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. I'll give him a 9. Put him in with Bahrain. Who's next? What is this? Trinidad and Tobago. Well, we just called Trinidad. Here we go. I'm drinking this Trinidad rum right now. However, it is a Barbados rum, but they are producing it and growing it in Trinidad. Yeah, okay, so over most of them drink. They supply a lot of alcohol. You know what? You know what they do? They do the Angostura bitters, right? Oh, Venezuela invented Angostura bitters. Oh, but the business is in Trinidad now. Got it. I mean, makes sense. Who wants to do a business in Venezuela with what's going on? So most of Trinidad drinks. Um, Angostura bitters is almost in every liquor store, and it's, you know what? It's almost in every like bar and restaurant too. I think it's a staple. It's like having salt. Like it's like the salt and pepper of the cocktail world, right? Yeah, I'm comfortable with the 24 here, especially with some of this rum that I'm drinking right now. It's a big hitter. Patriotism, yeah, they're probably super proud of their bitters. They probably used it in everything too. But I mean, their rums, I don't know, what rum are they famous for? Just the Angostura rum, or do they have other rums? Um, is Kraken from Trinidad? Oh, you know what? Not my favorite rum, but it is everywhere, and it's a respectable rum. You know what? That gives it a 25 on the exports, and that probably also bumps them up to like a 24 as well. And you know what? The Kraken actually has an influence on being the rum that kind of gives the black color with the food coloring. So I think that does have some influence on the rum and the tiki culture. And like the bottle is just iconic. Like as much as I don't care for what's inside of it, it's pretty cool. So uh let me put it at like I'll give him a 20. I'll give him a 20, which gives him a score of 90. A 90 will bump them up to, they're going into the alcoholic superpowers. Yeah, above China. Is it above Japan? 88? Yeah, it is above Japan. What about where was Sweden again? 93. What about Latvia? 90. Yeah, tied with Latvia at 90. Trinidad, welcome to the alcoholic superpowers S tier category. All right, the next one we have is Tunisia. Now, Tunisia makes wine, a little bit of it, but I'm pretty sure they don't actually drink their wine. Okay, some people drink, but I think, what is this? Oh, buka? Oh, the fig liqueur? Did they invent fig liqueur? Oh, okay, so they started a thing called buka, which is fig liqueur. Okay, so that's formidable. That's pretty cool. So yeah, no one really drinks, but they do export a little bit. It's not really common. You gotta really look for it. Um, they're probably pretty patriotic about their fig liquor, but no one drinks it, so they can't be that patriotic if they're not drinking it, right? And I guess that kind of thing, maybe it does influence some of the other world to also start making liquor out of figs. So that does have some influence to it. Um, Maybe there's some cultural traditions. I'll give him points for that. That's pretty cool. I'll meet him halfway. And that gives him a score of 34. You know, there's still a designated driver, right? But you know, they like to live on the edge of the minor drinking league. Okay, next up we have Turkey. And Turkey, they also have the Iraqi, just like Albania and Bosnia and Kosovo and all those other ones. All right, Turkey. Turkey, yeah. Turkey, they will have, the Iraqi, just like the other nearby Balkan countries like Albania and Kosovo, North Macedonia, Bulgaria. They all have that fruity kind of homemade spirits. I think Turkey also has like an anise spirit, kind of like a herbal, almost like an absinthe or a fernet. And then they also have some of their own beer. They have a bunch of wine. I often see some Turkish wine here and there in liquor stores. It's not super common, but it's like it does get around quite a bit. I don't know how much of them drink though. Oh, apparently not a lot, like 11 to 17%. So probably like only like a fifth of the country drinks or something. So that's not a lot, right? Bit of the country drinks. They make a lot. They seem to export quite a bit. So I'd say they get at least a 10. If they're not drinking a lot, well, they're probably not very patriotic about what they make. So maybe I'll give them a 9 for that. I wouldn't say that I don't know how influential they really are. So Turkey will be going right behind about like around with Ethiopia kind of in the designated drivers list. Next up we have Turkmenistan. Look at that flag, isn't that cool? It's got like a carpet pattern. Yeah, Turkmenistan, pretty sure they're like North Korea. Like they're super strict. They got like that crazy, all the buildings and cars have to be white. Like they got curfews and people can't go outside. We're probably not even gonna get any stats on it. Oh, we actually did get stats, okay. 30%? That's not bad. Do they make alcohol? That's a lot more than I thought. Yeah, they probably have vodka and some wine and beer then. They probably don't export a lot of it. I've never personally seen it before. Yeah, about 30% or so are reported to be drinking. Maybe it's more than that. We're getting the stats wrong. I don't know. Looks like they actually have a diverse amount of alcohol that they make. I don't know how much of it gets exported. Probably not a lot. Are they super patriotic about their alcohol? They probably are. I mean, they look pretty cool. They probably have some traditions and activities then. I don't know how much influence they have on the world. I'll I'll meet him at a modest number of 10. So we'll put Turkmenistan at a 43, putting them right behind Sao Tome and Principe. I don't remember which. Is this their flag? Yeah. I'm going to put them right behind them. In the minor drinking leagues. Look at that. Who is this? Tuvula. Never heard of it. Never heard of ya. Tuvula, never heard of ya. Um, Nui. Rata Nui. Rapa Nui. That's from the Bionicle, right? I don't know anything about Tuvula. Tuvalu. No, not the Tuvalu or Tuvula? Tuvalu. I don't know. There's no stats. 8%. What is this? Palm wine? Yeah, they probably make palm wine. Yeah, no one drinks there except for like a few rural people who make palm wine. So, I don't know. I guess 2, 1, 1, 1, 5. I'll give him a 5. I'll stick him right above Afghanistan. Next we have Uganda. I don't know a lot about Uganda. I think they also have the banana beer and they have that millet porridge beer stuff that they fucking eat for breakfast. Oh, they make a gin. They make a lager, Bell Lager. Have I seen this lager before? No, I've never seen this before. This is like an Africa thing. And what percentage of the drink? I think they're Muslim, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think a lot of people do drink. Yeah, 26%. So maybe a bit more than a quarter drink. And they make quite a bit of beer. It looks like they're exporting it throughout Africa. So that's pretty nice. It's probably getting around. I mean, it looks relatively popular. Yeah, it's getting around. Maybe not to Canada or the West, but around Africa at least, and they probably drink it. They're probably pretty patriotic about, their palm wines and stuff. There's a bit of cultural aspects, but not a lot. I would say that's pretty accurate. That puts them also, living on the edge of our designated drivers tier list. Next on the list is Ukraine. So, the thing about Ukraine is going back to Russia, how Russia's always arguing about whether or not Russia or Poland invented vodka. But from, I guess, the Ukrainians' point of view, it's like now it's going to be more like, well, was it a Russian who invented vodka? Or was it a Ukrainian who invented vodka in the Soviet Union while they were still a part of Russia and weren't independent from Russia yet? So there's probably some of that debate there and patriotism of like, well, actually, it wasn't a Russian that invented it, it was a Ukrainian, but Ukraine wasn't independent or recognized yet. So, it was actually a Ukrainian guy that did it. But now they say it's Russia. So, that being said, I've been seeing more and more Ukrainian vodkas hitting the liquor stores in Canada because we stopped carrying Russians products. So now we're kind of trying to replace it with I think I've seen this one, Horilka, and this looks familiar. This one looks familiar. I'm not super familiar with them, but like Zirovka. I've definitely seen Zirovka. I've seen Core. And I've seen this other square bottle over here that starts with an A. So yeah, Canada's been carrying their stuff a bit more. It's not as popular or common as like the Swedish vodkas and stuff. What percentage of Ukraine drinks alcohol? Probably like most of them. Yeah, 77%. Yeah, I would put him up there with the drinkers. With the exports, I'm not seeing a lot of variety of Ukrainian products yet on the shelves. And I think if you give it, I'm actually surprised, right? Because we're sending like billions of dollars to Ukraine with our tax money, and we don't really see a lot of Ukrainian products on the shelves. We kind of do in grocery stores here and there, but even there, we actually see more like like East Indian stuff than we do Ukrainian stuff. And I just don't see a lot of their products hitting the liquor store. So I think they actually need to improve this quite a lot. So I'm going to put the score down. They need to do better with that. But I mean, it's hard to say because I know the conflict and it's a touchy subject, but this and that. But like, come on, we're sending you guys billions of dollars. The least they can do is like, Zelensky can make some kind of trade to give us like some more alcohol from Ukraine at least. So the patriotism, they probably have a lot of patriotism around their alcohol. I'm almost gonna put it up to like max because there is that aspect of Ukraine of like some of them think it might be a Ukrainian person who invented vodka, and they do stand by their products of their own vodka. And yeah, Ukrainians very patriotic, and there is a lot of cultural involvement and traditions. How much does that influence the rest of the world? I think from the eyes of the public, it's not as much as Russia or Poland, but there is a lot of cultural traditions and activities that involve it. I'm gonna put it up. I'll be generous with the 19. Even that might be too generous, but I don't 100% know. So that puts Ukraine 79. 79 will place them right in with right tied up with Armenia. So yeah, they're getting put right into the wizard drinkers. Next we have the next Palestinian flag. And this is United Arab Emirates. So that's Dubai. So this is going to be one of those. Yeah, 20%. It's all the tourists and all the foreigners that are drinking. And they probably don't really produce anything. Do they produce anything? I don't think they really do. Okay, it doesn't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what that is. Anyways, yeah, it is. UAE is a place where a lot of tourists and foreign expats go and they drink. And a lot of sheikhs probably drink too. And I would imagine it's Muslim, so it's all going to be like imports. So I'm going to put this in a 7, 0. There's probably no patriotism for their own products. And as far as traditions and activities and how much it's influencing the world, it's probably pretty low. I mean, the main influential factors is just literally come to Dubai to party and drink if you're a foreigner. And really, that's all that I'm seeing from it. So I'm going to put it above Bahrain. And I think that's pretty fair. Next up we have is the UK. England. All right. Well, The UK, I guess we don't have Scotland in here, so I guess we're jamming Wales and Scotland in together. Meaning, I guess even just Scotland alone is going to carry this thing. I would say pretty much everybody drinks in the UK, in the countryside. The only people who don't drink are like the Muslim immigrants, which make up probably pretty decent part of the UK. Um, yeah, we're gonna do the Ireland thing and say not everybody drinks because not everybody is a UK resident, and they have some Muslims there, which is gonna dilute this score a little bit. As far as exports, 25 Scotch. Scotch alone puts us at 25, but then we go into, the famous grouse, the beef eater, the Tanqueray, the London Pride, and like all of the smaller kind of beers and stuff that come out of there, and the ales. The patriotism is 25. The cultural influence is 25. Like Japanese whiskey wouldn't exist without them, anyways. And yeah, this is straight up the only reason they're not 100 is because not everybody drinks there because of their diluted population. Yeah, 99. UK is an alcoholic superpower. Absolutely. Do they beat France? I don't know if they beat France. That's a tie. That's a tie. The next one we have is the United States. We got another big hitter here. Of course, man. Jack Daniels, Jim Beam, Maker's Mark. If this was before the Prohibition, if we were before the Prohibition, this would be a 25. And the reason it's not a 25 is because the United States does have a big Gen Z population and some more healthier people, and they're also getting quite a bit of cultural diversity now that doesn't drink. So all these come into factor play of, yeah, they're not quite, yeah, I think this is a pretty accurate score of how many people drink in America. 22 out of 25. How much do they export? 25. I feel like Budweiser, Jack Daniels, Jim Beam, Maker's Mark, Buffalo Trace, like Four Roses. You got, what is it, Tito's, Coors, Miller. You've got, it goes on and on and on, like the Kentucky bourbons, the California wines, the New York gins, and the patriotism is an absolute maximum. And how much influence does it have on the rest of the world? I don't think it's 100% because they took wine from France, they took whiskey from the Europe, and I guess bourbon is its own thing, but ultimately, I don't think that their influence really changed it. I mean, we can't say like everyone started drinking beer because of the United States, because everybody started drinking beer because of the UK, like before the United States came around, and because of Mesopotamia. So we can't really give United States the full score here. So 97, 96. I'll give it a 95. I'm pretty comfortable with that. And 95 does put them above Sweden in the alcoholic superpower. What was Portugal at? 95? Yeah, United States ties with Portugal. Next we have Uruguay. Uruguay has the grappa, and they have some wine. However, the wine is incredibly overshadowed by Argentina. Grappa is not really a popular spirit that comes up. Like, I feel like I only find grappa in very niche boutique liquor stores, and even there you might only find like 2 or 3 bottles. It's a very limited selection. Yeah, 30% of Uruguay drinks. Who invented grappa? Oh, it's in Italy. Okay, I guess extra points for Italy then. I was gonna give it to Uruguay, but it wasn't them. Yeah. So about a third of Uruguay drinks. Their exports do make it to Canada, but it's not ever at like the forefront. It's like kind of, you gotta really look for it in the specialty stores. Maybe I'll up it up because the wines are more common, but still not like the center of the wine section. They usually have like a couple bottles here and there, unless if you go to a bigger liquor store. Um, the Patriotism. I did go to Uruguay and I went to quite a few restaurants in Colonial de Sacramento and also in Montevideo, and a few of them actually served me wine from Argentina. And I just remember there wasn't like a big fuss about Uruguayan wine being better than Argentinian wine. It was just kind of like another option. So they weren't super patriotic about it. And the cultural identity, they drink occasionally or at the beach or something. They don't have a big influence on the rest of the world. I would say it's below average. So I'm giving Uruguay a 42. Putting them into my minor drinking league. I don't know, somewhere in there. We'll sort it out. All right, next we have is Uzbekistan. Oh, we're in the home league. We're in the home stretch here. Just one last row. All right. Uzbekistan is my favorite country that I've ever visited. Uzbekistan was incredible. The architecture, the food, the people, the attitudes, how clean it was. I've never been to a country more clean than Uzbekistan. And I've been to Singapore. I've been to UAE. I've been to some of these countries that are known for being clean. I've been to South Korea too. South Korea was very clean. I can't say that it wasn't clean. But Uzbekistan was on another level. They take care of their place, man. They take care of their country. What a beautiful country, Uzbekistan. I loved it. The biggest problem is it's just so far away. If it was closer, I'd be going back there a lot more often. But it's just so far, in the middle of nowhere. Anyways, they drink a lot of lager, wine, vodka, and brandy. It is majorly Muslim, so a lot of people don't drink, but you still get a lot of people that are drinking. You won't find them at restaurants, but you'll find them at like liquor stores or like sometimes I went to 2 times I went to like this convenience store where they did have beer in the fridges. So it's around. They like kvass more, which is like a non-alcoholic malt drink. I never tried it actually. I kind of regret that I didn't, but anyways, yeah, I've never seen Uzbek alcohol in Europe or the West. Like I've never seen it sold. Otherwise, I would try it. But yeah, I never actually got to try any. I just saw that they were there and they existed. I didn't see a lot of people drinking. I would assume it's less than maybe it's like a quarter, if even that. And they don't produce a lot of their own. It's pretty slim. They didn't seem to have any patriotism towards their alcohol. Like no one. It was more about the tea and the food, right? Or the pomegranate juice or the orange juice. It wasn't really about the alcohol, so If there is some patriotism, it's very, very minor. And there's pretty much no cultural traditions or activities that involve alcohol. But people still drink sometimes, so I'll give it a 1. So I'll give them a score of a 12. And while they are my number 1 most favorite country that I've traveled to, unfortunately, or fortunately, they are just not drinkers. And they can go, they'll be very good designated drivers. Very nice. All right, let's go to the next country, which is Vanuatu. This one I recognize, actually. I think I can find this one on the map. Yeah, it's right here. Vanuatu is like another one of these Fiji, Hawaii kind of islands. Again, I know nothing about it. I know nothing of their alcoholism. Apparently 40% drink. Vanuatu alcohol. Apparently they make Tusker beer there, but this was made somewhere else. Yeah, this is made in a bunch of places. I keep seeing this come up. Who owns Tusker beer again? It's from Kenya. Okay, yeah, Kenya owns it, and then they outsource the production to a bunch of these, like, probably poor countries that are even poorer than Kenya, maybe? That's crazy. Anyways, yeah, they probably also drink palm wine, like all the other ones that have similar climates do. Yeah, 40%, okay. So close to half. They produce and export some, I don't know, not a lot. I don't know how much patriotism they would have towards the minimal amount of variety that they make. Probably like a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it at a 5 too. They don't have a lot of influence, or if any. Maybe for tourism purposes they do. And that's maybe about the gist of it. I mean, I almost half drink, so there's got to be something going on there. This puts Vanuatu at 28. And that's going to put him into the designated drivers tier list. Next country, I think this is the Vatican. Yeah, Vatican City. What's the population of Vatican? 500 people. Okay. Okay, so each person is drinking around 100 bottles a year. So that means probably everybody is drinking. Okay, so that means they have like a 100% drinking rate. So everybody in the Vatican drinks. They all drink wine. Okay. How much do they produce? I don't think any. There's no way they produce it. Come on. Where's the Vatican? It's in Italy. Is it in Rome? It's in Rome, right? Yeah, Vatican City right here. Yeah, this is the whole country right here. Yeah, so they don't. And how much is alcohol involved in the traditions? I would say probably half then. And I guess it influences the rest of the world to drink wine because it's like Jesus's blood or whatever. I think that adds to it, right? So yeah, 45. I'm happy with that. Yeah, 45. We'll put the Vatican in right above Uruguay in our minor drinking league. Next we have Venezuela, the inventor of Angostura bitters, which is now being made out of Trinidad. I'm sure, yeah, they make the Diplomatico. They make Pampero. Yeah, they make quite a bit of rum, but they have a lot of crises with this and that. I don't know how many people actually drink there. Yeah, about over a third drink alcohol. I know Diplomatico is a pretty big one. Yeah. Yeah, they got a few other rums here and there. It's not gonna be like your most forefront, well-known, popular rum exports. But yeah, I do love a couple of these. And they are, well, they're not the most common to find. They're not really rare either. Like, you don't have to look too hard. So I would put this at about a 14 for their exports. Maybe I'll put it at like a 15-ish. Like it gets out there, but it's not like the most prevalent one. Maybe 16. It is kind of not that rare. And the patriotism, they probably are very proud of Diplomatico. I know I would be. That's a pretty big one. And also the Angostura bitters. That's something to have some pride about, even though you don't export it anymore. There's probably quite a bit of cultural identity around with it, and Angostura bitters did have a big part of the influence. However, it's not being used right now, so I can only give them so many points for that because it's not in Venezuela. Rather, it's from Trinidad. And that puts Venezuela at 69. And oh my god, I just formatted this somehow. I clicked this markdown syntax thing. Whoops. Anyways, yeah, 69 puts us right up at the top, tied with Belarus. All right, who's next? Vietnam. Vietnam, yeah, I feel like every time anyone goes to Vietnam or I see anything about Vietnam or anything about anything Vietnam, everyone's drinking beer. Everybody. But then that's what I thought about Thailand, but apparently not everybody drinks in Thailand. But I feel like yeah, okay. The stats are way higher on Vietnam than Thailand. Let me look up Thailand again. Do you think it was bugged out? No, apparently. Ah, it's so weird. Okay. And I feel like they have a couple of their own beers, right? Um, I've never heard of any of these before, but I have heard of the Saigon lager. They also make the Tiger, but that's for Malaysia and Singapore. Um, yeah, they probably love Heineken because it has their star on it. So, yeah, coming in here, I'm gonna say like everyone in Vietnam drinks pretty much. And how much is their beer really exported? I don't really see a lot of Vietnamese products. Like you can kind of find them, but it's never like the forefront. I'm gonna put them at a 17 for production and exports. And for patriotism, I don't know because they drink, yeah, they drink a lot of Heineken, and a lot of times when I'm seeing them drink, it's usually not even like Vietnamese beers. It's just like whatever beer they get their hands on. So there's no like a priority for their own kind of product. So I'm just gonna go a bit more than half maybe. And how much is their cultural identity and activities? I would say that's a maximum. How much they influence? I don't think they influenced alcohol culture around the world that much, but they definitely influenced tourism and people to go there to drink and eat. So I can give them a generous 18. Oh, and they also had the World War II beer run where the guy was trying to bring beer to Vietnam, and there's a whole story about it that got published. So actually, you know what? That is kind of an influential history, like Easter egg that Vietnam has on the influence of drinking beer. So Vietnam gets a 76. And 76 is going to be going into the Wizard Drinkers. Yeah, right above Serbia. That's good. All right, who's left? Who is this? Yemen. I'm pretty sure it's illegal in Yemen to be drinking. Yeah, it's gonna be like this Somalia, Afghanistan type of place. Like, no one drinks, right? But there's a bigger country, so there's probably someone fermenting something like in secret, right? Um, oh yeah, or in diplomatic settings, like when some rich guy comes in and they make an exception for him. But I think they actually, uh, brewing coffee. Yeah, the Sierra beer. I think, yeah, they had some kind of beer. So I guess they get a little bit of influence on it. It's not a total wipe for them. So, yeah, this is gonna be a 1, 0, 0, 0, and maybe just a 1 for patriotism because they do have some kind of history. I remember reading they got something going on with um their own kind of beer, but it's, yeah, 2 is, it's going right there. It's interesting to see these two countries side by side with the flag stretched out. That's pretty cool. All right, who is this? Zambia. Another country I know nothing about their alcohol problems of. 13% drink. And what do they drink? Probably the sour gum and like the freaking, yeah, they have a beer. I see. Okay. Yeah, these guys are gonna be, what percentage drinks? 13%. I guess they get like a 3 or a 2. Yeah, I'll give him a 2. And I'll give him a 3 for making so much beer that looks actually decent. It's not just like jungle slop, but it looks like actual beer. They probably have some patriotism and pride around their beer. And maybe they drink a little bit, but not much influence. Just around, like, there might be some traditions here and there. So that gives Zambia a 10 on my list. Putting them into the designated drivers tier. And our last country, I think this is going to be Zimbabwe. Right? Yeah. Zimbabwe. Now, Zimbabwe, I also know nothing about. Yeah, Zimbabwe alcohol brands. I guess they have Zambezi. And do they make gin? Yeah, maybe they make gin. And it's about half of the population drinks. Okay. So they got like about half of the population. They make some beer, they make some gin. The gin looks pretty good actually. They probably have a bit of patriotism around their gin and their beer. Maybe they have a bit of cultural traditions and activities that makes them drink this much. Like it seems like a lot more actively drinking than than Zambia, but still not like a lot, maybe. So that's 28, 34. So Zimbabwe is going to our designated drivers list. So looking through this list, I can see actually quite a bit of inconsistencies, and I think the problem here is that I've been recording this video for like I've probably been sitting in this chair for like 9 hours or 9 to 10 hours doing this. And throughout the process I've been kind of shifting how I've been rating these. And ultimately this is just kind of how I'm going to leave it. You know, if this video gets a lot of views or likes or comments, and maybe we can revisit it. But next time we revisit it, maybe I'm just gonna go ahead and just stick with the S, A, and B tiers. And I'm just gonna forget about like because the whole designated drivers tier list, like these all are pretty much the same. The C tier minor drinking league, like they don't have a lot going for them either. And just the sheer amount of time that it's been taking me to go through all these countries is just insane. So yeah, maybe I could do a part 2 where I get more dissecting and do a better evaluation of the S, the A, and some of the B. Like maybe the top half of the B. And then just leave the rest. And I think that would be a pretty good like summarized part 2 video. So anyways, thank you for watching and cheers.